And a very happy Wednesday morning to all of you. Welcome back to the beautiful Amsterdam Rai and to Cisco Live EMEA 2026. Great to have you with us. My name is Steve Moulter. So good to have you back for a great action-packed day ahead. We are talking keynote deep dives and lots of fantastic actionable center stage sessions, powerhouse executive interviews, which we're about to do, along with demos and new release walkthroughs, really everything that you need and everything that Cisco is creating for the critical infrastructure of the AI era. As a quick reminder, make sure you keep reaching out to us all day long using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. We want to hear from you on your favorite social platform. Share where you are tuning in from when things get exciting and you hear something that you really like or that you want to learn more about. Shoot a comment out there. Post a photo of where you're tuning in from, sitting on the sofa with your dog right next to you or in the local coffee shop. We want to know that you're out there, and our social team is ready to connect with you on every level. Before we go into our first interview of the day, which I'm really excited about, we're going to head out to my dear buddy Rob Boyd, who is up on the catwalk above the showcase in the world of solutions, taking a selfie from what I can tell up there. Yeah,
hey.
You're such an influencer, Rob Boyd.
Well, you said send in a picture of wherever you're at. I'm like, I thought he saw me, but I don't know. I just wanted to play along.
Did you hashtag it with Cisco Live EMEA?
I haven't posted yet because you interrupted me.
That's right.
I'm not that fast.
I'll get out of the way. You do your thing.
Oh, no worries, Steve. So the show floor just opened. I can't remember now if Steve just covered that. But it was interesting when we first come in here. So we're on this catwalk that kind of surrounds the entire area. Always seems like it'll be really cool up here, and it is kind of nice to separate from everything. But you look outside, I didn't realize the whole day that the weather had shifted on us a bit. And we finally started getting Amsterdam weather that I expected from the get-go and frankly had dressed for previously because it was quite beautiful and quite nice when we got here, unexpectedly and well appreciated. But here, they just opened the show floor. People are starting to come in. They don't have to redirect people through the catwalk to bypass it to get over to the meetings area. Either way, it looks like it's going to be a busy day. If I were to guess, everybody's got a little less pep in their step. It's only day 2. Maybe I'm just projecting. That's probably more the issue here. But either way, we've got a lot going on. Of course, in the center area here, I just happened to notice, let's see, is he still there? We had spotted Cedric over here somewhere. It was under the Digital Resilience. I think his team moved, darn it. He must have gotten word that they're hidden behind there. They got smart. Either way, Cedric is out there getting his interviews all ready as he and our studies continue as hosts. So again, my name is Rob Boyd. I'm so happy to be here with my fellow hosts kicking off day 2. A lot of stuff coming up for you today, a lot of information. Be sure and take good notes. And again, stay on the socials to keep in touch with us. Let us know what you'd like to hear more of or less of. And either way, we'll try to make sure that that happens. But Steve, I think I'm going back to you in the studio.
You are coming back to me. Thank you, my friend. The pep is fully in your step. I see every bit of it. So thank you for bringing the energy like you do all the time. Always grateful to be with you, brother. It's interesting. That is such a beautiful shot from the catwalk back out across Hall 1 there. There are 7 show halls here. So when you look at how far everything goes back just in this primary space out here in the world of solutions, it just keeps going and going. We are next door in Hall 5. This is a big interconnected space with so many people and so much energy all the way across the show floor. One of the big themes we're hearing all week here at Cisco Live in Amsterdam is our platform-first approach here at Cisco, because it pulls observability together with collaboration. And Cisco is so unique in that we deliver this compounding value. All of your products work seamlessly together with one another, less complexity, more control over your investments. Yesterday morning in the keynote, Gordon opened up with the idea that this isn't just about stacking features and new purchases. Instead, it's about delivering those value-driven results that stack benefit on top of benefit, use on top of use from every one of your investments. So every budget allocation, both your CapEx and your OpEx. And one of those value-driven investments, as we just said, that I get excited about is the observability part. How do we get that full insight across every product point in the network, every data point across your entire infrastructure in your organization? And that is where Splunk comes into the story, and Splunk is where we're going to kick things off this morning. Like I said, very excited for our first interview of the day, and my buddy Amy Vertanis is here in studio with James Hodge talking Splunk. So Amy, I'm going to send it over to you, my friend.
Oh, well, thank you, Steve. Yes, I'm here in the studio this morning, very excited, blending in, as you can see. And I'm really happy to be here and start the second day off with James Hodge. James, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and it's an awesome introduction and hearing about Gordon, that transformation that Cisco's on
Yeah.
for my second Cisco Live.
Second Cisco Live. Yeah, so you were here last year and you were here with us in the studio.
Yeah. And
So-
like you, I've got the memo on the blue. You know,
Yeah, you
13 years at
match.
Splunk, but 2 years now at Cisco in the blue.
Excellent. That's what we like. So, James, tell us a bit more about some of the Splunk innovations here at Cisco Live this week.
So what we heard yesterday in the keynote really is the beginning of that, like one Cisco strategy being delivered.
Yeah.
So all of the hyper fabric, the networking coming together, but now starting that Cisco data fabric that sits underpinning across all of that Cisco infrastructure and world-class networking to be able to go and look at all the signals that might be going wrong there. So we announced advances in Cisco data fabric. On the observability side, putting things like MCP servers on top of the observability stack so we can start to integrate with AI agents, the integration with AI Canvas, and then on the security side, bundling the products together in ES Premier to take attack analyzer, security automation, behavioral analytics. So a massive wave of innovation that's being powered by Cisco and Splunk at the moment.
Amazing. And if you take all that into consideration, then can you tell us as well a little bit more about digital resilience?
It's a digital resilience as everything becomes digital, everything from thinking about your bin collection at home and getting those notifications, your reminder to take your black bin out with your recycling in the week, all the way through to banking, e-health, passport services, digital government services. We rely on all of that. And Cisco now is the critical infrastructure for the AI era and really the critical infrastructure for the digital era. So for us, digital resilience allows us to look at everything from a functional level, a service level, and a business level to look at what is giving those people a bad day.
Yeah.
How do we go from detecting and responding to that to actually predicting and preventing any issues that are occurring at those levels so you don't have a bad digital day.
Which is great. I mean, as you say, you're talking about obviously in businesses, but personally as well, when you talk about those things and digital resilience being such a big thing everywhere.
Well, yeah, and ultimately, you think about it's businesses, but really it's consumers and digital citizens or citizens interacting with banking services, with retail services. So yes, it's B2B, but the most important stuff is how does Cisco go and power that amazing transformation for kind of the population?
Yeah, absolutely. And then that leads us on to the next thing, which is what do you see are the key issues for businesses as we move more into this AI era?
So I think one of the reasons why Cisco is moving to more of a platform approach, if you think of from everything from silicon all the way up to application, we've got to be able to go and deliver amazing capabilities that's fully integrated, just not products stacked together, and be able to give complete observability to everything. So the biggest shift we're going to see is around agentic operations. That's going to allow digital resilience to accelerate, but that's going to bring complexity, higher network loads, higher power usage. So what business is going to have to work on is how do they get those digital signals and start to stitch them together. So when you've got a potential issue, because we're going to go into predict and prevent, we can say, is that a security issue? Is that an IT issue? Is it a network issue? And I'm going to either hopefully auto-remediate that for you, or at least suggest a next best action to that user. And that's, I would say, multi-year journey everyone's on at the moment. Really exciting.
And so for people that are here at Cisco Live this week, can they come and chat to you? Will you be here?
Yeah, so we're here. And the great thing this year is what you notice on the show floor is it's no longer Splunk here, Thousand Eyes here, Meraki here. It is Cisco Digital Resilience. We have an observability area. We've got a security area. We've even got our security operating center that have been doing work with the NFL.
Oh, amazing.
Doing SOC tours on how we went and secured the Super Bowl. So
Wow.
you can really go and dig into outcomes rather than talking about just product lines.
Yeah. Oh, exciting.
And that's super cool.
Yeah, very cool. I think Cedric actually is out there in your booth right now, waiting to chat at some point soon. And I know this, as you mentioned, this is your second one.
Yeah.
I know you told me yesterday you were quite busy here. What other things are you doing here? I know you're doing a lot of talks. You said you were doing similar to what I'm doing. So what else are you doing this week?
So we're doing a keynote deep dive about digital resilience in about 2 hours' time. So if you're here and you want to learn more about digital resilience, come and listen to me.
And obviously people can watch that as well.
Yeah, watch that live. And I think the really cool thing is meeting with the analysts, the industry analysts, because what Cisco and G2's doing with the products organization is groundbreaking. And so working with the analysts and getting their feedback on how Cisco is starting to create this almost new market category around these integrated solutions with the new silicon, with the networking, with the digital resilience part. I mean, you can see how excited I am about that.
Yeah,
It's
I can.
unique.
Yeah. It's great. And I think it's great that people get to come here, customers, partners get to come here and see this, see it here in real life, chat to you and hear from you. So this is wonderful. Any final thoughts, James?
I think the most important thing for anyone listening is like that curiosity. The technology industry has moved just in the last 2 years so much. Watch like the Cisco TV, we've got some amazing people on that. Listen to them, learn, and have that curiosity to go and turn the next page and explore kind of what the future is going to have in hold.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, James. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. And I'm sure I'll see you again throughout the week. But thank you for joining us here
Thank you
today.
for having me.
Okay, back over to you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Amy. James, great content there, great enthusiasm. We so appreciate having you here in the studio with us to kick off our Wednesday. We are just about, according to my clock, we'll call it 3 minutes away from heading out to center stage for our first session of the day. Denise Lee is prepping for that, and we're going to bring some great content from there. But first, we're going to go out to my buddy Cedric DeValder, who is in the Splunk and Thousand Eyes area out in the showcase. How are you there, my friend? Good morning.
I'm good. Good morning, Steve. It's good to see you earlier this morning. And as you said, like I'm here in the Splunk section in the showcase. I think I'm standing in the middle of the showcase, to be honest. And what I really want to touch on first is James really sold me on these SOC tours and the Super Bowl, so I definitely have to go and check that out. But there is a lot of things to check out here on the Splunk booths as well. They work a lot with visualization, and I always think that their dashboards are beautiful and so on, and I have no clue what they're saying right now, but luckily I'm joined by Bruce, who is one of our directors of technical marketing at Splunk. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Oh, fantastic.
Great. Well, so can you tell us a little bit about what's going on here? There's a lot of data. Splunk is about data, visualization, so I would love to learn a little bit more about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important to understand that at the core, Splunk is a data ingestion platform, right? But you can take all of that data, and if you can't visualize it, it's really not that useful for you, right? Somebody has to actually do something that you can see it and understand and react based on all of the data that you're pouring in. And a great example of this is, this is a dashboard that's talking about your managing your AI and your LLM operations, right? So for an organization that's implementing AI, obviously there's costs, there's budget that goes associated with that, as well as you just want to make sure that everything is working smoothly. And this graph here, you could actually see where we can track the cost, the requests, the utilization. You can see the models that are being utilized to get those answers for AI. But then also on the flip side, and this is kind of the value of Splunk, we can also take a look at the actual HVAC systems and all of the servers that are running all of these AI systems to make sure that they're running smoothly, that they're running cool, and that they're actually getting all the power and usage that they need. In fact, we can see here there's 3 servers that we probably need to take a look at because they're getting a little bit overheated. And so these are the things that Splunk can do, is to provide that really good information to let you know where you need to be paying attention.
Right. Well, thank you, Bruce. I think you need to go and check out these servers, right? Because they're on red. But as you can hear, Splunk is really the center of data, and just visualizing that and data from everywhere, which I think is really cool. So thank you so much for being here, Bruce. I will be hanging around a bit and talking with you a little bit more about Splunk. But with that, Steve, back to you in the studio.
So appreciated. Thank you, Chadwick. Thank you, Bruce, as well. A lot more Splunk to take place throughout the course of the day. We are about to head into our first center stage session this morning. Denise Lee is with us, VP of Engineering and Sustainability Office for us here at Cisco. And what Denise is going to talk about is the story around our energy networking systems, all of the different ways that we are supercharging your network with new power and cooling technologies. Cisco is right out at the forefront of shaping the future of energy. So important right now, transforming the energy landscape using sustainable design, future-proof energy grids, buildings, networks, data centers, all for the AI era. So what we'll see from Denise is how Cisco is helping to meet AI demands really everywhere from the campus to the data center using fault-managed power, liquid cooling solutions, all pushed out to the edge, all capabilities, and it's headed your way right now. Here we go.
Good. All right, so look, you can't go too far these days without seeing a headline around the pressure AI is putting on power. Our power systems, our energy systems. Jensen himself is saying there's no AI without power, your revenue is limited if you don't have power. But what are we doing about it? How often are you hearing, here is a way forward, here is something that's going to get us through this AI era? Cisco puts out an AI readiness survey, and across our entire portfolio, our customers are saying, we are going to spend a lot of money in AI, but very few of them know exactly how, where, and what to navigate. So we're starting to see this theme. There's a lot to do, there's a lot of investment coming, but we're not quite sure where to go or how to navigate this. Help. At the end of last year, I had the opportunity, by sheer coincidence, it was not planned this way, but I ended up on a world tour. And this world tour was not just about customers and conferences. It actually had to do with government, academia, industries. And over the course of 7 weeks across 4 continents, I heard from all these different sectors moving at unprecedented speed, trying to produce change that we have never seen in this generation. So I want you to think about how much has changed in your worlds in this last 12 months, 18 months. 2 years since ChatGPT came out in 22, or a couple of years since ChatGPT came out in 22, and in 2 weeks hit 10 million users. Over the last couple of years, we've been building out these ecosystems of partners, right? If you've seen me here at Cisco Live or another Cisco Live event, in the past, you might have heard me or seen me on stage as Engineering Sustainability Office. And what we were doing is we were cultivating groups of partners and technology vendors to build an ecosystem of where and how are we going to work together to build products that will be better integrated, interoperable, more open standards. We've actually worked with some of these partners to stand up a third-party testing certification lab so that we can put together solutions that are easier for customers to just go and deploy. What's interesting about this is this is not your typical, let's go validate this in some of our labs. Some of these designs in these use cases, and these use cases are many across Cisco's entire architecture, both on the data center side and in the campus and the workplace side. So whether you're talking about smart lighting or liquid cooling, some of these architecture designs are actually going into the facilities, the real estate, MEP firms. This is different than what we've done in our past because these ecosystems are growing. And part of the reason they're growing and part of the reason we're working on developing across the entire portfolio, you would have heard again and again, Cisco's got these 3 key areas that we're focusing on, from AI-ready data centers to future-proof workspaces and digital resilience. My team has the opportunity and privilege to work across our entire portfolio, across our entire partner ecosystem, to figure out how exactly are we going to move the needle across Cisco's entire portfolio. 4 years ago, we started with the basics, data. How and where do we standardize on data? And with the partnership across many functions in our organization, we put together a sustainable data foundation, and we standardized on 5 key energy metrics that you see here. With these 5 key metrics standardized and offered visibility for free across the majority of Cisco's endpoints, many of our customers and partners don't even know this is available or exists. Some partners do, and are putting together services and new offerings because in this world where we don't have enough power where we need it when we need it, this data allows you to figure out how to further monetize and help customers on this journey to more resilient energy. But you'll also know, and if you've followed on this journey at all, the evolution of Engineering Sustainability Office into energy networking systems is all predicated on one key core technology that is new. How many of you have heard of Fault Managed Power? Great. For those who have not, I want you to think about where you're sitting at this moment, what you're doing here at this conference, and I want you to take note that you're about to hear of a revolutionary technology that I hope you hear about for the rest of your life. Back in the time when Edison and Tesla were debating between AC and DC, it was Edison who said there should be no reason that we have AC power. The same engineers who helped us bring power over Ethernet to market 25 years ago were asked 8 years ago, what comes after PoE? Because at 100 watts, it tops out. And even 8 years ago, they said by 2025, we're going to need something more. What that something more is, and what that new technology is a brand new class of power for the first time in 45 years called Class 4 fault managed power. What is it? It's pulsed power, and there's 3 components to it. There's a transmitter, a cable, and a receiver. And this pulsed power is touch safe, high voltage, up to 450 volt DC. Raise your hand if you've ever touched 380 volt DC. The fact that you're raising your hand and not dead means you know about this technology. When I first learned about this 4 years ago, talking to one of our Cisco engineering fellows, I immediately called my 5 most technical friends. I said, rip off your COVID mask, come into this lab, and tell me I'm not crazy, because I'm about to pivot my entire career to bring this to market, if this is in fact real. Because my head was spinning with all of the different use cases of what you could do with touch-safe, high-voltage power. From EV cars to homes to offices. And then AI decided to boom. And there's not enough energy where you need it. So it's so exciting. We had this foundation of energy management so we could measure where the energy is with more accuracy. We could use the intelligence of the network to do so. And now we're going to add power to those same cables and same lines that we have been safely and securely networking data for the past 40 years. What other company is better positioned to do that? So you might ask, how does this fit into my network? What does this mean, right? So I mentioned the transmitter, the cables, the receiver. So effectively, and you may or may not be paying attention, but over the last number of years, we've been shipping 380 volt DC power supplies with the majority of our new appliances. 380 volt DC is an ecosystem that already exists. You need certified electricians. It's a little dangerous, but those things do exist. So when these FMP transmitters get connected to appliance, whether that's a Cisco appliance, an HVAC system, eventually a car, you can even do side-by-side with fiber and copper. These are different use cases that we're seeing just to start. But when you look at all of the challenges across retooling the data centers, well, remember, we said energy networking systems. 4 years ago, we also started with cooling. And we said, what are the ecosystem partners we need to work with for these cooling systems? Because in a data center, 40–50% of that energy is going to cooling. It's going to fans. That's wasted energy. So we actually don't necessarily need, if you go talk to some of the utilities, they'll tell you, we don't have an energy generation problem. We have an energy loss distribution problem. We can't get energy where you need it when you need it because we have a forecast demand response problem. And so as we're building this AI-ready data center, we have to now think about moving workloads and how to power those workloads and maybe turn them off and down, up and down at the right time. We have to think about how we secure every stack in an AI-ready data center. And we have to think about how we're going to integrate this with all of the new cooling technologies and architectures that are out there. And there are a lot. In the last 4 years, it has been so much fun incubating and prototyping new devices and products. And for the first time, one of our prototypes has now been announced on stage, right? What's now the 106.1, my brain is jet lagged, switch is direct liquid cooled. So there's a Nexus switch, and then there's a router series. And this switch is now direct to chip liquid cooled. We started with the 512T. We skipped a generation and said, let's go for the next one. But that prototype started with this thinking and this team of integrating all these things together. Immersion, same thing. We've been bringing this immersion tank around the world. We don't produce an immersion tank. We don't manufacture oil, right? We don't refine oil. That's not Cisco's core business. But you better believe we're going to work with those in the industry, curate them, and put together and test what components will work together for these solutions. And so when you think about in a data center, there's actually a number of different IT and OT things that are coming together very quickly beyond just energy networking. Now you have to look at the facility, the envelope. How many new data centers are we hearing about every day being built? Gartner has a recent study saying 40% of the data centers that are being planned will hit delays because of power constraints. Anyone want to guess how long it takes to bring up a data center to grid connectivity? Obviously, it varies by region, but we're talking grid connectivity. It can be as few as 3 years in some places. Here where we are today in Amsterdam, it's 10 to 13 years. So imagine building an entire data center realizing you don't actually have enough power to turn it on, and how much the technology is going to advance and mature in that time. When you look at the data center, you have to unpack all of these different spaces. What's considered sort of that white space or this gray space with mechanical, plumbing, and electrical, or the blue space, water, how much water existing data centers are taking with all the air-cooled chillers and all the chilled water that has to run through facilities. But then just think of the facility itself and how many sensors and cameras and Wi-Fi are just running the building operations. There's an opportunity here to take power distribution to a completely different level. In a data center, just think about how many copper bus bars you're putting in there for these rack densities that are going up, up, and up. And when we look at the rack, we're looking at all these different layers. Traditionally, customers are looking at Cisco at layer 10. This is respect to supply chain layers. But now we're looking at integration in the rack at layer 11 and layer 12. These numbers are directionally correct, but take a look at what happens to the liquid cooling architectures when you look at the legacy air-cooled data centers, which are typically like 10 kilowatts a rack. All of a sudden, we're going to, how about 30? How about 50? How about 150? At OCP a couple months ago, there was like, this is a megawatt rack. Anyone in the audience super excited to service a megawatt rack? With today's technology, I'm not sure that's not, I mean, not only is that not safe, I don't know how feasible that is, right? With just this amount of labor and electricians you're going to need to build these things, the amount of precious metal you're going to need. So then you start pushing the limits with direct liquid cooling. Direct to chip is fantastic. Right? You get much farther, you can go 150, a little bit more, especially if you add a rear door heat exchanger. But if you've ever connected one of those or seen one of those in practice, it's a lot of hoses, it's a lot of pumps, it's a lot of fluid. But it's in a rack. It's comfortable for people who like the rack design. If you go see an entire data center with immersion cooling, it's silent, there are no moving parts, and it's not, you don't have to cool it. So it's not, you don't have hot and cold aisles like you do in a data center. So I think what's interesting about the technology space and new innovation is you're going to start to see, if you keep that open mind, different use cases for different environments, different industries will necessitate a different architecture. And if you build things or retrofit things built for those use cases, that's an efficiency story. So when you consider rear door heat exchanger, maybe combine it with direct liquid cooling because you're retrofitting an existing data center. But if you're building a brand new data center, I really hope you're not building it on raised floors with a bunch of air-chilled coolers on the ceiling or on the roof, right? There's a lot of different things that you would consider for a brand new data center. And this is where energy management, again, at the base level of understanding where your energy is going and how much you're using, let's make sure that energy is not wasted. Every year when we come to these events, I want to make sure that we're moving the needle forward. This year, that needle forward is we have taken Cisco Unified Edge, which was just announced at Partner Summit, and we have fully immersed it in a tank on the show floor. It's a prototype. But if you're in a rough environment, if you are in a manufacturing environment, if you have mining and you understand what a speck of dust can do to a power supply or to your very expensive equipment, or you're looking at inferencing and you want to move things further and further out to the edge for edge computing, imagine what you could do if you take this 5RU rack, stick it in a little tank, seal it, set and forget it. So this is a prototype. We want your feedback. Is this something that would be useful? Is this something that you'd want us to prioritize? Because that's the beauty of the pace of change things are happening. We get your feedback at these shows, and this time next year, we hopefully see it on a roadmap. When we look at the benefits of liquid cooling, it doesn't take a scientist or a physics major to understand liquid cooling is far superior. I think what's really challenging is what architecture, what vendors are you using, and how do you make sure it works? Because I've seen what happens when a pump breaks or a hose comes loose. It's not so pretty. So how are you building these architectures, and what use cases and what redundancies do you have for all of your data, and what applications are you running on those things? Working with customers across all of these different industries, I can tell you the more sophisticated ones are building each architecture based on the applications the systems are running. It gets more and more sophisticated. I often get asked the question, well, show me the numbers. What's the ROI? What's the TCO on this? If you take an air-cooled data center today, about a 5 megawatt data center, and you apply direct liquid cooling, and you apply what benefits you would get from the power distribution from fault-managed power, you're saving about 76% of your energy costs, which equates to 2.3 times the amount of compute you would otherwise use. Just to help you understand what this looks like or what this means, I think a lot of people don't quite understand the math that is wasted power and energy in data centers today. So you ask for more power, it's like you're already paying for the power, why not just get more out of it? It's an efficiency question. And when you take this and you move over to the campus, right, let's switch gears for a moment. Smart buildings have been around for a long time. That's not new terminology for any of us. Hopefully, like raise your hand if you've been in an environment that would be, LEED, gold, or platinum certified. It feels like a smart building, right? Hopefully you realize like it feels better, you might be more productive. But when you think about how to modernize that real estate and what it takes to get that outcome for an experience for someone, it's data-driven analytics. It's that convergence of IT/OT. It's connecting all the things. And then it improves that experience. So think about, again, where F&P can potentially sit in this ecosystem. You often need lots of steel conduit for electrical in every smart building. You often need a lot of time, downtime, to retrofit a building. This technology will take out time, cost, and your time to market, because you don't need to shut down as long because it's much faster to install. So when I think about all the use cases that we think about for smart buildings as being like, that's really cool. What if you could do it faster, safer, and cheaper? It's effectively what we're talking about with this new technology. And then think about the ecosystem. So we have partners here at the show in the booth with Fault Managed Power, and this story has continued to build on itself. I think it was 2 years ago at this show when we first started introducing what Fault Managed Power is. Now we have an entire demo, and we have a partner ecosystem to show all the PoE devices. And partnering with Panduit, we've brought you a FMP transmitter that is UL certified. So yes, there are building codes. Yes, there are still hurdles and standards that we are working on across the board. But remember, when I said I went back to that world tour of industry groups and standards, there is an acknowledgement today that was not there even 12 months ago that things have to change. And these things have to change at legacy levels that you may never have thought would need to change, whether it's your electrical code or your building codes. Now everyone is thinking, we cannot build the same way we have in the past. And I have seen that and witnessed that at every level, even at the academia level, where they're changing curriculum mid-course to get graduates ready for what's coming. So you look at a basic building and all the conduit that goes in, the red, the green, the orange. There's a lot that goes into all the different types of cabling practices and all the materials. When you go to fault managed power, you might have AC into the building, and then the minute you go into that fault managed power transmitter, everything is DC from there on. Same thing would work in a data center. This just happens to be more mature because PoE's been around for 25 years, and the entire ecosystem for lighting, LED lighting, blinds, desks, individual fans are all there for a building. And there are smart buildings that continue to go up around the world. And it's pretty fascinating to see what that ROI looks like for the different developers and the operators. And when you look in the campus at the efficiency fault managed power will bring, I want you to think about the last time you walked into a retrofit of a building or a brand new building build and how much time and cost would be saved if the cabling practices were as easy as installing power over Ethernet. And what you could do with the intelligence of all the data coming in through the appliances, through a switch, and every endpoint. And the savings, just to give some more numbers and example, are remarkable. Panduit is a great partner of ours. They have an FMP transmitter in market today. And what they saw in a recent deployment, these are real numbers, is 20% CapEx savings, because while they were spending more on material, the labor cost and the time was so much less, it was 22% savings. The ongoing maintenance costs in terms of both energy efficiency and the maintenance costs for the systems, 78% annually. This ROI TCO takes care of itself. And so when I consider all the change, and for those who are hearing about fault managed power for the first time, I hope seeing is believing, because we have an entire demo powered by fault managed power just behind you. I hope you realize, okay, well, what does this look like maybe for my own customers or own environments? Again, for the first time, we bring you a brand new project that we're kicking off for the next 9 months. We're kicking off getting these kits for pilots and proof of concepts in customer environments. So our strategic accounts, people are raising their hands all over the world, whether it's academic institutions, labs, manufacturing facilities, those who are just curious. One of the things that's really fun about this job is getting this new technology into someone's hands who actually understand how revolutionary this technology is. And then a small pallet drops on their driveway or at their loading dock, and like a kid with a brand new set of Legos, they get to install it themselves. And they get to say, hey, I want this to plug right into my Catalyst 900 that's already powering this entire conference room. Or I'm going to do this lab environment. Or I'm going to test it out for these racks. We're seeing a lot of customers now say, let's go. And when I consider how much change has happened over the last 18 months even, and even what's going to happen in the next 12 months, I want you to think about what your role is to play in that. Out of curiosity, how many people here know who runs the facilities or real estate in their organization? One. Okay. So for those who didn't raise their hand, I would highly encourage you to go get to know those folks. Take them to coffee, a drink, lunch, and ask the question, what happens if we retrofit using brand new power distribution that is efficient, easy to install, and cheaper to maintain? When we talk about what's going on in the future with energy, one trend is very clear. Distributed energy systems. On-site generation. There's solar on so many of the roofs that wherever I travel, I see more and more solar on roofs. Well, guess what? Solar is DC native. So if you want DC microgrid, if you want more resilience in whatever facility you might be operating, you're going to want to know those facility folks. And they're going to want to know you. Because when you combine energy and networking, now you have the power and intelligence to manage that. And facilities budget tends to be longer outlook, and at least double, if not triple or quadruple, the budgets of IT. And so we're working across a broad ecosystem of partners, new partners, because they're raising their hands saying, we need help. Help us navigate the architectures, the designs, and the systems. Help us build this into the plans because the investment dollars are there and the change is coming, but we need your help. And when I think about the last couple of years pushing thought leadership and pushing and educating, the one thing I would ask all of you as you go through the show is how many things have you seen that are genuinely new technology, new innovation? Incremental is great, don't get me wrong, we need efficiency everywhere, and there are really neat, innovative ways to get there. But every once in a while, you get a chance to work on something that is truly revolutionary. The Cisco engineering fellow behind this often tells me, Denise, this has changed the world stuff. And the fact that he's got an entire career dedicated to patents, we've just closing in on 100 patents on this technology, and watching build Cisco's chassis from 20, 30 years ago, for him to say that carries weight that is hard to come by. And so I invite all of you to come on this journey with us. We are just getting started. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to learn a lot together. And I hope you have a chance over the next couple of days to see it, learn more, and maybe take one home. Thanks.
And welcome back to our Cisco TV studio in the heart of the world of solutions at Cisco Live 2026. We have just wrapped another fantastic center stage session. Denise Lee, our VP of Engineering in the Sustainability Office at Cisco, talked about Cisco's energy networking systems and all the different ways that we are helping to supercharge your network using new power and cooling technologies. In just a moment, we're going to go back out to center stage where Cedric is going to have a behind-the-scenes interview, a little chit-chat, catch up with Denise Lee. These behind-the-scenes insights, they're just for all of you tuning in here on the live stream. It's one of the many benefits of being with us here on the broadcast. So make sure you stick with us throughout the rest of the show. So what did we just talk about? Why is sustainability such a core tenet for us here at Cisco? How is it shaping the ways that we approach and that we innovate for what's next? So Denise talked about Cisco's plan for possible. The ways we are connecting a regenerative future, the ways we are helping our customers and our communities adapt to a changing world. Denise laid out the 3 key priorities of that plan for possible. She talked about the transition to clean energy. She talked about the evolution to a regenerative circular design model, and she talked about investment in resilient ecosystem. All 3 of these are so important as AI keeps leaping forward, opening up this world of opportunities for us. Cisco is playing a critical role in innovating and transforming the energy landscape that's required to make that happen. And that means designing more responsible, more adaptable, future-proof energy grids, buildings, networks, data centers, each of those platform layers that are going to help us meet emerging demands more efficiently, more sustainably. So I see Cedric is out there in center stage. He's giving me a little nod, which means we're ready to go. So Cedric, all yours, my friend.
Thank you. I'll keep nodding while I talk right now, Steve. But yeah, that was a great intro. I could have not said that any better. But I'm really excited because I had the chance to attend Denise's session yesterday, Supercharge Your Network, which is actually a very fancy title, I have to say, Denise. And she's with me here with me right now. So Denise, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Well, thank you. Like, we are here in a very interesting location with a lot of cables and lights and colors and sensors and so on. During your talk, you talked about sustainability. And that is something like AI is rapidly evolving, but sustainability is as well, especially about powering up all these sensors and so on.
Yeah.
Like, how has that evolved right now, and what is Cisco doing in this space?
Yeah. You know, it's so great being here at Cisco Live because we can see how this topic has really evolved over the last couple of years. The first couple of years, we were actually making sure people understood sustainability and energy were very, very much tied. So excited to say every year evolves, and now what Cisco is doing is we're helping to bring new power distribution and cooling technologies to the market for our customers. And so this conversation has moved from just understanding the basics of what power is and how to measure it to how do we embed this across our portfolio. And what you're seeing is some of our new power distribution technology that we're working on.
Awesome. Yeah, I see some colors as well. Like I see some green colors, I see some blue colors. Like, what? Can you tell me a little bit about the difference here?
Sure, sure. So the blue is the power over Ethernet. These are all the endpoint devices that we know and love, up to 100 watts that we can charge today to connect power and data on that same cable. In my talk, I introduced Fault Managed Power. It's a new power distribution method that is up to 450 volt DC. Things Cisco has been working on for a long time. We're actually partnering with Panduit to bring this to the booth today with an FMP transmitter, and that's what you see in the green.
Okay.
So the green is what's powering the, the appliances that require more wattage than that 100 watts for PoE. So this can go into the thousands of watts range, and it's touch-safe power. So it has the same cabling practices as PoE.
Okay. I love that. I want to have that at home, to be honest.
Yes,
right?
a lot of people do. It's very
send me a
exciting.
kit. Send me a kit. Send me a kit.
Yes.
In the IT world, we love to optimize, we love to evolve, and so on and so on. Especially with these new power technologies. Like for some of our viewers at home, like what do you advise for them? Like, what's your advice for them right now as we go into this era of new power?
Absolutely. Okay, it's going to be really not complicated. Are you ready? My advice for all the IT professionals is to find out who their facilities, real estate, operations folks are at their company, and to take them out for a coffee. Take them out for a coffee or tea and have a conversation about how they're planning for the future. Because if we don't work together across these different functions, we're going to miss the opportunity to really make things more efficient and make things more sustainable. And when you're talking about power distribution, you're no longer just talking about an IT box. Now we need to start expanding that footprint and understanding in a building, for example, whether it's outside of a data center or inside of a smart building, how all these things work together.
Awesome. And I guess this is only the start.
This is only the beginning.
What are you most excited about in terms of like over the next coming months, over the next coming years? Like, where do you think this is going to end?
I don't think it will end. I think what I'm most excited about is the opportunity to actually move at speed and scale in a way only companies like Cisco can, bringing along this wonderful community of ecosystem partners and technology partners that we've been working with. I'm excited about honestly, like the amount of change that's happening, I think is exciting. And if we can do that safely and securely with new power distribution to help get us into that AI era a little bit more safely and not as expensive, but more importantly, more efficiently, right? And that's how I think the sustainability conversation is really making it a little bit more tangible, is how are we embedding it in everything we do.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Denise.
Thank you.
As you could hear, we're at the forefront of this here at Cisco. We are your trusted partner to help you with these new technologies. Now, I'm going to try back to the studio. I'm going to get a coffee with Denise right now, just so I can get actually one of these kits at home. So Steve, we're going back to you right now.
My friend, I will take a flat white, by the way, if you would like to go ahead and get one for me and bring it back to the studio. I think Denise actually just gave me my favorite new quote of the show. You want to get somewhere new? You want to create something spectacular? Go to your leadership, invite them out for a coffee. Oh, if only were that easy, right? I'm joined in studio by the fabulous Amy Vertanis. A vision in Cisco Blue, by the way, may I say.
Oh, well, thank you. I thought I'd stay on brand.
You got a nice brand background here as well. Yeah, we've sort of shifted into blue zone back here.
Well, it was pink for me yesterday. Now it's blue. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Oh, well, what color are you planning on wearing? We'll shift the lights for you there, too.
I can't tell you.
Oh, you're going to keep it a secret.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I want to do. I want to change our focus just a little bit on what we've been talking about. And I want to move into Cisco Spaces because you are about to share a great story from the show floor with us around that that content. This is our cloud-based location services platform. It is converting existing Wi-Fi and networking infrastructure, so switches, cameras, and so on, into sensors that then let us map and analyze and manage our indoor spaces. So talk to us. What have you seen walking around here in the world of solutions?
Well, I'm about to show you a video about it, but basically, yes, it is that, as you say, with the sensors, you go up to the screen, and it can show you. At the moment, I was looking at the RAI to see, basically show you. I would go up to Katrina, who I met yesterday, and say I was an attendee and I was looking for something to do with digital resilience. So I would tell her that. She will do a search, and then it can list you all the sessions or demo stations in that area, and then I can pick exactly what I want to find out there. And then it just shows you the map on how to get there. But this also works, as you know, in the Cisco smart buildings, a similar type of technology where I use it myself where I go to book a meeting room, I go onto the system, check the room, It tells me whether it's occupied, when it's going to be unoccupied, how many people have been in there. It even tells you the temperature. You know, as you said, with all the sensors, it can pick up all this information, and it's incredible, and it makes life so, so easy.
And so much of what we see here when we walk around the world of solutions is practical in so many additional areas for us. We just need to figure out, okay, there's the technology. Here's what Cisco is making possible. How do I deploy it in order to be able to benefit my people, right?
Yeah.
So I think from those standpoints, we should, well, let me just add one little piece to it. And then I want to watch this video. It's about actionable insights, right, into our buildings. This is what Denise was talking about, asset tracking, environmental data,
Yep.
helping us to be safer, smarter, more efficient in our operations, the way we manage and the way we deploy our spaces, but also our workforces. I think we want to think of that sensor data in how it affects our people as much as in how it affects our buildings, right?
Absolutely. It makes life easier. You want to help your employees. You want to make life as easy as possible. And like I just said, for me, myself, I feel it's changed the way that I do things because I don't, you know, I just literally go on, check that room, done. And if
Amazing.
it's busy, I'll find another one.
I love it. So enough of this talk. Let's go ahead and let's watch the video. I want to watch what you and
Yep.
Katrina did together. Here we go.
Well, here I am in the Cisco showcase, and I did find myself getting a little lost until I found this wonderful person over here. So I have with me here Katrina. Hi, Katrina.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So if I was to come to you and say, I don't know where I'm going, you might be able to help me.
Absolutely. So what we have here is we have this cool thing that's built. It's a showcase map that's built on Spaces, so super cool. And what I do is I talk to the customers and help them make sense of the showcase in here where we have all these solutions. And we have so many great solutions to show that often it's a little bit hard to make sense of it, find what you're looking for, that sort of thing. So let's say that you, Amy, come here and you say, hi, I'm looking for Catalyst, but I can't find it, right? So what we can do, in the interest of brevity, I'm not going to go through the whole showcase and the different areas, but in the interest of brevity, what we're going to do here is we're going to search, we're going to hit search here. We're going to say, oh, Catalyst, all right. Well, we can find Catalyst for you right here. We have sessions, we have demos. In the showcase, of course, we have, turns out, 4 different demos. Then we can scroll up and then you go. So Amy, which one are you interested in?
Well, I think this one, Fuel Smart Workplaces.
Fuel Smart Workplaces. So then what we do is Spaces. We'll use this 3D technology to show you where it is. We hit right here, and then we get directions to show you how to find it. So that's essentially it. And sometimes if you come here and you say, hi, I'm looking for automation, I can sometimes drill it down a little bit further. What kind of automation are we looking for? And help you navigate the fabulous jungle of the showcase.
This is incredible. I mean, it's such a big venue, isn't it? And if someone's looking for something particular, we can come and find you.
Precisely.
But not just you, there's a few of these dotted around.
That's correct. We are 6 storytellers. There are 3 different boards here that essentially can help all of the attendees here quickly find what they're looking for, connecting them with the right people so they can get the right information that they come here to Cisco Live for.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Katrina. This is just another way that Cisco Live is helping everybody to find what they need.
Fantastic. Really, really great story there, Amy. Katrina, as she just said there at the end, is one of 6 what we call our Cisco Showcase storytellers. Yep. And what's so wonderful about that program, I think, is that people walk in the door, they don't necessarily know what they need, but we have people ready there to answer their questions, guide them where they want to go, and they always take what we call a +2 strategy. Meaning, you came in this case, Katrina was talking about Catalyst, and that was the reason somebody comes in the door. Great. Let's get you where you need to go and introduce you to the right person, but more than that, let's introduce you to 2 new capabilities that are connected in with Catalyst that you may not know about that can help to elevate you even further. Absolutely. And so you walk away with that additional content. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that story to us.
Thank you.
Truly appreciate it.
I loved it.
It was really cool. You did a great job. So we are going to head back out to center stage now. I am very excited for this session because we've got Shannon McFarland back with us. Like I told you yesterday on the broadcast, he's great. head of our DevNet and Cisco OSPO, our open source program, office program. And he is bringing in a panel of phenomenal operations team leaders with him to share real use case stories on how they use automation frameworks to deploy the full stack. Here we go. Let's listen in.
Hello, thanks for being here. We are going to talk about automating your AI journey. Do a quick intro here and then we'll get started. Sujith?
Hello, I'm Sujit Joseph. I work as a principal engineer in the Cisco AI and Automation Center team in the Cisco Operations Group. We provide Gen AI services to broader teams across Cisco, and we also own an assistant on a circuit, which I'll talk more about.
Very good. So Sujith will be back with us here shortly. I'm going to get us kicked off. My name is Shannon McFarland. I lead the Cisco DevNet organization, so we're right down the hallway. So if you are into learning hands-on programmability, APIs, a lot of the things that we're going to talk about in here through this 30-minute session, we'll be able to actually provide you hands-on stuff over there. I also lead the OSPO, or Open Source Program Office, which is basically anything related to open source in or out of Cisco is something that my team handles. So I'm going to kick us off here in kind of describing what our problem statement is. It's going to resonate well with everybody because the problem statement we're talking about predated anything that we're doing with AI. So it's going to resonate well, but we'll actually work through how we can actually gently introduce AI into your brownfield ops environment. And then Sujith will come back up and talk about a cloud-native, AI-first greenfield implementation that they've done within Cisco. So we're going to have this WebEx app available for you for questions. Sujith and I will be right over here after the session. But if through this session or later in the week you think of a question for us, please hit us in this WebEx space. Also in the very final slide that we have, Sujith will walk you through kind of where we're located. Again, DevNet Zone over here, and he'll be over at the actual circuit booth as well. So please remind yourself later on if you got a question for this. So we did intros. I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of a level set of AI infrastructure complexity, and then we'll get into kind of a gentle introduction of AI to get you towards an AI-first ops journey. And then again, Sujith will be talking through our use case. So these complexity demands predate anything that we're doing with AI, right? We're always in a hurry. Especially on the operations side and the development side, we're in a hurry to get things built and deployed as best we can. And so we've done that through rethinking the way we do designs and the way that we templatize config files, and that we really try to produce a nice starting model for the way we're introducing any kind of development or operational cycle. And that really came from the onset of continuous integration, continuous deployment, infrastructure as code pipelines. Again, all trying to get the efficiency of speed. And the way we've accomplished that modern day is through automation, right? And again, infrastructure as code. So if you're Ansible or you're Terraform, you're aligned to a hyperscaler's automation strategy. Whatever it is, it's really there to start with a single source of truth, commit that source of truth, and it makes its way through your pipeline in a very sustainable, repeatable, and consistent way. And we kind of accidentally discovered not only does that help us speed up, it actually helps us with quality improvement significantly. We simultaneously, over the last few years, have kind of understood this shift left mindset, which is don't let security be way down at the end of your pipeline. It's at the beginning of your pipeline. We've done the same thing with open telemetry SDKs being injected in your source code so that you can get metrics, events, logging, tracing right out of your code the day that you commit them. And so we've really been focused on this. And so what we're going to talk about now is how do we leverage AI to not only facilitate the continuance of these three strategies, automate, increase speed, and increase quality, but we'll also talk about how we can leverage AI to take us to the next level, which is really reduce the friction of operations. So if we take a look at a very generic looking pipeline where you have an individual that is committing code or some sort of an artifact into a system that goes into a source control repository. You have something that's watching that repository like a continuous integration systems. When we see that, we trigger a job, we trigger test, we trigger builds and so forth. Then if we're allowing the system to do so because it's passed all of its testing, we will turn on the CD part of that continuous deployment part, where we target those artifacts towards a specific runtime, Kubernetes, virtual machines, whatever it might be. Now, for many of you, that actually may be where it stops, right? That's the end of your pipeline. But for some folks that are now going to use those artifacts from that particular runtime, and you want to now turn that around and aim it towards an automation stack, an Ansible playbook gets built. Whatever it is, you can turn that around and again, go through this system one more time and aim it at a brand new target. So a great brownfield implementation for getting AI into that existing system is utilizing something called Model Context Protocol. So how many people have heard of Model Context Protocol? So a few folks. So no matter where you go in Cisco Live this week, you're going to hear MCP a lot. So get used to hearing MCP as much as you're hearing the term AI. It is really revolutionizing the ops and the development environment. We're going to talk quite a bit about it. But to gently kind of introduce this, what Model Context Protocol is allowing you to do is act as a proxy or a gateway between your AI world that you're now trying to grab a hold of and your existing environment, your APIs, your file systems, your databases, your Git repositories. And we want to be able to go in and leverage MCP without having to refactor or upgrade all of the native systems that we already have in place. And so we might have a situation here where we've got GitHub Copilot, we're running Cursor, we're running Claude, we're running whatever it is that you've got. It could even be a chat interface like we have in Circuit that Sujitha talked about, but anything that can light up the MCP client and talk to these individual MCP servers. And so an example that we have here is that we've got an MCP server in place for each one of our pipeline assets. So GitHub, it could be Jenkins, it could be Circle CI, it could be Argo CD in this case, Kubernetes, Ansible, etc. And even Cisco has MCP servers. And this allows you to not go in and try to AIify, that's a term I just made up, but basically add AI into a completely brownfield pipeline, but yet get all of the advantages of gathering information from those systems through AI and through MCP, and then turning around and, if you allow the system to, take action against those. Now, if we go through and look at this particular system, and then we also want to add observability into that from day zero so that we can actually track, are the things I'm doing with AI meaningful? Do they give me the correct metrics? Can I control things? Maybe I've got guardrails that are really not implemented properly. If you're in your IDE, you want to implement things like rules so that we can ensure that the agents that are acting with MCP are not going out and building new things that we don't know about, right? And so observability is key there. So once we've got this in place, we now have kind of a gateway drug in place for us to go to a full agentic ops environment, which Sujitha is going to talk about. But when we implement these, we can now start to sprinkle in agents that are not necessarily human, but they're autonomous or semi-autonomous, where we now have source control agents. We've got pipeline agents of a variety. And these agents now, instead of just humans, we've got agents that are now interacting directly with these MCP servers under the correct conditions. And then the final part here is to kind of connect the glue of the shift left model, and that is that we implemented observability early in the pipeline, we implemented security early in the pipeline, but we want to not forget that we've actually did those things in place, and we want to be able to have AI watch those as well. And so we want to go in and implement observability, security, and compliance agents for that. And so my group within DevNet, we're running a multitude of active agents. So when you go to developer.cisco.com for all of your API needs, or if you go into developer.com Cisco code exchange. We now have a list of MCP servers and AI agents, and more of those are going to be coming out as each of the business units produce those agents and servers. And you'll be able to actually grab those, test them in our environment, and then go and implement those in your production environment. So that's a little bit of a taste of if you're right now in a pipeline and you want to start slowly rolling AI into your operations view and grow that to an agentic ops over time. Now, Sujith's going to come up here, and he's actually going to talk about a completely AI native greenfield implementation of all of these things.
Thank you, Shannon. So Circuit is an app like ChatGPT or Gemini, but custom tailored for Cisco employees. I'll give a quick demo of what this tool can do. As you can see, employees have the ability to select one of the leading LLM models, whether it's GPT, Gemini, Anthropic. It has got a default orchestration mode where, given the prompt, it intelligently routes it to the right agent. It has got access to web data so that LLMs can be grounded on web data. You can do deep research. It can do deep research on web data as well as on internal data. You don't get that with ChatGPT or Gemini. It has got an integrated agent registry where all the agents across enterprise are registered within this central enterprise AI registry. You can see connectors, which is essentially MCP servers. You can upload files. You can upload images, CSV, Excel files, etc. We have a prompt library that is built into Circuit where employees can share prompts with others. Prompts can be personal. They can be shared with teams or organization-wide. There is a built-in prompt optimizer embedded into Circuit as well. There is an option to search on history, and you can bring your own data into Circuit via OneDrive. So we essentially enable a RAG on the content that we index from the OneDrive per user, and users can create so many projects. Now, these projects are behind the scenes also created as MCP servers that you can use in agent creation as well, which I'll talk about now. So this is an agent hub. Within an agent hub, it lists all the agents and the MCP servers, like what Shannon talked about, that you have access to based on the entitlement that has been registered during the registration time. You can register an agent, or you can register a connector that is an MCP server. Again, agents and MCP servers can be shared with, it can be personal, it can be shared with teams or organization-wide as well. And these agents can be hosted anywhere, on-premise or accessible from the cloud as well. So this is a agent studio. It is like Replit. You can wipe code AI agents on the fly. All you need is provide the requirements on the agents, and it integrates to all the MCP servers that are there in the MCP registry, and you can see the workflow. You can chat against it as well. There is an option to create images and video as well. We use Google Veo 3.1 model for this. And we have a limited release, alpha release for a super agent, which is open to a few employees alone, which allows you to connect to Outlook and WebEx data. You can chat against it. You can do something very similar to personal intelligence of Google or Moldbot, etc. Now, Circuit has become the #1 used AI tool at Cisco. We have more than 100,000 users using this tool, and we get on average 125,000 user prompts per day. And you can see users have reported a high degree of productivity with this. So here are all the LLMs models that are available for employees. We can see that end of this month, we are rolling out in integration with models running on Cisco AI Pods as well. It is indeed hosted on across 6 S200s deployed across 2 regions within Cisco on-prem. So if you had to implement something similar within your own enterprise, here are the fundamental architecture layers that you need to have. Like on the left side, you see LLM observability layer, which includes monitoring, metrics, auditing, etc. Then you have FinOps. If you provide API as a service, you need to have the token usage calculated per client so that you can do a charge back to them. You need to have model hosting or model API layer, capacity management to make sure that when you have enough capacity, TPM capacity for each of the models, so that you have enough capacity to serve all the API clients as well as your assistant needs. We have built-in orchestration, as I talked about, so that when a user puts in a prompt, they don't need to know which agent to route it to. We intelligently route the user to the right prompts. And the next set of layers is the platform architecture, particularly for Secure, where you have a UI and app services, we have agentic services, we have MCP services, the search engine layer, we have AI-ready data layer and the data stores to support those APIs. And finally, we have the ingestion layer to be able to push all the unstructured data within the enterprise into our ecosystem. On the right-hand side, you see security layer, where there is integration with Cisco AI Defense, guardrails, PI detection, secure search, etc. And there is integration to the external databases or vendor tools, or even remotely hosted MCP servers or agents. I'll be focusing on 3 topics, 3 as-a-service offerings: LLM as a service, RAG as a service, and agent as a service. So employees within Cisco has got access to pretty much all the API, all the LLMs that you saw in Circuit UI. They can access it through an API. The idea behind it is they can use this API to create GenAI agents and deploy these agents within their own embedded apps. So we have a free tier. This enables employees to create GenAI apps, innovate on it, get it ready for production, and once it is ready, they can migrate to a premium tier where there are no limits. Of course, with free tier, we have embedded a lot of rate limits. Now, what is interesting is that this is a standardized API layer, so it's easy for our employees to switch between a Gemini model or an Anthropic model by just changing the model ID within the API. And of course, we have our own gateway for rate throttling. Our API does token-based rate throttling as well as request-based rate throttling as well. We have an API portal where users can see the cost usage, and there's an API for metrics, etc. So here are some of the stats from both the API usage as well as the Cisco Assistant, Circuit Assistant usage. Last 1 year, we received 325 million LLM requests that led to processing of 1.45 trillion tokens, including prompt and completion and the embedding tokens. There are around 6,200 teams across Cisco utilizing this service. And you can see the scale at which we operate. So we implemented RAG within Circuit UI, which allows users to do RAG on all of Cisco's unstructured data. So one of the things that we're trying to see is we've done a lot of optimization within the RAG system. How do we take in all this optimization and provide it as a service offering across teams within Cisco so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel? So there are a couple of stages in which we implement this RAG onboarding process. Like one, the user goes to the API portal, they put in the information on the AI use case and the volume of the data they want to do RAG on. And then there is an automation job that kicks in to provide all the infrastructure components that needs to be created to enable this ingestion. And then finally, the user gets the details, they do the content ingestion, and then there is an API to actually do the RAG on it. I'll go into some of the details on those. So here are the infrastructure components that automatically gets provisioned. So we store, as soon as information is registered in the portal, that gets stored in Bigtable. We use Bigtable because of the low latency and high availability across the different regions. This is implemented across US and Asia and multiple regions GCP. And we kickstart the automation process for creation of Okta secrets. We use the Google Deployment Manager to enable the automated creation of Google Cloud Storage buckets, PubSub topics, the service accounts associated with it. And we kickstart automated process to create indices in Elasticsearch clusters. And it might be routed to different Elasticsearch clusters based on the volume of the data that is being specified. We use Elasticsearch for our keyword search. And we use Pinecone Serverless as a vector database. And we also create a namespace in the Pinecone vector database for the semantic content. And then there's a bunch of microservices that gets provisioned per client to enable the processing of all of these. And ultimately, the user gets notified of the API documentation, the credentials, and the endpoints, etc. Let me walk through the flow of a RAG implementation using our agentic RAG. We use LangGraph for the RAG implementation. So when the prompt comes into a RAG API, the agent first uses the LLM to create SEO queries, multiple SEO queries from the prompt, and each of these queries are sent in parallel to both the keyword search engine as well as the vector database search engine. And the results from both the chunks and it goes through a re-ranking process using a neural re-ranker, which are deployed on a microservice, which is attached to a L4 GPU node in GCP. And then there's one more level of re-ranking from all the chunks received from all the top results from each of the parallel queries. And finally, the best chunks goes to the LLM to generate the final answer. We use GPT-4o Mini because of the low latency. We get around 4 to 6 seconds time to first token. So you can see this is the microservice view with just what I've talked about. You can see that we are using an IDP to protect our endpoint. It goes through API gateways, APG, and talks to the variety of microservices, talks to the search engines. And finally, every prompt, every data point that led to a final answer is audited. It's sent via PubSub and gets stored in BigQuery, which is used for our debugging purposes. Now let me talk about the content ingestion process. So here, users have an ability to generate a token, a service token, a short-lived token. Using that token, they can upload the content into Google Cloud Storage bucket, and the reference URL of the Google Cloud Storage bucket gets sent to PubSub. And finally, there are microservices which reads from the PubSub and processes the documents for things like text extraction, chunking of the documents, embedding generation, and finally they get indexed into both Elasticsearch and Pinecone. Now, again, just like search, all of this data is 100% audited. There is end-to-end traceability for every document that passes through the system, and every microservice that touches it, there is an audit event sent. So you can easily query BQ to see what happened to a particular document. The third one I want to talk about is agent as a service. This is something we recently rolled out. As I mentioned earlier, as you've seen earlier in the demo, this is a no-code agentic tool where, just like Replit, you specify the requirement for creating agents. And it goes through multiple step process of interviewing you to figure out what your requirements are, clarifying the requirements, and then finally, when it's got the requirements done, it goes to the next step. There's a design phase where it shows you the LangGraph architecture, and once you accept it, it goes through the code generation process, and there is an automated code review that happens using another agent, and goes if there are errors, and it fixes it automatically, and finally gets deployed. The clean code gets deployed into GCP. So as you can see, there is a way to visualize the LangGraph nodes, and then there is a way to chat against it as well. Now, what this enables is anyone can create an agent utilizing all the tools in the MCP servers that are connected to our MCP registry. So imagine if all the MCP servers in the enterprise are registered in one registry, this could open up a lot of innovation within your company. Now, we also have integrated Langsmith into the system, where there's a debug mode. What this offers is traceability, LLM traceability, to see for all the calls that happen during the agent execution, you can see and look at the integrated self-hosted Langsmith implementation within our ecosystem as well. Now, let me talk about the architecture that supports this ecosystem. Pretty much the entire ecosystem is built on GCP, and we have deployed in multiple regions, US and Asia, and these are all microservices, and they are added to an Anthos service mesh so that we have failover and fault tolerance across the different regions. Now, on the right-hand side, you see our connectors, which pulls in data from the data sources within the enterprise. And that could be on-premise, it could be accessed from the cloud as well. So we have standardized all of our connectors as Apache Spark jobs. We have our own on-prem Kubernetes cluster, where we run Spark as using a Spark operator, and the content gets uploaded to GCS, and the reference URL gets sent to PubSub, which gets processed in the cloud. Now, the content is available from, accessible from the Google Cloud. We use the Google Dataproc to run the jobs. And for some use cases, we use Google Dataflow for doing data processing as well. Next, you see the ingestion services, which talks to the search engines. And then you have the retrieval services, which again queries the search. And you have the AI agents. We have multiple AI agents in the system. We have a PowerPoint agent where users can export a conversation as a PowerPoint using Cisco's own PowerPoint templates, where Cisco-approved brand images are embedded into it. We have deep research agents like we saw earlier. We have data analysis agents, which generates code on the fly on CSV in the Excel sheet that gets uploaded. And finally, we have the Agent Studio agent as well. Now we have administration services in the portal, API portal for managing the APIs. We have approvals for MCPs and agents gets registered within the ecosystem. We have the agent registry services, MCP services, and the LLM as a service, RAG as services, like just what we saw. And we have circuit-specific APIs. Pretty much for all the features that you saw in Circuit UI, you have an equivalent API service, and they're all backed by the data stores that you see above. So we have our own version of LangGraph checkpoint store, which we build on top of Bigtable. And we have our own conversation store, agent store, registry, all based on Bigtable. And we use APG as a gateway, and we use BigQuery for all the auditing purposes. Down below, you have AI defense for all of our security needs pertaining to the LLM. We connect to Cisco's own deep network model as well, along with the rest of the LLMs. And we have connectivity to on-prem so that wherever the agent is hosted, whether it's on-premise or not, we have a seamless connectivity to be able to securely connect to an agent or MCP server that's running on-premise. To summarize, so you should treat tools within MCP servers and the AI agents as software itself. Like, if you have high-quality API documentation, it's pretty easy to create MCP servers. One of the things that you saw in a super agent, we were using apps like Cloud Core or Codex to easily wipe code MCP servers. All we had to do is specify the API documentation URL, API details, and it could take an existing Git repository and create the tools dynamically. It's so easy. The models right now are pretty good enough to wipe code MCP servers as well. In fact, that is one of the things that we're working on to see how do we make it easy for employees to create MCP servers by just specifying the API documentation API endpoint as well. Now, there are a couple of things that you should focus on if you want to enable true automation in the enterprise. One, you need to make sure you have AI-ready data that is AI-ready within the enterprise. Two, you need to make sure there is an MCP interface for all the tools that are our APIs that is used within the enterprise. And then the idea is that you can bring in those MCP servers to a super agent or an agent in an agent studio just like you saw, so that they can talk to each other, agents can talk to each other and build upon each other. And that leads to exponential amount of innovation within your company. We have more about this in the Cisco DevNet Zone over here. I have a session detailing on the features of Circuit as well, Thursday morning, 8:45 in the morning over here in one of the breakout sessions. We have a Circuit booth right at the end of this hall. You can search in the Cisco Events app. You can search for Cisco Circuit. You can get it. We are more than happy to answer questions. I have my Circuit team over here as well. Thank you.
And with that, we are back in the Cisco TV studio, coming to you live from the middle of the beautiful world of solutions. I'm Steve Moulter. We have just wrapped another great center stage session. Shannon McFarland, Cisco's VP of DevNet and Cisco OSPO, that is our open source program office, brought in a fantastic panel of operations team leaders. And they were talking together about the different ways that they use automation frameworks to deploy the full AI stack. Really everything from cloud-native AI agents to MCP servers, RAG pipelines, and the Cisco infrastructure that supports all of these different capabilities. You know, the great thing about Center Stage, it's all actionable. Everything that you hear in those sections, it's something that you can actually deploy. It's something you can put into action right away to be able to improve your organizational performance, your network infrastructure, everything that you need to prepare for what's next. As always, so grateful to have you with us here on the broadcast, wherever you are tuning in around the world. We are bringing you every moment, every insight, every empowerment. It's all coming directly from Cisco Live EMEA 2026. Remember to please keep reaching out to us on your favorite social platform using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Before we leap back out to center stage and our next session, our favorite mime artist, Rob Boyd, is out there in the DevNet zone. How are you, buddy?
I am doing fantastic because I'm in the DevNet zone where happiness abounds. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take it over here. So I was told to do a deep dive on DevNet, and I was like, where do you go? How do I begin to summarize all the incredible information I have in my head, which actually really isn't that much? What would be a lot easier is to bring a friend. So I'm gonna phone a friend. Matt DiNapoli, come over here. So Matt, I always forget your title, but what is it?
Hey, Rob. I'm the head of strategy for the DevNet program.
Perfect.
Amongst a million other things.
I know. Well, what was funny is I didn't get a chance for us to talk and prep anything because you're busy. You've had a lot of traffic over in the area.
Yeah.
What's important to know about DevNet for this week? What have you guys been focused on? What's different from before, perhaps?
So this week, of course, there's going to be a little bit of AI involved in learning about how AI can be leveraged to get over those barriers of entry into automation and programmability. So that's something that we're focusing on this week, and something that you'll see more of from us in the future. We wanted to provide as many hands-on experiences as we could, and so right behind me here we have our new lab studio, the DevNet Lab Studio, where we have scheduled labs, kind of like the walk-in labs, but they're more proctored, and we're walking people through different automation and programmability use cases with NSO, Meraki, our new security cloud control platform, and then actually some stuff from Outshift as well around AI automation, AI community work. So it's kind of hitting the bleeding edge of what we're doing.
So really, are you getting the Internet of Agency, agency protocol direction? Yes. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly because I know there's agency. A couple of vowels missing on that. But Outshift was talking about Internet of Agents and really talking about, because I remember looking up and I go, oh wait, is this just like dealing with an MPC server? No, that's a different level of communication in terms of resources. But it makes me wonder, because you were looking over shoulders and you were helping out people. From the DevNet perspective, is this a comfortable shift with the influx of AI, challenging people's maybe definitions of what they're here to do from a programmability perspective?
Wow, that's a great question. So I would say there's a little bit of uncomfortability with it because people have been, our practitioners have been hitting a wall on automation and programmability where they're trying to get involved in it but aren't quite sure how to get started. And we've been trying really hard for over 10 years, you know this, to get us to a point where they feel comfortable with it. With AI though, what the message we're trying to send is these things can help you get, like I said earlier, over those barriers of entry, because it's not easy to learn how to code when you don't know how to code. And so we can use these tools to start to build applications, build integrations into Cisco platforms, extend and use the APIs for Cisco platforms for your IT operations. And that's what we're trying to message here today is like, it's become a little bit easier. You just got to know how to use those tools. So we'll show you how to do it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So with the presentations have been full. I love the fact you guys are using the headphones now, so it's not all shouty and such like this. But they've been busy, and I just always like the educational focus. I think I'm moth to a flame when it comes to that and that type of thing. Also because every one of you guys is super nice and help me understand things that I feel dumb even asking quite often. But it does feel like there's been a little, an evolutionary shift to understanding, oh, this is the value that we can continue to provide. And so I like the flexibility you guys have displayed in that. What sessions have been busy? What's been popular? Are you getting any?
Yeah, that's another great question. The ones that are always popular are still popular. When we look at the practical application of automation and programmability to network operations, to compute operations, to IT operations, those are the ones that are always going to be full because the people here, they live in that world. And so they're the ones that want to say, how can I optimize the way that I do my job? How can I solve more interesting problems? How can I make it so that I can deploy 1,000 devices at the same time? And so we're seeing that same kind of methodology. Now, the ones that have been interesting are the ones that then add that AI layer on that I was talking about earlier, because they want to know, hey, this stuff seems interesting to me. I don't know how to start to use it. Where's that practical application? And so it's more a focus. The education is underlying, but it's about enablement. It's practitioner enablement that we're going for this week.
No, that is awesome. Matt, I want to thank you for letting me just barnstorm in here and yank you out of break you out of your day job, because I know they're going to need you. But guys, if you get a chance, please come back by the DevNet zone. There's so much to learn. These guys are continually looking out for you, and the community, just at the very least, is certainly one to take advantage of. Steve?
so much, Rob. I appreciate it. Another great deep dive into DevNet, and I'm so glad you were able to bring Matt over. He did a great job. And as you said earlier, you want to talk DevNet, how long you want to go? There's just so much to dive into here on this show floor. It's one of the hardest things to get it done in 3 or 4 days. All right. Let's talk center stage again, accelerating industrial modernization for the AI era. I'm excited about this one as well because we've got our own Samuel Pasquier with us. Samuel's great. He's here with us every year. He's our VP of Industrial IoT Product Management. And he brought in a couple of great partner guests. So we've got Patrick Cox with us from Schiphol Group here in Amsterdam, along with Thrasivoulos Misteroudis, and he is from Carl Zeiss AG. We're excited for this conversation because it's going to guide us through building industrial networks that are designed specifically for operational simplicity, scale, security. We're going to get some great strategies to meet demands for increased bandwidth and lower latency here in the AI era. All right, out we go to center stage.
Thank you all for joining. I'm very happy to be here. And I think it's day 3 of Cisco Live, so very excited. So this session, we are going to talk about industrial environment, manufacturing environment. We're going to talk about AI and what technology can do to help you in your deployment. So let's get started, and I will be joined on stage with 2 customers later on. Let's get started. For some of you who have been at the keynote yesterday from G2, you've seen this slide, right? And G2 said that when we think about AI, we have seen the move from the last 3 years. We have been in the chatbot era, where you ask a question, you get some answer. We are moving to an agentic world where you will have tools that will help you to do your work and then help you to accelerate what you can do, and ultimately going to physical AI. The reason why I wanted to reuse this slide is that's kind of what we're going to try to cover today. We're going to talk about physical AI. When we talk about industrial environment, that's where physical AI would be extremely relevant. And we are going to show about what we do. And I have a few surprises towards the end of this session to show you what we do into chatbot and agentic world. So let's get started a little bit further. You've seen this slide as well. And G2, when he talked about AI world, he talked about what is holding the deployment of AI. He talked about AI infrastructure constraint in terms of data center. But here, we are about industrial networking and industrial environment. This infrastructure constraint is not only in the data center, it's also to be able to connect the infrastructure, connect the plant floor. So we are going to try to address that a little bit. He talked about the trust deficit. How are you going to make sure that you're going to trust the AI tool? So I will show you what we are going to do in industrial environment to help you with that. And finally, he talked about something that really resonated with me around the data gap. He mentioned that all the models that have been used in AI today have been using all the human-generated data. And there is a need to get more data to train the model inside your enterprise, inside your industrial environment. And when we look at that, we look on where is the data generated in the enterprise. 75% of the data is actually generated in your industrial environment, in your machine, in the plant floor, in your substation if you're utilities. That's what we see. And what we want to do and what we're trying to do within Cisco and the industrial networking team is help you to get this data to your data center, to your cloud, so you can do some training and improve the tools that you have. So let's get started. Our view, long term, is you will have the physical asset. When we talk about physical AI, you will have the robots, you will have the things that are moving, the AGVs, the AMR, those kind of things that are going to be available in your industrial settings. But the brain is going to need more power than what you have in those machines. So we think the brain is going to be in your local data center, and in the 2 environment, you'll have the network. And that's really the role that we feel like playing. We are the nervous system between the physical arm of the physical AI and the brain that's going to be in the data center. So what are we doing to help you achieve that vision of connecting the physical arm to the brain? Well, we have been investing a lot. We invested over the last 20 years in industrial network, but just last year, we introduced a lot of new products. So we have been leveraging our knowledge about IT, the chipset that we have, the operating system that we have, the management platform that we have, but we have been adapting those products to be able to be deployed in the industrial world. We have ruggedized switches, ruggedized router, ruggedized access point, ruggedized technology to play there. And what we've done just last year at Cisco Live US, for the one of you who have not been there, we introduced new switches to help you to connect those machines to be able to get more data to your data center, as well as we redefine wireless by integrating our curb technology, Cisco Ultra Reliable Wireless Backhaul technology, with our Wi-Fi 7 portfolio. So just to give you an idea, just last year, we've launched 19 new switches into our industrial networking portfolio. That is significant. I'm not going to go through all the kind of use cases that we have, but I invite you to go and visit the World of Solution when you can see that, and we have tried to put those in action so you can actually see the real use case. So we have been investing to help you connect your industrial infrastructure, but the next thing is, when we talk about AI is really around security, right? AI is not only be used to generate data, it also can be used by the bad guy to actually take control of your environment or extract information from your environment. So this is something that we are every day. A lot of our customers are talking about that. They are connecting more assets to their industrial environment, and they want to make sure they see what is connected and get visibility to be able to do protection. So here is a Cisco view on how we want to help you in that world. The first thing that we believe is important is to be able, if you want to be able to protect, is to be able to see what you have. And like I said, a lot of our manufacturing customers, they don't know what is connected on their plant floor. So we want to help you to get visibility. The second thing that we want to help you to do is, once you get visibility, is to be able to do some level of protection. And for us, protection comes through what we call segmentation, being able to isolate things. Typically, in those industrial environments, has been very flat kind of topology, flat network. So if you can start to segment a little bit, you're going to limit the attack surface, you're going to limit the transmission of problem east-west. The last thing is, once you've done all of that, you see what you have, you do protection. Obviously, you want to do remote access because you have machine and you have a vendor that want to access the machine to be able to do troubleshooting. So that's really the three things where we're trying to help. And the thing that is very particular about Cisco is we are doing all of that directly into our industrial switching portfolio. So our switches that we've built and launched last year, they can see, they can detect what you have, they can help you to do the segmentation, to be able to protect, and they help you to do remote access. That's kind of the strategy, and now we are putting our strategy into execution with our product. Let's double click a little bit on visibility so I can explain you where we are going, and I would bring the customer on site to deep dive a little bit more. Like I mentioned, you have tons of industrial assets, but you may not know what you have. So if you want to do segmentation, the first thing is to be able to see. So what we have done for a few years now is we invested in a tool called CyberVision. So CyberVision, what it does, it runs directly on the industrial switches. We look at the traffic that is going through the network, and with that, we can identify the asset. What you see on the screen is the run of CyberVision into a transmission gearbox plant in US of a big automotive customer. The good news is that we found everything. We found all the communication, all the different assets, what they do, who is talking to who, and so on. And we gave that to the customer. Do you like it? No, I see people saying no. Well, we were very proud of it. We were very happy. We found everything. You asked visibility, we gave you visibility. But realistically, it's too much visibility. You cannot do anything with it. It's not actionable, right? And we realized that quickly. So one of the things that we have done is we are leveraging AI technology that is called clustering. And what we have done and launched last year is the ability to take all the assets that you have discovered, the communication pattern, and guide you to show you who is talking to who, and really help you to have a representation of your industrial environment. And that's what we have done. And based on that, we can start to implement some segmentation policy. Now that you see what you have, now that we help you to represent what you have, you can see, hey, this PLC should not be talking with this other PLC or things like that. So that's what we have done. So I could go on, but I thought instead of me talking about it, is why don't we get two amazing customers on stage so we can go through a little bit of their environment and discuss with them what they have seen. So please welcome on stage Patrick from Schiphol Airport. Patrick, come in. Patrick and Akis from Carl Zeiss. So,
hello, Samuel.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Akis. Have a seat. So thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, everyone know about Schiphol Airport. People flew most likely through the airport to come to Cisco Live. Maybe a few may know Carl Zeiss, but it's an amazing company. So let's go through first on Patrick. Tell us, Schiphol Airport. What do you do at Schiphol, and tell us a little bit of the context of your work and challenge that you have.
Yeah, so thanks for having me here, Samuel. So yeah, like Samuel said, I think I don't have to explain what Schiphol Airport does, because I think a lot of people here came through Amsterdam through our airport, and I hope everybody enjoyed that. What people may not know is that Schiphol is one of the busiest airports in Europe. So last year we had over 68 million passengers, up to 250,000 per day. We have a lot of cargo. So it's a 24/7 operation. It never sleeps. It goes on all the time. And that's also one of our biggest challenges, to make sure everything stays running. And that's also one of my jobs as an architect, to make sure we make the right decisions to support the operational process.
Thank you, Patrick. So Akis, people are most likely using your product, but they may not fully know about it. So tell us a little bit more about Carl Zeiss and what you do at Carl Zeiss.
Thank you, Samuel. So my name is Akis Mistiroudis. I'm the head of the network and connectivity team under corporate IT for Carl Zeiss. So we are a global company, one of the leaders in the optics and optoelectronics. More than 46,000 employees in more than 50 countries. Most of you know our consumer market products, like the glasses that we are producing and the lenses for the cameras. But we are doing much more, like medical technology, industrial measurement and quality, and semiconductor manufacturing.
Oh, thank you so much, Akis. So now when we look at both of you, you have industrial environment and really critical infrastructure. So maybe let's start with you, Patrick. When you think about your critical infrastructure of the airport, what are the challenges that you see, and what is it that you are trying to do?
So one of our biggest challenges is that the airport operation is really depending on operational technology to work as expected. So we have a lot of OT domains, for instance, for baggage, but also for aircraft handling, for security controls, and so on. And any issue in each of one of those domains can have a huge impact on the entire airport operation. So everything needs to work together. We need to rely the data, we need to rely the network to be robust, and to enable us to handle all the passengers in time with the right experience.
When you say luggage, it's like when it doesn't work, you don't get your suitcase. That's pretty much what it means.
And that really impacts the traveler. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Your baggage is not sorted out, so that's why we care about technology. For you, Akis, what are your challenges in terms of technology and the environment where you play?
Yeah, as you saw, we have multiple business units with several needs for everyone. In the past, all the OT environment and the production areas were isolated. Now you want connectivity, you need, let's say, to access your data, which are not anymore in the shop floor. So you need to bring IT and OT together. And exactly what you showed before, visibility is the key.
Okay, so maybe maybe we start with you, Akis. Visibility. What does it mean, visibility, for you in your plan? For what were you trying to achieve exactly?
Yeah, visibility means that, of course, the OT environment is growing, and this environment needs, let's say, to have a communication with other parts of the company, even machine-to-machine communication. Of course, if you going and ask the OT colleagues how your machine is working, nobody can tell you that. So you need a tool in order to draw, let's say, this map that you showed before.
To be able to know who is connected to.
Exactly.
So what about you, Patrick? You know, when you look into your challenge, so you have this critical infrastructure. You also mentioned visibility was very key for you. What were you trying to achieve?
So, like I said, we have a lot of OT domains and we have a lot of suppliers bringing in their own solutions, often a network behind the network. So the visibility in those OT domains, it's really hard to get. So we're really looking to get more information from those domains to be able to action on it if necessary. So the diversity of the OT within the airport, that's tremendous, and that's also one of the main challenges.
Makes a lot of sense. So now, you know, when we look into, like we discussed before, you know, you have a lot of wisdom, right? You have been in the industry for some time. The reason you're on stage is obviously you have been using cyber-vision in your environment for some time. Is there any advice that you want to give to the audience? Anything that you want to share on how to do things and what the value you got out of that? Maybe Patrick?
Yeah, so my advice would be to start small. So to select one or a couple of OT domains, deploy a solution like CyberVision there, and then learn to work with the data, because you get a lot of new data, and if you go too big, you get flooded and it's difficult to take action. So learn to understand what you're seeing, work with the business to determine what the right behavior of the OT domain is, and then also set up the processes to do follow-up, to make it actionable. And once you have that in place, you can expand your horizon to different OT domains. But I think it's important to start small, get everything in place, and then build out.
No, that makes sense, especially, you know, when we saw the slide, if you see the big spaghetti plate might be complicated. So smart, small, and
you get a lot of data and information, so you need to do something with it. Yep.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. What about for you, Akis?
Yeah, I fully agree. That's the first step to do, definitely. We had the luck, let's say, that we had also a partner. So we did this journey with Orange and Cisco. I think very, very important is that you bring the two teams, the IT team and the OT team together, because they are two worlds with different needs. One, the IT world is agile. The OT world or environment needs stability. In the OT, you have other life cycles, life cycles for decades. In the IT environment, you can have also downtimes. You can take your laptop and go home. OT is working 24/7. So you need to bring all these people working together, and this is the challenge.
Okay, no, makes sense. So now when we think about, so you have achieved visibility, you know what you have in your environment. What is next for you? Where do you want to go? What's the next step into your journey to implement security into your industrial infrastructure?
Yeah, so first of all, visibility, see what we have in the network. Do we see what we expect to see? So that's also important. But also to get ownership. So if we see an OT asset, make sure we know the owner, so that if we need to do anything, we can contact the owner and provide him with the information to take action. So that's for us a really next step to get also good administration and to work on the processes to action on anything we see in the OT domain.
No, really good. Maybe I ask you a different question, Akis, because I know when we talk, you mentioned about, so the visibility was very interesting for you. It also helped you to do some troubleshooting. Can you share a little bit some of your experience on that front?
Yeah, I mean, when you first create firewall rules for such an environment, nobody knows exactly which are the ideally setted firewall rules. So with this tool, we have, of course, the full visibility. We can tighten practically all these firewall rules, and this is what we are doing. Next step, what we want to do is also to bring some automation. So we want to connect our CyberVision with some other identity service products, so that we can use segmentation based on identity. That's the first target. The second one would be, of course, to roll out to more production sites.
Okay, no, very good. Well, first, I want to say thank you so much. for joining me on stage. I think it was fantastic. Thank you for the trust over the years.
Yep.
And thank you for the deployment of Cybervision. And Cisco is very happy to have you as a customer. And I'm sure it's interesting to see how an airport, critical infrastructure in an airport or manufacturing site actually have a lot to share in common.
Yep.
So thank you so much, and thank you for sharing feedback with the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And obviously, Akis and Patrick are going to be around, so if you have questions, you are free to engage with them. So let's go into, we talk about AI, and we talk about physical AI and the infrastructure, how we can help you to connect things. We talked about how we can help you to get visibility and secure things. But there is another thing that is super important when we talk about industrial environment, is how to keep things running. So we talk about chatbot, we talk about agents. So let me explain a little bit on what we are trying to do with AI to help you in your industrial environment. So we talk to a lot of our customers, and we try to understand what's the escalation process when you are into, let's say, a plant, right? And what we see is we have typically 3 layers of escalation. You have what I will call the fireman, the people that is always the first responder, that is always on site, most likely on shift, 24 hours a day, with a screwdriver that can literally fix everything, from the conveyor belt to maybe the PLC to replacing maybe some cable and do things like that. Those people are very busy, they're on shift, they're always available. But sometimes the challenge are a little bit beyond their skill set. Sometimes they need to get a little bit deeper, and they may not have the full knowledge on how to do that. So they will have to call what we will call the OT escalation point, which, as an image, we'll call the doctor. You call the doctor. Those persons may not be on shift. They will work 8 hours a day, and every time you interact with them or you want to talk to them, you will have to wait for them to be available. So you add delay into the time it takes to solve your problem. And sometimes it's even more complex, as you need to go to your IT escalation point, because you may have an architecture change that you have to do, and it's even more complex. So every time you go from one layer to the next layer, you introduce delay because you need to have communication between the people and so on. So what we try to do with AI is we try to focus our energy in solving the easy problem that you see the most. So the first responder, they engage a lot, but a lot of the issue when you look about the network, they will have to wait for the OT escalation point to engage. So what can we do with AI to help you to give more tool in the toolbox of the fireman, of the OT person, the first responder, so they don't have to go to the next layer? And that's really what we are trying to do, is increase the amount of things that the first responder can do, give more tool in the toolbox without them being more knowledgeable, so they can get things working faster. So today, we are very happy to launch a new thing that is called Introducing Agentic Ops for Industrial Network. And what it is 2 things today, and a third thing that we want to go very soon. The first 2 things, it's think about it like a chatbot that will help the first responder to troubleshoot the infrastructure. So it's a chatbot on steroids because it can do a little bit more. It can do operational issue. So let's take an example. Your PLC is down, it's not connected. The first responder can ask this chatbot, why is the PLC not on the network? And this tool will go and do some level of troubleshooting for the technician to guide him on what is wrong. For example, we may be able to detect that you have a faulty cable. Maybe you have an HGV that went through and damaged a cable. So we can give some source of information for the technician to take action and guide them. That's the first thing. The second thing that we do is detecting misconfiguration issue. I'm sure a lot of you have machines into your industrial environment. What we see is a lot of those machines get delivered with the same IP address. And you have to rely on technology like layer 2 NAT to map those machines into your environment. And sometimes you may have mistakes. So our Agentic Ops can go and do a little bit more troubleshooting to help you with that. But the vision on where we want to go is we want to go to the agentic world. Like G2 mentioned in the keynote, the goal is to have the agent being working with you to do things. And what we are working and what's coming in the next 6 months is really to be able to prevent, detect things before you. So today, this is something that you question. It helps you to troubleshooting. It helps you to take action. In the future, in the near future, it will be always on working in the background and tell you before it even fails. So instead of you detecting, for example, that the PLC is down, it will tell you that it detected a faulty cable and you can take action. So that's the kind of thing that we are launching. And this is all available in the world of solution. We have a demo and I encourage you to go and play with it. You can actually ask your own question and you will see what it can do for you. So this is something we are very excited because once again, the goal is to give more power to the first responder. They can do more troubleshooting so they don't have to wait to have someone more knowledgeable to go and take action that the tool should be able to do for them. So that's the big announcement for us in industrial networking. But we have one last thing that is super exciting, and a lot of you have been asking for it. We know that we sell our ruggedized networking portfolio into manufacturing, utilities, those industrial environments I mentioned earlier. But a lot of you have a need to connect things in just outdoor network, a network that is beyond the office space. It can be from connecting a security camera in a parking lot to connect some outdoor Wi-Fi to some outdoor signage and things like that. And for those use cases, you want connectivity, but you also want the ease of management. So I'm very excited today to tell you that we now have the Catalyst IE 3500 series switches managed into the Meraki dashboard. This is available today. From the Meraki dashboard, you can now manage your Cisco IE 3500 industrial switches. So this is again available for demo on the World of Solution. I encourage you to go and test it. It's really all the powers that you know on the dashboard now available on this ruggedized platform, where you have flexibility and modularity of the configuration to connect all kinds of device, PoE device, and directly on the dashboard. So something very excited, and I encourage you to go and see it. So if you want to go further, here is a QR code where you can read the blog I did yesterday to go a little bit more in the detail. And please, again, go into the World of Solution to see all those things in action on the booth. Okay, with that, thank you so much for your time, and I hope to see you in the rest of the day. Thank you.
And welcome back to the Cisco TV studio, streaming to you in real time all over the world, with you every moment, with every technology here at Cisco Live Amsterdam in the Rai. I'm Steve Milter. We have just wrapped another fantastic center stage session. We're looking at new ways that we are building industrial networks for operational simplicity, scale, and for security. We also saw some different ways that AI is augmenting network operations so we can maximize production. As always with Center Stage, actionable ways that you can accelerate your industrial modernization journey. We're going to have Samuel and a couple of his guests here in the studio with us in just a moment. Before we do that, though, I want to very quickly turn our attention to Cisco IoT. Our industrial IoT solutions provide us with an integrated architecture. It connects our devices, it aggregates and analyzes our data, it delivers better business outcomes across so many industries. And Cedric is out in the World of Solutions right now at our industrial IoT zone. So, Cedric, let's send it out to you.
As I come down, if I remember, I'll mention through to
Sorry, production, but I think I have somebody in my ear right now that shouldn't be there. But yes, I'm here in the IoT zone, here on the booth right now. It's really exciting to be here. They have some really cool demos, which we're going to double click on in just a second. But I don't know that much about IoT and production. I mainly sit behind a desk most days and spreadsheets, actually, at my day job at Cisco. But I have Ruben Lobo with me right now, who's a director in our IoT department. Ruben, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come with us, to come talk with us, right, and to talk a little bit more about IoT. Now, as Steve mentioned, we came just from Center Stage. We heard some great innovation. We heard about how the industry is changing. Like, can you tell me a little bit more about like what's happening in the manufacturing industry and how does Cisco play a part in that?
Yeah, absolutely. So AI and software are revolutionizing manufacturing. And basically, you have the emergence of AI vision systems, software-defined automation, virtual PLCs that are putting new requirements on the network. And we're basically showcasing that technology here in this demo.
Right, and I think, you know, behind us you have like a very popular demo, right? Like I've seen a lot of people here before. Can you tell us a little bit more about what it does? It does have a do not touch sign as well. I think for an engineer it wants to make you touch it, to be honest. But tell us a little bit about like what's happening here. Like I can see some sort of puck coming in, so walk us through.
Yeah, you know, everybody loves to see this demo. You see moving parts, it's like a honeypot. Everybody comes here. So what we're showcasing is a typical manufacturing system. We've got 3 stages here, commonly found in manufacturing, and we're using this to demonstrate how these new technologies are advancing automation and at the same time putting new requirements on the network. So we've got 3 distinct stages to this demo. On this first stage, we have an injection molding system that's basically molding these hockey pucks that you see coming out. And they're getting put on a conveyance system, and you can see that the automation is moving the hockey puck in front of this blue camera that you see here. Right. And that's a vision camera that is being controlled by inferencing software that's running on that unified compute edge server that we have there. And so basically, there's very high bandwidth video feeds that are moving from the camera to the inferencing system. And that camera is PoE powered. It's being powered by this IE3500 industrial Ethernet switch that has got 10 gig uplinks that feeds that video into the inferencing system on the edge compute. Now, if the puck is deemed to be in good shape, it's going to move to the next stage. If it has a defect, it gets rejected down that chute down there.
Okay.
Now it moves to the next stage where we have a labeling process. So here a label gets applied onto the hockey puck, and we have the second vision system camera there that is making sure that the label is applied correctly. And if there's any mistake in the label, the puck gets rejected against the second chute over there. And if the label is okay, then it moves its way into the final stage, which is the packaging system, right? Now, I spoke about the high definition video and how the switches support PoE for the cameras. What else is happening is this entire automation system is being controlled by a virtual PLC that's also running on the unified edge server over there. And all of that jitter-sensitive traffic, right, that's flowing from the control system is also going through our industrial Ethernet switches. So we have, I spoke about the IE3500, that is a high bandwidth, high PoE switch. Over here, you can see that we have the IE3100H, an IP67 switch over here, which you can mount in hard-to-reach places to drive all the I/O and the drives. And then finally, we have an example of the IE3100 switch, which is a compact switch that is powering that particular camera over there as well.
So you really have the manufacturing part here, which I think is awesome. And I would like to have one of these pucks as well after the show. And then you have the technology part of it, which really powers all of it.
Exactly. It's the industrial network that basically brings all of this together and makes it happen.
And then you have here as well, as like we spent a little bit of time earlier this morning talking about Splunk. So how does Splunk now fit into this whole like demo or like kind of solution?
Yeah. So the Splunk platform is where we bring all the information together, right? It's that one platform that basically brings data from the vision systems, so you can see that data show up over here. You can see the data from the virtual PLCs being shown over here. And we're able to construct a digital twin of the entire automation system. At the same time, we're bringing telemetry from the network. We have security fused into the network, so we have CyberVision running on the switches that is inspecting all of the traffic and helping you understand the security posture of the assets. We have a Zero Trust Network gateway embedded in the switches that helps us remote access into the system. All of that IT and OT data is brought together on this dashboard for our manufacturing customers, where they can build custom dashboards to visualize their data in the way that makes most sense for them.
That's awesome, Ruben. Thank you so much for walking us through. I'm going to hang around a little bit. I have one question for you, Steve, when we throw it to you right now, which is, what do you think about hockey?
What do I think about hockey? You know what? I grew up in San Diego, not exactly a huge hockey city overall, but I used to go to games all the time. I thought it was the best. So thank you for bringing us all the puck story. Bravo to you. Bravo to Ruben for walking us through the technology and the capability. Love to see these live demos from out on the show floor. As promised, I've got the host of the hour, Samuel Pasquier, is back with us here, our VP of Industrial IoT. Congratulations on another excellent center stage session. You always bring us such great content. I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to let you bring Akis into the story. Have a good time.
Thank you, Steve. Well, thank you and welcome everyone. I'm very happy today to be with Akis, the head of network and security at Carl Zeiss. So Akis, thank you for joining me. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about Carl Zeiss and what you do and what you do at Carl Zeiss?
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Akis Mistiroudis. I'm the head of the network and connectivity. My team is part of corporate IT operations. So we are operating in more than 50 countries, more than 46,000 employees worldwide. We need to bring the connectivity to them. Our company is one of the leaders in optics and optoelectronics. So we are having multiple business units, and it's a challenge to connecting them securely and reliable.
You know, I can appreciate that. And Carl Zeiss is an amazing company. I had a chance to visit you on site. It's mind-blowing what you do, so it's very impressive. So tell us, obviously, so you are doing networking. It's in a very industrial environment. So what challenge do you see in your day-to-day, in your infrastructure that you are trying to solve?
Yeah, the challenge in the OT environment is that for many years, these environments were isolated. And nowadays, we need to connect them with either other domains or outside, let's say, our network. So this is the reason why we have such challenges, and we need, of course, to do that in a reliable and secure way.
So when you look back into your industrial environment, obviously you have IT, you have OT. How is it working for you, and how are you trying to solve those challenges there as well?
Yeah, that's a challenge because they are two environments with different requirements.
Yeah.
So OT environment needs a 24/7. It needs stability. The life cycles are decades long. In the IT, you are more agile. You can have frequent updates. And at the end of the day, you can also disconnect your device and take it home. So these are two different environments, and you need to bring them together.
So I know that obviously visibility has been top of mind for you in those industrial environments. You have been deploying CyberVision, and I think you had a goal to optimize firewall rules, right? So tell us a little bit more on that, on how that worked out. How did it work for you?
Yes. So in the beginning, when we tried to enable the connectivity from OT to the outworld and vice versa, of course, we asked our OT colleagues which are the applications that they are using. So in the beginning, of course, you don't have the ideal firewall rules. And for that, you need a tool in order to report all the traffic patterns. And based on that, of course, then we were able to segment correctly and make the appropriate firewall rules as well.
So you've deployed CyberVision to help you that. So if I can say, or paraphrase what you said, you really use CyberVision to narrow and make those firewall policy a little bit narrower, so you open less to the outside world, right?
Exactly.
Okay, very good. And so I know you also integrated CyberVision with ICE. Can you tell us a little bit more about it, and maybe some advice for the audience that we have today?
Yes, the advice is actually to bring these two worlds together.
Yeah.
The colleagues who are coming from the OT domain needs to work very closely with the IT personnel. And that, I think, is the biggest challenge.
So it's really a human problem, getting people to work together, having the right tool for them
it's
to
a
work.
cultural.
It's a cultural problem to solve. That's the one that takes a little bit more time usually.
Exactly.
So that's really good. So, look, Carl Zeiss is continuing to expand globally. You have already a global presence. So what's next for you? What is the next big milestone for you?
Next activities from our side is to roll out the solution to more locations, manufacturing locations especially, worldwide, and bring also some automation and segment based on the identity of the connected devices.
Okay, okay. No, that's really good. So, and I know the announcement that we have done this week around cyber vision and being able to push upgrade and threat intelligence, I think that should help you to expand globally. So, Akis, I'm very glad to have you today. Thank you for your trust and confidence over the year. It's been fantastic. And, you know, I hope to be able to come back again to see you in your fantastic museum at Carl Zeiss. And thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Back to you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Great job. And Akis, thank you again for being here. I know we say it again and again, but I'll just combine in with Samuel. We so appreciate the partnership. It's really how we get great things done here at Cisco as well. Without our partners, we're nowhere. So thank you for joining us here. We're actually going to come back into the studio in just a couple of moments because Samuel's going to bring in another one of his great guests, and we'll have a conversation as well there. Before we get a chance to do that, I see my pal Amy Vertanis is back up on the high ground over the showcase in the world of solutions. What are you seeing out there, my friend?
Hi, Steve. Yes, I'm up here looking out everywhere. One thing I can see, first of all, is how busy it is this year. It's a real buzzing atmosphere. There's an incredible feeling as you're here watching everyone, just having a great time. There's also some lovely smells up here, as there is a lovely popcorn stand, which we just noticed right down there below me. So it's just a wonderful thing to see. Now, right here, obviously, we've been seeing lots of center stage sessions, and that is right over there in the corner. You've got this huge hall here. There's actually 7 halls here in total, as Steve, you mentioned earlier. Through there into the other hall is the DevNet zone, which is huge, and you've got the Cisco Insider there as well. And then you come through to this hall, and you come down through to the Cisco Showcase, where I will be going after this to go and join Cedric. And you can see there you've got the future-proof workplaces, you've got digital resilience, and the AI-ready data center. So there's so many things here and so many wonderful demo stations if you are here to get a chance and take a look at everything that's going on here at Cisco Live this year. And then further down, right at the end, we've got the Purpose Pavilion, which I was there yesterday. Through to the other hall over there, which is Hall 2, I will be there this afternoon with Rob. Rob and I are going to take a look at the social media hub. We'll be telling you about that, and we've also got the Cisco store through there, so we'll be there this afternoon so you can take a look. Purpose Pavilion, as I mentioned, is there, which I was at yesterday. Really exciting to see everything that Cisco does in terms of repurposing things here, and that actually goes for Cisco Live itself. Most of the things you can see here will be repurposed. The wood is going to local carpenters. The plants are actually going to the local zoo, which is one of the oldest zoos in the world. Also, even in our very own studio, the metal is actually going to some local artists. Some of the carpets here have actually been made by reused, recyclable water bottles. So, you know, we really are repurposing everything here, everything focusing on sustainability. So you have to come check it out. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate it. Yeah, that 0% waste, this is a phenomenal aspect of what we do here at Cisco. And I think it makes the show so exciting. And what one thing that I'll add on top, Amy, of what you just said, everything that we see here in Amsterdam next year, we're just going to hop that on over to London. We're going to go across the we're going to go across the pond and be over at the Excel Center. So we'll look forward to seeing everybody there. A lot of what you're seeing now, you will see then, just in different shapes. But boy, things look great out on the show floor. Thanks for giving us the tour. Always great to have your eagle eye up there on the top. So we are back in studio, and as promised, Samuel has brought in another guest from the center stage session. Sasan, welcome. We're so glad to have you here. I'll make the official introduction over here on this side with Samuel, but I'm going to get out of the way. Have a great conversation.
You know, after manufacturing, we're going to go into utilities. So I have with me Sasan from Enedis, Senior Advisor at Enedis. So thank you so much for joining me today. I know Enedis quite a lot. I've been working with you for many, many years, but maybe the audience doesn't know who is Enedis. So can you tell us a little bit more who is Enedis, what they do, and what do you do at Enedis?
Yeah, thank you, Samuel. It's always a pleasure to be here with Cisco family. So Enedis is main DSO in France, covering over 95% of population in France. We use a secure IP-based network and data to ensure grid reliability and also to accelerating digitalization and clean energy in France. So to put this in perspective, Enedis is operating over 2,300 primary substations, more than 800,000 of secondary substations, with many of them equipped with a control system from SCADA. And also we have our AMI system that we are deploying in France with more than 37 million of households equipped with our solution.
So that's quite impressive, you know. And so maybe my first question would be, when we talk about scale, right? Because that's impressive number that you just shared. What does it mean for you? You know, when you start this project about connecting the site, what does it mean? Well, scale, explain me a little bit the thought process for you.
So we designed our solution for scale from the beginning. You know, we knew that the solution had to be deployed in tens of thousands of sites. So the solution had to be industrial. And you know better than me that in such a project, the success would depend on repeatability, standardization, and automation. So during the journey, we had to deal also with PST and switch off.
Yeah.
So the problem was multiple, and the speed was really, really important. So zero-touch provisioning and also automation was the only way to do it, and eventually they became the foundation of our solution.
No, thank you for that. So you have been using Cisco Field Network Director to operate at this massive scale. Can you maybe explain the audience, you know, what changed for your team on a day-to-day operation? What does it mean to work with Cisco Field Network Director?
Yeah, actually, the IoT FND brought us a way to onboard at scale. Mm. And we use it mainly for zero-touch provisioning, but nevertheless, it has been key to standardize configuration, to accelerate rollout, and also to reduce operational frictions. Mm. It wasn't always a journey, with a shallow journey. You know, we had to deal with many problems as we were among early adapters for IoT FND and for IR1101 as well. But at the end, it was really key for that purpose.
Thank you. So obviously, you mentioned it, you deploy IR1101 at huge scale, managed with FND. So what are the gains? You know, what does it mean in terms of business impact for you, you know, that you have deployed this solution? Yeah,
IR1101 has been extremely reliable. Actually, we see very, very few maintenance. And operationally, this translates on fewer interventions, fewer truck rolls, and also faster recovery in case something does happen. Mm.
So, you know, you've been using IR1101 for your distribution automation, but I also know you have been deploying a lot of photovoltaic sites, mm-hmm. and you've been talking about virtualization of the RTU. Yeah. Tell us a little bit more about it and what does it mean for you?
Well, we had a real field problem to solve in 3 months. So at that time, we had to come up with a solution in order to control low voltage photovoltaic sites because of the problem in transmission network. So as you know, for the small projects, the total cost is critical. So having 2 devices, one for communication and one for RTU, wasn't realistic. Mm. We had basically 2 options. Either we deploy a new RTU and rebuild everything, zero-touch provisioning, deployment process, or we could build on our proven methods, deployment methods. So having virtual RTU on Cisco devices led us to use this proven deployment method. And also it helped us to keep the footprint in one device, and also to simplify operations end-to-end.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. It's really our software now. RTU are becoming software running on virtualizing that and really having the efficiency at scale that is provided with Cisco FND and IR1101. So, you know, one last question before we go. obviously, what's next for you? You know, how do you see the architecture evolving over the years at Enedis?
Well, as you know, we are connecting more and more renewables to the grid, and also we have to support the clean agenda for Europe and the national clean energy agenda. So with all the EV charging platforms that we are connecting to the grid, and also the heat pumps and so on. So observability and having control in real time are non-negotiable. So we need a new architecture that supports this kind of new use cases, moving to increasingly edge computing capabilities, the ability to host, smarter logic locally, and also to have a secure automation at scale, and eventually having AI at the edge. So the goal is to keep the grid safe and stable while we managing far more distributed assets in real time.
No, thank you. Well, I have to say, unfortunately, we have to give it back to Steve, but I want to say thank you so much, Hassan, for the partnership over the years.
Always a pleasure.
I have to say, Steve, as you know, I speak with a little bit of a French accent, just a little. And obviously, Enedis, my home country, it means a lot. So thank you for the trust, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Steve.
All right, next time the entire interview in French. Good, we've decided. Thank you, Samuel. And again, thank you so much, Hassan, and to Enedis as well for the great partnership. So appreciated. Before we hop into our next in-studio interview, we're going to take a quick visit out to the front of the showcase down in the World of Solutions, where Amy has found Cedric. You found each other.
We have.
We did, yeah. We don't normally spend that much time together in front of the camera, but
Not
we do,
camera.
right? Yeah,
No.
we do off camera, right? Anyway, yeah, we're here at the showcase, Steve. We've been here many times already, and we will visit many times more later today, tomorrow. But this is all about technology, and Amy, we were just discussing, there is so much more than technology as well here. There's a lot about people. So why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people, more people here this year than there has been before in Amsterdam at Cisco Live. And, it's all about networking in terms of connecting with people that you know, meeting here together. And also here at Cisco Live on Thursday evening, there's a big party that is here for the customers and partners, and obviously all of us at Cisco to have a great time. I believe there's a mountain theme there. So, it's a great opportunity to come here and just meet and connect with people, which is great.
I didn't know there was a mountain team. I don't have any mountain stuff with me, but anyway, we'll fix that later.
I have some snow boots you can borrow.
Right. Well, actually, I have boots on right now. Anyway, no. So I think that's great that we have that event. We also have way more around here as well that maybe we can touch upon later, right?
Yeah.
I think now we need to go back to the studio, to Steve, to you. I was going to ask if you like mountaineering, but I already asked if you like hockey, so I'll just spare you from that one.
Really all sport, Cedric, all the time. Thank you both for continuing to bring us the great story out from the show floor. We really do appreciate it. It brings all the energy and the dynamism to what we're doing right here in the studio. All right, so right now, we are going to dive into Cisco customer experience. I always love talking CX. It's one of my favorite elements and aspects of what we do here at Cisco, because it's our comprehensive AI-driven, lifecycle-focused service model. This is what's helping organizations really maximize their Cisco investments, get the most out of them. And Rob is here in studio with Bhaskar and another amazing Cisco partner. So Rob, let's send it over to you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Yeah, I love these kind of conversations as well, because it's a chance to speak with customers about what is the reality of how these things are actually working in the real critical environments where decisions become extremely important. And as Steve said, so we've got a couple of very interesting individuals here. We've got the CIO from AIDA Cruises, Gordon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And of course, SVP of Engineering for Cisco CX, Bhaskar, appreciate you being here as well. I'll kick things off and then let you guys kind of go into some details. But Gordon, I wonder if you could just set the stage for us. Explain AIDA Cruises and your relationship with your Cisco technologies.
Sure, happy to. So AIDA Cruises is a German cruise company. We operate 11 vessels across the globe. We're part of Carnival Corporation. In total, currently 94 ships that we operate worldwide. And from an IT perspective, we look at the vessels like floating cities. That's how we operate them, basically. And I think the real game changer over the last couple of years was actually the connectivity. So satellite connectivity, connecting our vessels with shoreside, for the purpose of our guests, but also for our crew, was really a game changer for the guest as well as crew experience, and network was a key part of that. So we had to really think about a new network architecture on board to provide services and to build a resilient infrastructure on board, and that's where Cisco really was a great partner in setting that up for us.
Yeah, actually, Gordon, working with your team was a fantastic experience. Right from day one, we wanted to make sure that we put together the best network for connectivity, irrespective of where the ship was, whether it is on the dock, whether it is in the middle of the ocean. We worked with you to install 20,000 Wi-Fi units, working with your satellite partners. And I think in some cases, the network connectivity in your ships actually beats some of the ones on land.
That's what we hear, yes.
How has that experience been for you?
Well, it's been great because it is, as you say, it's the foundation for all the services that we want to provide, crew as well as guest-facing. A big component in that environment was open roaming, which we brought in. We're the first cruise line to offer open roaming to our guests, which is really great because they immediately connect to the network. Because historically we had guests lining up at the front desk with their mobile phone trying to connect, how to hook up to the Wi-Fi network. And we wanted to make that step as seamless as possible. And that, together with you guys, worked in a fantastic way. So this really seamless access to our digital services throughout the customer experience, throughout the guest, makes the vacation really begin once you enter on board. So and you don't have that technical hurdle to access our digital services.
I love that because whenever I do go into a place, I get immediate access to everything I need. You guys are probably driving a lot of services through that connectivity, so it's not just about, oh, I can get my email, but I can actually interact with your services in a more integrated manner.
Yes. So how we can actually enhance the vacation experience is through digital services. So the service portfolio of location-based services is a big factor in that from a technology perspective. Where am I? How do I go from A to B? Also for us knowing where's the customer to, at some point, provide services that are specific. When you board a cruise ship, when you embark, it's all about where's my cabin, which restaurant has open, which outlet is available. So we can provide through the digital channels, through the network, all these kind of services that enhance the guest experience.
Well, let me ask you both, maybe comment on this, but where do you see this relationship going next? First of all, thank you, because I appreciate the kind of interaction. Sometimes getting feedback from customers is the most important thing for us to be able to improve and iterate, if you will. So I assume you're getting that. You guys seem very friendly with each other, so the relationship must be good. But where's AIDA go next with these technologies?
Well, we're building on Cisco Spaces, as I said, with all the services, and I think that is a platform where we can do a lot more. So personalization we can take to the next level. It's all about the data that we actually do collect from our network. We've built a shoreside digital twin, before we actually take the technology to our vessels. We actually sit together in our digital twin, see how things work out, because it's not so easy to bring technology onto a cruise ship. I mean, the cruise ship is somewhere around the world. We have defined dry dock cycles, so very short time periods of 10 to 14 days where we can replace a full network architecture. And this is where partnership needs to go hand in hand, and we need to plan things very efficiently. So we do that in the digital twin, and that's a good foundation for us.
No, I love that. That gets you off to a good start. Go ahead, Bhaskar.
And Rob, working with a company like AIDA Cruises, which is like on the bleeding edge of technology, is phenomenal. First of all, congratulations to be the first cruise line which supported open roaming, working with the Worldwide Broadband Alliance. So that's phenomenal. And the other part, DNA Spaces, right? By using it, you are taking care of your compliance, regulation, safety, so that you can take care of emergency response and whatnot. And by the way, every time I talk to you, people in your team, it has been fascinating, especially to think through the dry dock process where you have to turn the whole thing around within like a couple of weeks, and there's nothing else you can do, right? If you're like a day over, it's going to impact like millions of people.
Yes, we need a good planning, and we need a good partnership to do so, because as you say, there are thousands of people. It's not only, we don't go on a dry dock to replace technology. I mean, there's so many things that we're touching from an operational perspective, but also from of course, guest-facing and crew-facing perspective. So that really needs to go hand in hand, thousands of people there. Yeah, thanks to you. This works very, very
well, thanks for the partnership. We love it.
What dawns on me, I don't know if this had already been discussed, but you're essentially a very complex home office in dry dock with a very short window and a lot of pressure, and then you become a very complex and I don't mean complex in a positive way, not in the way that we're trying to get rid of per se, but when the ship goes out, now it's a remote. And so if things fail, resilience means something different to you guys in that situation, because I'm sure you're prepared, but you're going to have less resources available to you.
Well, resilience is the baseline of everything. Needs to be needs to come by design, and that's why we need to have a really robust environment and a platform that we can build on.
Yeah.
We historically had many different suppliers for all kinds of services, hardware as well as software-based, but I think with the platform that we're now establishing together with Cisco and the partners, I think we really have a good step where we bring things together that we can really build on.
In preparing for this, I've really enjoyed learning more about you guys, since I wasn't that familiar with it. As a I used to be a hotel manager, and that was my career before I got into technology. So the whole service combined, because when I was in it, we were introducing new technology, cabling for the first time in many situations. So this is fascinating. You guys are amazing, and I really love the partnership and the chance that we get to expose all that.
It was great to have Gordon here as part of Cisco Live.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you both. Hope you enjoy the rest of your trip with that. We'll go back to Steve.
Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate it. And to Bhaskar and Gordon especially, thank you for bringing us this great partnership, this great story. Very excited to hear how AIDA is going to integrate Digital Twin and Cisco Spaces into your customer services lineup. Super exciting. We are heading back into center stage now. This time, we're going to talk about one click to distance zero. Specifically, what does that mean? AI-driven AV over IP devices, how we are powering the next era of collaboration. We've got Espen Loberg leading us off, VP GM of Collaboration Devices. We're going to head out to Espen right now. Here we go.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Amsterdam. I'm super excited to be here today to talk to you about our collaboration devices portfolio. In 2025, every leading industry analyst ranked Cisco #1 in smart collaboration devices. And we closed the year nearly twice the size of our closest competitor. Why is that? It's because Cisco is the only vendor that can offer a fully integrated workplace experience solution, combining devices, collaboration software, networking, and security in one single platform. We lead this industry with 6 key advantages: our integrated solution, our AI agentic innovation, our fully open ecosystem, and our unmatched security. On top of that, we put our AI-assisted management and assurance and cutting-edge 3D planning tools. These 6 advantages come together, creating something much bigger. Connected intelligence. People connecting with people, people connecting with AI, and AI agents connecting with other AI agents. Devices are not just cameras and microphones anymore. They are AI-powered nodes that process intelligence at the edge. They sit at the intersection where AI meets your physical world. Over decades, we've introduced incredible devices that are easy to use, easy to deploy, and beautiful to experience. But our innovation continues to evolve as our users' needs change. Technology gets smaller, faster, better, allowing us to bring incredible distance zero experiences to every workspace. Today, I'm going to show you where we're going next. This is the RoomKit Pro G2. And it's a real game changer for this industry. For decades, large collaboration spaces have been fragile patchworks of DSPs, extenders, and switchers from multiple vendors. A giant puzzle that has been hard to deploy and even harder to manage and scale. And agentic AI? Forget about it. Legacy AV was never built for AI to autonomously orchestrate experiences. So we decided to solve the AV puzzle once and for all, not by adding another piece, but by eliminating the puzzle entirely. And that's what we did with this beautiful device. Inside, having this even more beautiful module from NVIDIA that is incredibly complex and innovative and unlike anything that's been seen in this industry before. It delivers 25 times the AI compute of the previous generation. 25 times. What does that get you? It gets you real-time spatial awareness, enhanced noise removal, and AI note-taking in your most demanding spaces. No lag, no latency, just trusted intelligence where it needs to be, in the room. Let's have our team in Oslo show you.
You're going to have so much fun.
You know what? I think we need to upgrade this room.
Definitely. Let's start with a couple of Ceiling Mic Pros. Let's add a couple of Room Vision PT Sight cameras.
Only 2 additional cameras? Boring. Come on, we can take it further than that. The beauty of AV over IP is that it's just a matter of bandwidth and ports, and I don't think that's going to be an issue here.
And that's AV over IP. It makes it really, really simple. 7 cameras, 2 Ceiling Mic Pros, and it all only took a matter of minutes. I think our meeting is about to start now. Steven, should we join?
And just like that, we've enabled a solution making sure that everyone is seen and heard. The view follows so you don't miss who's speaking or how the conversation is evolving.
This is going to let us focus on the meeting, not the technology.
Even from the back of the room, the image stays clear with extended reach.
Yeah, advanced scenarios does not mean complexity for end users or for admins.
No cable chaos, no manual tuning. Complexity made simple with the new RoomKit Pro G2.
What do you think? Is that great? The RoomKit Pro G2 takes cinematic intelligence to the next level. Our agentic director orchestrates up to 7 4K cameras and 8 Pro microphones that enable advanced speaker tracking, cinematic cross views, and flexible room configurations. And then it enables these amazing spaces. Extra wide rooms with large format displays. They're now solved. You can add 2 cameras in front of the room for seamless coverage. Then we have the extra long rooms, where people at the end of the table couldn't be seen properly. Solved. Now we have 4 cameras that do cross view and can capture every participant, even at the far end of the table. And then finally, we have the rooms that divide. The ultimate challenge for AV integrators, now solved by one incredible device with multiple configurations. All of these spaces require integrations that extend to the displays. So we are deepening our partnership with world leader Samsung, now including all their certified displays in Cisco's Workspace Designer. We are making it easier than ever for you to build your spaces with confidence. With AV over IP, we simplify installation with one cable. One cable that delivers media, control, and power. There are 8 PoE ports in this device, where you can connect your cameras, your microphones, and your controllers, and you can seamlessly extend these capabilities with the Cisco 9200 series switches. And absolutely everything is visible in Control Hub. Even the old-fashioned Pro analog microphone inputs are now visible there as an industry first. There's another industry first. The Kit Pro G2 is the first device for large spaces that has been built for Microsoft Devices Ecosystem Platform, or MDEP. It has native support for Microsoft Teams, WebEx, and Zoom. is available to order tomorrow, and we will start shipping in April. We are not just reinventing the large spaces. We also bring incredible cinematic experiences to any desk and small table with express installations. Our Desk Pro has been bringing simplicity to personal workspaces and focus rooms, where important conversations happen and where you need stage quality video when the moment matters. Today, we are taking that to the next level. Let's take a look.
In the moments that matter the most, when it's not just about showing up, but being seen and heard, as if you're in the same room. When you need to share your best ideas and illustrate brilliant insights, you need a device designed for collaboration at the highest level. Introducing the Cisco Desk Pro G2.
You're allowed to clap again. This right here is the Cisco Desk Pro G2. It transforms small huddle rooms into dynamic collaboration spaces. For high-stakes one-on-ones, the dual 48-megapixel cameras deliver executive presence. When more colleagues gather, our 105-degree field of view angle lens enables an instant collaboration space with natural depth and perspective. And this amazing industry-first dual lens camera is also ready for 3D meetings whenever you are. One single USB-C cable delivers 80-watt charging and a fully featured docking station. And with zero-touch provisioning via Control Hub, it enables smart global deployments of all our agentic experiences, truly scalable. And finally, it is also, of course, certified for the Microsoft Device Ecosystem Platform. Available to order today and shipping already. Don't hesitate. We focus relentlessly on creating seamless workplace experiences for every worker, including the frontline workers, nurses, warehouse staff, and manufacturing teams. They need reliable communication that moves with them throughout their days and all their demanding environments. But consumer devices, they lack the enterprise integration, and third-party devices lack the management that we can offer to eliminate complexity. And when milliseconds matter for safety, connection delays are unacceptable. For decades, Cisco phones have been the foundation of reliable communication across organizations worldwide. We have shipped more than 100 million phones. We recently revamped our entire phones portfolio with the 9800 series desk phones, bringing AI capabilities, modern design, and seamless integration with WebEx calling. Today, we are bringing one more amazing phone to this lineup. Let's have a look.
It's more than a phone. It's a lifeline for the front line. Introducing the Cisco Wireless Phone 9821. A lightweight powerhouse built for business calling with total reliability. Running on Wi-Fi 6E, it integrates seamlessly into existing communication workflows while offering the robust support options your business needs. Built for the shift, it's a shared device with shared lines and push-to-talk, fully IT managed for seamless deployment. And with a dedicated action button, safety is always one press away. Designed for on-site mobile workers in healthcare, manufacturing, retail, education, and more. The Cisco Wireless Phone 9821 is reliable, secure, connected.
Isn't that cool? It's this beauty right here, and you can see it demoed at our booth. This phone, the Cisco 9821, is the next innovation in our 9800 series phones. With this amazing wireless phone, we extended your collaboration platform to mobile workers with secure enterprise-grade Wi-Fi. It enables your frontline workers with our leading agentic AI platform. The rugged design and the tactile keypad, the interchangeable battery, it all handles these demanding frontline environments. And the configurable action button that you saw on the video here enables push-to-talk capabilities and enable instant responses. This is a device that is built for enterprise scale. It runs on your familiar phone OS, and it can be managed, of course, in Control Hub. It also supports Cisco ThousandEyes for end-to-end network assurance. I want to tell you one more thing about Control Hub. The one place to manage full-stack collaboration. Our secret sauce where the simplicity of management meets AI troubleshooting. And now, to meet admins where they are, we are introducing another industry first. AI agent integrations, allowing your admins with agentic ops in your AI platform of choice. Amazon QuickSuite, Microsoft Copilot, and more. With this, you will get automated insights, trend reporting, and proactive recommendations with secure, managed access to the information that you need. One more innovation that we are incredibly proud of. I can stand up here and show you technology all day. But what really matters is whether it solves your real problems. That's why I want you to hear from someone who's actually doing this in real life. Adidas, they're transforming how they work globally. More than 150 global locations, more than 1,000 meeting rooms, hybrid teams collaborating across time zones. Please welcome my good friend, Darius Langer, to stage, the Senior Director of Digital Workplace at Adidas.
Hi.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Darius.
Thank you.
Have a seat. So, Darius.
Yes.
So great to have you here.
Thank you.
Meet you again.
Thank you for having me here.
Can you tell us a bit about your role at Adidas and maybe also share what inspired your team to start reimagining their workspaces?
Yes. So I'm Darius. I'm heading up Digital Workplace at Adidas. I mean, part of the Digital Workplace is, of course, the hybrid workplace, so where we are collaborating, how we are imagining our users are collaborating with each other. So that's basically one of the main and important parts of our Digital Workplace environment. Beside the meeting rooms we are managing, or we are thinking beyond the meeting rooms which we are managing, we have over 2,000 meeting rooms which are globally distributed, but we are truly also thinking about an end-to-end collaboration possibility once you're on the road, once you're at home, once you're on your mobile or on your computer. So that's basically where we truly believe this is the added value, because collaboration is not just happening in a meeting room. It starts in a meeting room, but it's not only there. And how many people are joining a meeting without being in a meeting room, right?
Great. So, when you were planning and evaluating your options for how to take your workspaces to the next level, what challenges did you meet, and what were the must-haves that you couldn't really compromise on?
I mean, we started with a certain inconsistency in solutions, right? So each and every meeting room had slightly different setups. We've seen delays in how the meeting starts. We've seen people didn't know how to use technology. And I think this is what we started to uniform over the last couple of years, more and more to see, hey, it's so easy to press one join button and join a meeting without thinking about the technology, to thinking about the need of explanation, because it was so natural. And see how people are using that naturally across all our portfolio from a laptop or in a meeting room. The experience is really unique. And that's something what really triggers us to see that the setup, what we are believing into, and how we choose the platforms which we're using is really beneficial for our users.
So I think, I mean, yeah, when we met some years ago, I mean, you were already very kind of conscious about scale and operational excellence.
Yes.
How has that kind of turned out for you in your environment? I mean, you have been on an amazing journey.
Yes.
You went from kind of zero to more than 1,000 Cisco meeting rooms in, I think, less than a year.
Yes.
How did you actually make that happen?
I mean, it was a great collaboration with our global work-based team. I mean, of course, it's all about budget and having the ability doing that. I think there was a nice, unique possibility to standardize due to the fact of legacy systems which we had in meeting rooms, where we said, okay, they're end of life. What kind of partner fits our portfolio the best? One of the main criteria is for us global availability of hardware and solutions. I mean, this is not given with each and every solution provider in the market. And we really see an impact on users, but we also see an impact on our own IT organization, how to run and how efficient you can run a meeting room and how consistent you can run a meeting room once you set up things in a way that are way much more simple than they have been before. Starting, let me say, with removing everything from the table and having just the display on the table, using, let me say, the ceiling mic now those days to really not having any other additional setups on the table. So that was really quite unique and very helpful for us through the journey. Yeah,
because when we started this engagement, I mean, your Adidas already used Cisco in other parts of the company, right? In more in their core, in the networking and the core, the wireless. Yeah. And I remember one of the triggers for you kind of engaging with us was the Thousand Eyes integration that we have in our devices.
Exactly.
How is, and I think you were quite appealed by our Control Hub solution and how that could help your team both scale and operate. How has that been working out for you?
Usually once we are taking decisions, we are looking into the entire ecosystem. So we are not taking isolated decision for one piece of our hardware because it looks nice or it's a nice functionality. We always look also into how does it fit into our existing landscape. And utilizing Thousand Eyes for monitoring or utilizing AI to set up a meeting room, it's something which is really game-changing for us because in the past, there have been a lot of manual effort and a lot of manual things to do to set up a meeting room, which is not there as of today anymore.
Great. So there will be more meeting room deployed even faster going forward.
Yes, definitely.
I love that. So thinking back on the journey and looking ahead as well, probably, sorry, I'm jumping ahead here, but what's been the most exciting part of reimagining your workspaces, and what are the new features and tools that you are most excited about moving into the future?
Really the simplification part, right? Not to explain anyone. I mean, we're having different cultures, different places, different offices, and everyone knows in our company once entering a meeting room how to use that meeting room, how to start a meeting, how to start an ad hoc meeting, how to start a scheduled meeting. And this is something what is really unique. And I remember the time where I started at Adidas, like 15 years back, we have been gathering across or around a telephone which was set up. This was like a completely different time. Yeah? And I think this is something what I see now really on a completely different level and where it should be from my perspective. And I guess all the ecosystem possibilities utilizing Cisco products now end up in a meeting room which is working how we're expecting it and how a business is expecting from us to have a meeting room set up.
We had a good meeting yesterday when we showed you a kind of a sneak peek into the future.
Yes.
With 3D collaboration. I think it made you quite excited.
Also quite interesting, I have to say. Never seen that before. I seen that a couple of years back. I seen that very sketchy. But now the development over the last 2 years was quite impressive. So we would like to take that forward, at least to show to our future departments which are interested in that, and maybe also working on some co-developments and how maybe we can both develop that along the needs of business.
I would really love to do that, Darius. I'm so excited about this partnership and really looking forward to seeing where that goes next. So
Yes.
thank you so much for
Perfect.
joining us.
Thank you.
And have a great Cisco Live.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as Jeetu Patel said in the keynote yesterday, you are really missing out on life if you're not using Cisco collaboration devices. Take that to heart. If you're not using our devices and are curious about how to deploy them into your environment, please stop by our booth. Go to Workspace Designer, start designing your spaces. We have even more capabilities coming into that tool this week. And now you can deploy anything from your smallest huddle spaces to your very large and complex spaces, in there even integrating your displays and full integration with Samsung. So please come and pay us a visit. Thank you for joining us today, where what we have really showed you is distance zero, extending to all of your spaces, accelerated by NVIDIA, built by Cisco, and leveraged by many amazing enterprise customers like Adidas. Please join us on this journey, and thank you so much for joining us. Bye-bye.
To be number one, who would you choose to drive with? At Cisco, we partner with the best in the world so they can partner with you. Cisco's partner program now puts you in the driver's seat. You choose your team. You get to work with the best. Choose a partner who understands your business, who has the skill set to push you further, faster. Choose a partner to help you accelerate your AI strategy and keep up with the pace of change. A partner to help you build a future-proofed workplace and drive digital resilience. The competition's moving, but you're moving faster. Cisco's partner ecosystem helps you choose the perfect team to anticipate, outpace, and outrace.
Behind all those machines that keep getting smarter in factories and ports and mines, in transportation and energy, is a network that connects them, automates them, secures them. A network getting smarter and opening whole new landscapes of possibility, so that now you can reduce your costs, protect against cyber threats, improve productivity, quality, safety, if you have the right network. A network built for the emerging capabilities of industrial AI. A network designed to defend your operations against cyber threats. A network that can connect anything, anywhere, over wired, wireless, and mobile, so you can automate industrial processes even further. A managed network that assures performance with ultra-low latency, high resilience, robust cybersecurity, and empowers OT with IT proficiencies. That's why industrial organizations around the world are relying on Cisco, the leader in industrial networking that's ready for software-defined automation, ready for cybersecurity, ready for industrial AI. Industrial networking that's ready for the future. Cisco.
The network is changing all the time. Operators and hyperscalers are practically using the network as they've always used the network. They just need more capacity and more diversity. But what has really changed is the way enterprise customers are using the public internet like they've never done before. Aurelion is a company that focuses on connectivity, and we are currently running the largest internet backbone in the world. I actually think we have probably twice as much capacity in our internet backbone as the second largest network in the world. And this network then connects about 70% of the prefixes on the internet, covers about 128 countries around the world. We are currently connecting all the largest operators and the largest content providers to make sure that everyone can use everything that's needed on the public internet. Cisco is a very big portion of our network. We have them practically in every place where we have equipment. The energy is of course very important for us, and the RON solution is using less than 50% of the energy of every other solution. This is super important because we consume enormous amounts of energy in our network, and every watt we can save is good. Before we said, anything less than 500 kilometers, we could do a pluggable from Cisco. Longer than that, we have to go with a sort of normal transponders in the optical network. That's changing now because of tests we've done, and we can see that traffic can fly up to 800, 900 kilometers, and that's a huge difference for us because that opens doors in our network that we haven't seen before. And then the other side is, of course, our own usage of AI in terms of transparency towards customers, self-serving towards customers, self-healing networks. There's a lot of stuff we can do with AI. There's a lot of information coming out of Cisco routers. There's a lot of information that we can use to help our customers understand more, to help ourselves understand more around the network. So I think the AI opportunity, we've just scratched the surface, and that's the way for us to stay in the front of everyone else. Cisco have been great with us, letting us test stuff in the network and making sure that Cisco learns and we learn, and together we both learn.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. We are so happy to have all of you with us here on the live stream, coming to you directly from the Amsterdam Rai here at Cisco Live 2026. I'm Steve Moulter. We have just come out of another fantastic center stage session. This time we were talking about AI-driven AV over IP devices, how we are powering the next era of collaboration. We had Espen Løberg along with Darius Langner, Senior Director of Digital Workplace for Adidas, talking about the kinds of challenges that the workplace faces today: growing complexity, disconnected tools, rising demand on employees. And that is where AI comes in, because it unlocks human potential by improving the employee experience, by enhancing collaboration, and by raising productivity. We are going to keep the collaboration conversation going because Amy is here in studio with Augustin. I'm going to step out of the way. I'm going to let the two of you have a great conversation. Amy, all yours.
Thank you so much, Steve. Yes, we are here in the studio, and following on from that center stage session, we have Augustin here, as Steve said, and we've got some exciting things to talk about. So, Augustin, welcome to the Cisco TV studio.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
So, Cisco, you've brought something with yourself to show us. So Cisco has launched the new RoomKit Pro G2. Can you tell us a little bit about G2? Obviously this G2 and not the other G2.
I mean, G2 is a very nice guy, but this is the RoomKit Pro G2, and it's the new edition of our room system collaborations. This is the next generation of RoomKit Pro. It's designed for the future. It's designed for all the new experiences that we're trying to drive in intelligence and in AV over IP.
Incredible. So can you tell this, obviously this is great for the new standard for the large meeting rooms. How does it differ from the previous generation?
So we started designing with putting a lot of research into our customers and trying to figure out what were the problems that they were trying to address.
Yeah.
Thing that came into center stage in the design was we needed to go into AV over IP. The technology has so many more advantages over traditional media. And it also plays entirely into our Cisco and Cisco collaboration. So we packed the product with a switch that is going to be able to drive all our new generation peripherals. And we also added a 10 gigabit port to connect to a Cisco switch, and then be able to drive even more peripherals to create even more magical experiences.
Wonderful. So there are several new innovations.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about them?
Yeah, so I would like to talk first of three main innovations: AV over IP, AI, and full observability and manageability. So AV over IP, as I told you, frees media.
Yep.
Input ports are no longer a limitation, output ports are no limitation. Every port is input and output and media, and it's expandable as much as you want, as long as you have the bandwidth and the processing capacity.
Brilliant.
So that takes us to the second one, right? Like, if it's bandwidth and processing capacity, we need to be able to create connections to our Cisco switches to be able to play together with the entire environment in the room.
Yeah.
And what happens in there is suddenly the amount of peripherals we're going to start seeing in the room is going to grow exponentially, because you certainly don't have the limits of the amount of cameras and microphones and external devices that you want to call to make a fantastic experience.
Yes.
That makes it super complicated to manage. Like, we cannot have a studio like this in every meeting room, but we are trying to.
Yeah.
That's where AI comes into place. The device is so AI powerful that it's going to be able to see all the cameras and hear all the microphones and determine anytime what is the best way to capture everyone that is in the room.
Brilliant. Well, I know here, even in the Cisco TV studio, there's been interest in this, because obviously we do a lot of remote broadcasts. And so this is fabulous news for us as well. So the design is obviously beautiful and the housing is beautiful. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, so in the design, sustainability was very important. So we did not put anything that didn't have to be there. We took it to the extreme. Instead of hiding the screws, we made them part of the design, and we celebrated it all.
And they look great.
Yeah, and also the material, we reduced the material to the minimum, and the top cover, we made it as thin as possible, but we came to a moment where the top cover was flexible, and that would make noise, and that would create resonances, and
also maybe not as protective as you'd like it to be.
And it wouldn't feel sturdy enough.
Yeah.
So the design team actually came up with the idea that if we could stamp it, we don't have to add back material, we can just use the material more smart.
Yeah.
And that's where we came up with this design.
So you can see that wave on the material.
And it's great looking, but we did a lot of mechanical testing, acoustic testing, thermal testing to be sure that it was the most optimal design as well.
Lovely. And I held it earlier. It's super light as well.
It's
And
almost a third.
And it does look really, really good.
It's almost a third lighter, yeah.
Yeah. So what can customers do with this that they couldn't do before?
So the third technology, I thought it was very important when we did our research, was observability and manageability. In these very large rooms, the product is going to be playing with our devices and also third-party systems. And everything is interconnected. So it was very important that at any time, in real time, everything is manageable and visible from Control Hub. So every single port is visible in Control Hub, from the most advanced PoE ports to the most basic analog microphone ports. Everything has to be visible in Control Hub. So that's a very big difference from the previous generation, in which analog ports were not visible, or you couldn't see the cables, for example, but now you can see the HDMI cables when they get connected to Control Hub.
Brilliant. Well, we love it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us here today, Agustin, and we hope you have a wonderful week here at Cisco Live.
Oh, we're doing already. It's fantastic.
Lovely. Okay, thank you so much, and back to you, Steve.
Very exciting stuff. Thank you for bringing RoomKit Pro into the studio. We don't often get a lot of the equipment coming in to help share the story, to talk about it in person. It's beautiful design, phenomenal capabilities, and it's adding that AV over IP together with AI capabilities that I think is particularly exciting, even within the design form that you guys have created. So bravo, and thanks so much for bringing the story to us. Truly do appreciate it. It's great. All right, so we're not going to take any delay. It looks like Rob has caught up once again with our own Eric Magnuson. They're somewhere mysterious, squirreled away in the back halls, the meeting spaces where the engineers do all their wonderful stuff. How's it going out there, Rob?
It is fantastic. In fact, Steve, we're going to talk to Eric in just a moment. Absolutely. But just to set some stage here, we're in this. You guys have probably wandered through the show floor. You see this big room and you go, well, that's kind of neat. I bet they don't normally have a conference room here. We don't. This is a place of the future, because that's what we're going to talk about, is what that really means. But man, there is everything in here. If you've ever wondered how all this stuff could work together and where WebEx suddenly starts making your life so much easier, we've talked about those featured microphones, how easy that thing is to install, one cable. We've got new cameras, new ways to work so that nobody has any problems with distance, because they're going for distance zero. Remember that language. Speaking of language, Eric, that's not exactly what we're here to talk about, but future-proofing the workplace sounds like, if I may be honest, a little bit of marketing mumbo-jumbo. Yeah, please come in. Sorry, I should have told you.
Well,
how to make it real? What is
you might say that, but when you listen to G2 in the keynotes, you understand that the world is changing dramatically. We have to be preparing for a world where humans, robots, AIs all work together seamlessly. And so when we talk about future-proofed workplaces, we're helping customers be ready for whatever comes next their direction, whether that be quantum computing, whether that be robotics. Whatever comes next, the future-proof workplace will help you as a customer be ready and able to take advantage of it, because really only Cisco combines networking, security, observability, and the collaboration devices that we're surrounded by right here to really bring it all together and create, like you said, that zero distance, complete immersion in the technology where you don't even really feel the difference anymore. I know the first time I walked into a future-proof workplace, from Cisco, my head kind of almost exploded because when you walk
Where
in,
were you?
I was in New York City. Penn 1 is an amazing
Oh, my
office,
gosh,
and
yeah.
that any customer who wants to check it out should go there, because when you walk into each meeting room, the screens light up, there's one person on each one, the room adjusts its temperature, it just knows everything. And the last time I was in our Santana Row office in California, actually a robot guided me to the conference room so I wouldn't get lost. So talk about the benefits of Wi-Fi 7, indoor wayfinding. Now you have the ability to have a robot just guide your customers right to where they need to be. So it sounds like marketing fluff, but when you experience it, seeing is believing.
Yeah, so, well, let me ask you, because I'm curious about the reality, because my first thought in my head, this is my ADD kicking off, but it's like, oh, okay, how could my wife and I walk into a room that auto-adjusts temperature and suddenly the machine goes,
well,
you know,
I mean, yeah, we can't do anything about that.
We can't solve everything, I know. We'll work on the marital help with the technology. A whole other subject.
That's a different guy, yeah.
But make it real for me. What are we talking about this week specifically? What are we highlighting that kind of goes, oh yeah, this is a proof point for future-proof workplace. Be sure and check this out.
Absolutely. I mean, you're kind of seeing it right here, right? Where we combine these technologies with Wi-Fi 7. Again, the combination of networking, security, observability, and collaboration just generates this whole new benefits for everyone in the organization, whether that be your employees, your customers, IT, and even facilities gets involved now too, because we can actually bring together everything with the smart spaces and the indoor wayfinding, and it gives everybody the ability to extract insights from the workplace and be able to start doing things that you really couldn't do before. And the important part is that workplaces doesn't just mean offices anymore, right? That can be stadiums, people out in the field, remote work, so we have to be able to bring it all together in a way that gives everybody what they need from their workplace and lets them do their best work, whether that is with robots or without.
Well, it's interesting too, speaking of that, when it comes to wayfinding and things like this, we've been talking about this for years. And over the last couple of years, we continue to roll this stuff out. This is my home office for this week, right? So the conference center is, and it's a big one, and so sometimes the wayfinding has been actually integral multiple times.
Absolutely.
For me to be able to figure out, one, where I am, and two, where I'm supposed to be.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you, though, about the benefits customers should expect in a future-proofed workplace as of today?
Absolutely. Well, you know, a lot of organizations are doing return to office, and they really need to create a scenario where the office isn't just a place where you go to your cubicle, put your headphones on, and sit by yourself. No, it's got to be an experience. It's got to be a magnet. People got to want to go there, because we know that the collaboration that happens in person really can't be beat. And so you want to create an environment where folks want to come together and do that kind of brainstorming and collaborating. Like we were just talking about the whiteboarding features on some of these devices. I mean, there is no replacement for that. And so being able to bring that all together in one place and give customers the way that they want to do it is just what the future-proof workplace is really all about.
Well, one of the things I've always loved is that a lot of these technologies have some very interesting presence sensors. That, and I think we often forget, I'm speaking of some of the WebEx hardware, just world-class hardware that is often providing more value. Talk about the compounding effect that we've talked about this week, where you go, wait a minute, it's actually a sensing endpoint that can provide temperature, humidity.
I mean, when you look at the little room readout right here, it's counting how many people are in the room right now, 3 out of its capacity of 6. So when you talk about, again, the compounding value, when you bring all this technology together, you can start saving money on facilities, you can start exploring new opportunities, creating new business models from this kind of stuff. So really the benefits are enormous. And when you combine that with some of the digital resilience and the AI-ready data centers, you know, your organization is really catapulting itself into the future with all of the best technology from Cisco.
Well, and I love how open things have become. I think in the past, some may have criticized Cisco for creating extremely complementary things that work together, and how do you fault someone for that? Because I feel like that's almost required to make sure things work the way the designers intended. But it feels like, especially over the last year and more, we've really been embracing, hey, you don't have to be 100% on Cisco to get these kind of benefits. Is that the case for future-proof?
It is. So as you said, we think you'll have the best experience when you put all the Cisco technology together in a seamless way, because we have designed it to do that, and you'll see that compounding platform effect. But we also know that customers need flexibility. So for example, all of the cool collaboration technology you see around us here today, it can work with Microsoft Teams as well. So and it's got that zero-touch provisioning as well, so you can set it up super easily and really give customers what they want and the way they want it in a way that really helps people kind of catapult, like I said before, into the AI era with all the choices that they have under the future-proof workplace umbrella.
I have kind of a philosophy that I'm still working on, but as we wrap things up here, it feels like, I mean, Cisco has talked about platform advantages in different ways over time, but I honestly do feel something different happening. It started with Cisco Live San Diego, I guess we were, and where I was like, wait, they're and it's really based on the pace we're moving at now, where I go, I don't know, if I was an OEM creating point technologies, it's not about who's the best at a certain thing per se and held in isolation, because in isolation is useless to us.
Yep,
right. And it doesn't work, and it will fail in the velocity that we're now expecting.
Right,
yes?
Collecting tools and software for the cool factor, that can be good, but when you really want to see how the business benefits from it, that's when you want to have those kind of platform compounding effects of bringing it all together in one place and with one vendor that can really help you. And that really gets to our advantage when it comes to customer success and customer experience too, because nobody has the history like Cisco does of solving customer challenges and really being there for the customer with, heaven forbid something goes wrong, Cisco customer experience will be there to help you get through it. So those are the great reasons why the future-proof workplace is right for almost everyone.
That is incredible. Thank you again. Always fun talking to you.
Absolutely.
Please, I left them hanging.
Oh, you left me hanging.
That's not something you want to do. With that, we're going to go ahead and go back to the studio. Steve?
That's great. But the next time I see you guys, I expect you and I expect the two of you to have come up with like a team handshake, something special if the two of you can do together. So you and Eric can work that out together. Yeah, power of the platform. We talk about it again and again and again. Point solutions are just not the way we get there anymore. We stack value on top of value as opposed to purchase on top of purchase. Thanks so much, as always, to Eric. We're going to go back out to center stage. This time, we are going to talk about connected intelligence, collaboration at that intersection of people and AI. This is so important. We've got a great team. Shneur Kesbu is with us, along with our own Aruna Ravichandran, who heads up this division in Collab, our Senior VP CMO of AI, Networking, and Collaboration. They've brought in a fantastic team who are together going to look at the latest cutting-edge innovations that are shaping the AI landscape today and transforming the way that we work and that we connect. Enjoy the connected session. We'll see you in just a moment.
Good afternoon. It is amazing to be here in Amsterdam again. And what a full house. It's so good to see all of you. And I'm super excited because we have such a packed agenda. We have so many things we're so proud to show you. And not only there, it's a year since we were on this stage last time, and so many things have happened. The way we think about technology, the way we think about the world has totally changed in 12 months. So how do we operate with technology into all of that? Because what we have building for has really changed. It looks nothing like what we did a few years ago. And we have to design, all of us, for that new reality. We think about the new reality that the key is to focus on that one experience. To be able to have that one platform and to have one Cisco. Because in an uncertain way, trust is not about who you trust, but it's the architecture that you build on. Building on that architecture can actually work on reducing uncertainty. It actually means that you have more things you can build on. We have the different components you need. And what you will see today from Espen, from Vinod, from Amit, from Aruna, and also the customers we brought up here, is that we have an offer that can focus on that. We have the offer with having the ability to be cloud, to be on-prem, and be hybrid. And I'm going to dive into all of those things that will make it possible for you to be resilient. I always start with this slide. Because the key thing with Cisco Collaboration is that we are the only player with a contact center, meeting, calling, suite backend, an app and device frontend on the fabric of AI. But we stand on the shoulders of all of Cisco architecture. The strategic pillars of this company, the three pillars, the AI-ready data centers, the digital resilience that is so key, and you'll see how we're integrating that into the collaboration solutions. And not at least the future-proof workplaces. The future-proof workplaces where collaboration is the front door. It's the door that is actually there in front of the customers. Because we are that human interface We are that foundation that you have into the future-proof workplaces. We've been working on people-to-people communications for decades, on calling, on meetings, on devices. We're driving that relentlessly to make sure that you have the best tools when you need to communicate with others. Now all of that is changing by adding people to AI and AI to AI. People to AI is happening in the meetings, it's happening in the calls. It's happening there when you're adding things like summarization, action taking, but also the AI concierge for contact center. When you're adding the AI features that's really bringing you there, like the AI receptionists. And what we can do with that, we're coming back to a little later today as well. And then you have AI to AI. What is he meaning by that? It's when you have AI agents not only monitoring humans, but also monitoring other AI agents. Take a contact center as an example. In a contact center now, you're going to have human agents and AI agents. You'll have human supervisors, and you'll have AI supervisors. You'll have AI supervisors that will actually monitor humans, but you'll have AI supervisors also monitoring AI agents. So the new is people to people, people to AI, AI to AI. We call this connected intelligence. That is truly the future of collaboration. And that is built into the infrastructure. It's not bolted on. It is actually contextual. It is secure, it's operational. And the beauty of all of this is that we can use and do it cloud. We actually have solutions for this on-prem, and we have hybrid. And you will see that we bring all of these things together here today. Because trust shouldn't be an emotion. Trust shouldn't be about me or about other things. It should be about the architecture you're building on. It's by selecting the right architecture, the right building blocks, that is where trust is coming from. Trust is architectural. And that is what putting Cisco apart from everybody else. When we think about connected intelligence, think about it in these 4 pillars. It is about the intelligent workspaces. It's where you bring all of the intelligence into that very workspace, what we do with our devices, with AI at the edge. It's around connected collaboration. It's about bringing security, the CX solution, the platforms, the management tools into it. Because the other focus we have at Cisco, we don't only design for the users, we also design for the people that own and operate. And the own and operate piece is as essential, because that's what allowing you to scale when you roll this out. What we are going to show you here today, all of this is shipping within the next 90 days. And you'll see connected intelligence in action. This morning, Jeetu said, and he said something along this, he said, if you're not using our devices, you're not living life. And I was thinking, I spend about 12 hours a day on our devices. I'm living the dream. But he's right, because we have reimagined workspaces for every single workspace. Thousands of rooms that can be controlled literally by a handful of IT staff, because they go hand in hand. We have the end user consistency, we have the quality, we have brought cinematic. And a decade ago, we started working with NVIDIA. And we have developed AI at the edge in our devices for over a decade. Now, we're lifting that to the next level with the 5th generation of products. A 5th generation of products that's actually 25 times as powerful on the AI front as what we've had up till now. That can do more. It can do better cinematic, more cameras. You can tailor for all of the rooms. So I'm so proud to announce the new RoomKit Pro. Take a look. Wow. That's pretty incredible. Please welcome to the stage Espen Løberg, the VP GM for Collaboration Devices.
Thank you, Snorre.
That is really amazing technology.
We are very excited, and I'm so incredibly proud of the teams, the thousands of people that made this happen.
That's super good. But you know, what actually happened here is that Cisco and NVIDIA together designed a brand new module, didn't they?
We did. You saw it here.
You have it in your pocket?
Of course. This is like my piece of jewelry. We have.
You know, Amsterdam is big on diamonds, but I actually prefer this one.
They have nothing like this.
They have nothing like this. That's
so should I tell you a bit about this beauty?
I would love that.
Okay. So this is the central compute module that you saw on the animation right here. It has NVIDIA very present in the middle as the central AI compute unit, but it also has 892 other components. So this is a module that is designed and built by Cisco that has NVIDIA at its core. It's connected across 12 layers here, so that you can clearly see, and 30,000 micro VS connecting all of these components.
That's incredible. We must have a really smart team, and you know, thank you for bringing that on stage. Take it away.
Thank you, Snorre. So you hopefully want to see what this beautiful device can do. It's right here, and the Cisco RoomKit Pro G2 is really a game changer. For decades, large collaboration spaces like this has been a fragile patchwork of DSPs, extenders, and switchers from multiple vendors. It's been a giant puzzle that is hard to deploy, but even harder to manage and scale. And in an age of agentic AI, forget about it. AV was never built for agentic AI. So we decided to solve this AV puzzle once and for all by eliminating the puzzle entirely. To achieve that, we built this amazing module you saw with NVIDIA, which is incredibly complex, incredibly innovative, and as Snorre said, it has 25 times the AI compute power of our previous generation, which was already quite powerful. 25 times. So what does that get you? It gets you real-time spatial awareness. It gives you AI note-taking in your most demanding spaces, and it takes noise removal and room reverb removal to the next level. There's no lag, there's no latency, just trusted intelligence where you need it to be, in the room. It takes cinematic intelligence to the next level. It has the ability to orchestrate with all of these inputs up to 7 4K cameras. It can do 8 Pro microphones that can enable advanced speaker tracking, cinematic cross views, and flexible room configurations. It solves rooms that previously was impossible, like this one, long and or kind of wide rooms with big displays. Now you can add multiple cameras up front for a seamless coverage of the rooms. Then you have the classic very long boardrooms. In the past, very hard to see the dialogue across the table towards the end of the table. Now you can have 4 cameras seamlessly working cross-view, so everyone is seen also at the end of the table. And then rooms that divide. The ultimate challenge for AV integrators, now solved once and for all with one incredible device with multiple configurations. All of these spaces require integrations that extend to the displays. So we are deepening our partnership with market leader Samsung, now including all their certified displays in Cisco's Workspace Designer. We are making it easier than ever for you to build your spaces with confidence. And with AV over IP, which is at the heart of Cisco's architecture, we simplify AV installations with just one cable. One cable that delivers media, control, and power. There are 8 PoE ports in the device where you can connect your cameras, your microphones, and your controllers. But more importantly, you can extend that seamlessly with Cisco 9200 series switches for more ports. And absolutely everything is visible in Control Hub. Real-time analytics and remote troubleshooting for all devices and accessories. And you see, even the small analog, old-fashioned inputs for microphones over here, Pro AV microphones, we have innovated even there. So now you can, as an industry first, even have visibility to old-fashioned AV in these rooms. Everything is visible. This groundbreaking device is orderable this week in 2 days, Thursday, and we will be shipping in April. Good? So what you just seen is distance zero extending to your most complex spaces. But we are not stopping there. We also have 2 more devices that we're announcing this week, the Desk Pro G2 and the Wireless Phone 9821. And to learn about these 2 devices and way more, please visit me tomorrow at Center Stage, 11 o'clock. We will also talk to Adidas about how they have deployed more than 1,000 rooms. And please come and see us in the booth as well for demos. That was the commercial. But finally, this all comes together in Control Hub, the one place for you to manage full-stack collaboration. And to meet admins where they are, we are now introducing another industry first. AI agentic integrations, allowing you to streamline workspace management with agentic ops in your AI platform of choice. Microsoft Copilot, Amazon QuickSuite, and more. With this, you're getting automated insights, trend reporting, and proactive recommendations with secure, managed access to the information you need. This is a game changer that we are incredibly proud of. With that, please welcome my good friend Amit to the stage to tell you about some of the amazing innovations we're having in the WebEx suite.
Thank you, Espen. In all my years working on WebEx, which is quite a few, but this is by far the most exciting time. And I say that because we are in the middle of 2 fundamental shifts. First, collaboration is now being seen as critical infrastructure for all businesses, just as critical as your networking stack or your security stack. And the second, every single interaction we have, every single workflow is now powered by AI. And WebEx Suite is at the perfect intersection of both of these. And WebEx Suite is on a mission to deliver secure, intelligent collaboration to everyone. And we are doing this on the back of 3 product pillars. Connected across people, places, devices, workflows. Agentic, because we have intelligent agents that are assisting users and even acting on behalf of users. And secure, protected, deployable where you want it, how you want it, with privacy at its core, architected for trust. Now, last year, we launched 5 new agents. The task agent, the note taker, the polling agent, the meeting scheduler, and the receptionist. But I'm really excited about the 6th one that we are going to announce today. We've seen AI translate text into hundreds of languages. We've seen it translate recorded audio into hundreds of languages. What we haven't seen is real-time speech-to-speech translation, which means when I'm speaking in my language, say in English, you're hearing me in yours, say German or Spanish, in real time, in my voice, and in my tone. This is the WebEx Translator Agent. It's going to change how the world connects globally. Let's see that in action.
Deliver real-time speech-to-speech translation while preserving each speaker's natural voice and tone. Let me show you how this works. My colleague Ferdinando, his native language is Spanish. Let's give him a call. Hi, Ferdinando. Can you hear me? I'm really excited to try this out.
Hi, Ferdinando. Hola, Ferdinando. ¿Puedes me oye? Estoy muy emocionado por probarlo.
Hola, Molita. Te escucho. Estás hablando en español y suena exactamente como tú.
Hola, Molita. Hello, Molita. I hear you. You are speaking in Spanish and it sounds exactly like you.
As you can hear, we're each speaking a different language, but WebEx is translating the conversation in real time. What's even more powerful is that the AI is preserving our natural voice and tone. The WebEx Translator Agent is coming soon to WebEx Calling, Meetings, and Contact Center.
Sorry, I have to crash the party. But so what you showed there, you actually showed the same tone, the same voice, and we didn't go via text, we went voice to voice.
Yes, because what state-of-the-art elsewhere is you do text, speech into text, then translate it, and back into speech. That's a bit of a walkie-talkie experience if you do that.
Yeah, and this came in through the EasyDubs acquisition. When we did that, we said, you know, we'll only do it if we can do a live demo at Cisco Live Amsterdam. And I'm keeping you to that. Can we do that? Can you call me on WebEx?
Let's give it a shot. All right.
Okay, es ist tatsächlich unglaublich großartig, das zu sein, in Amsterdam entlang der Kanäle zu spazieren und zu schauen, die schönen Häuser zu bewundern.
What do you think? That's something, right? Hey, good job.
Shout out to the EasyDubs team.
And EasyDubs team, stand up. Just to keep pressure up, we said everything ships within 90 days, so no pressure, team.
Well, okay, I'm going to be realistic. You will see this GA by July, but you'll get it in WebEx Calling, Meetings, and our contact center. Now, WebEx agents don't stop at the edge of the WebEx platform, because connected intelligence is about connecting intelligence across your workflow ecosystem. And we're announcing today connected intelligence between Microsoft Copilot and WebEx. What does that mean? All of your WebEx content, your meeting recordings, call transcripts, messaging threads, they are now searchable in Microsoft Copilot or the Copilot window right there. And the other way around, all of your Microsoft content, which is your SharePoint documents, OneDrive files, Teams messaging threads, are searchable within the AI assistant for WebEx, which means, thank you. So either AI is able to query content across both platforms without leaving where you are. We're building AI that moves with you across apps, across workflows, and across modalities. But none of this would matter if this is not secure. So I have 3 security announcements. First is Zero Trust security across meetings and calling, which means you have enhanced end-to-end encryption, and you can keep the encryption keys right on your own customer premise. Next is the deepfake detection through Pindrop that's already available in meetings and coming soon to calling. And lastly, the WebEx Compliance Hub powered by Theta Lake, which ensures data integrity and compliance across the entire platform. And one more thing. WebEx is expanding its data residency. We already have it in the Netherlands, in Germany. I'm proud to announce that we're extending it to the United Kingdom region. All of the UK customers will now get in-country data storage and processing. So twofold benefit, enhanced digital sovereignty and low latency experiences. To sum it up, WebEx Suite is delivering secure, intelligent collaboration to everyone, designed for global customer needs and architected for trust. And this very foundation is being extended in how we deliver intelligent customer experiences. To tell you all about it, please welcome Vinod Muthukrishnan.
All right, call me biased, but I don't think there's a domain or an industry where agentic is more applicable than in customer experience. I might be slightly biased, but it might be true. And as you hear agentic in customer experience, what is agentic? Is it an agent? Is it an app? Is it an LLM? What is it? Maybe it's all of the above. And the way we think about agentic is like a framework, because you can't do agentic piecemeal. You got to think about it end to end. So I know this is a bit of an eye chart, so bear with me as we navigate this from the top left. Long before AI agents and agentic come into the conversation in the contact center, comes the conversation, which is the active, bidirectional conversation between brand and customer. On voice, on chat, on any digital medium that the customer chooses. So long before you talk about where do I put AI into the conversation, we need to think about how do we enable one seamless, even if it's async, from the customer's perspective, continuous conversation between brand and customer across all channels, all modalities, and then think through where AI is applicable. And when you fuse AI in the conversation on one single seamless platform, you start to architect what we call the intelligent front door. And it's intelligent not because you put AI in the conversation. A chatbot is not intelligence. It is intelligence because you learn something in conversation that no system of record knows, no other machine knows, which is context, real-time context. The fact that I'm calling second time about the same issue, the fact that I'm getting angry, the fact that something happening in conversation. It is often said that 98% of all customer context is in conversation. Until now, that context was entirely lost. When you discern context from real-time conversation, you get the foundation of intelligent orchestration, intelligent intervention, intelligent next best action. I would go so far as to say that the new control point of the customer experience layer is not the ACD. It's not data, it is context. Context is active data, data in motion. And you lay that on top of a platform which needs to do two seemingly orthogonal things at the same time. It needs to be complete and completely built in an AI-native world, and yet it needs to be open and interoperable with third-party systems. And interoperability is not an integration. An integration used to be an API which passed variables. Interop is two systems in active conversation with each other through protocols like MCP. So it sits on a platform that is open, that is built AI native, that is highly interoperable. But in no other domain is the opportunity so vast, and yet the risk outweigh the opportunity, as it does in AI. So in 2026, if you're having a conversation around building AI agents in one room, and the conversation around monitoring, observing, and securing them in another, you're either in the wrong room or you're in the wrong year, because they are part of one single seamless conversation. How do you think through infrastructure, monitoring, observability, security, application performance, and the application itself from metal to model on one single platform? That is the one Cisco advantage. This allows you to fulfill the one promise that we articulated, to empower you to have one single conversation with your customer, no matter how async it was. On one single platform, even though you use 100 products, first and third party. And how do you maximize the benefit of one Cisco from metal to model? That is our promise. Now, the incredible thing for us is AI is reimagining every single bit of contact center and customer experience architecture, everything. The way you and I communicate in a multilingual world, because we are now no longer a human-only workforce. How do you do scheduling, forecasting? How do you route? How do you interoperate and integrate with systems? Everything has changed. And we want to talk to you a little bit about all the incredible announcements we're making today to take us to that world. And it starts with my favorite, hardly a surprise. In a region like EMEA, where so many languages are spoken, so many dialects are spoken, it is impossible for any contact center to staff multilingual agents and to predict the load and to service customers the way they want. Imagine an incredibly well-trained agent force that speaks a language but is able to serve a customer in a language of their choice. That is the true power of what you just saw. But before I dive deeper into some of our other announcements, I want to show you an incredible video of all the fun things that are coming out soon. All right. Now, it's been 20, 25 years. I don't know how long it's been since we last looked at routing. Routing is sort of the foundation of the contact center world. And AI is completely helping us reimagine routing. Imagine picking the KPI you care about, transaction rates, conversion rates, average handling time, what have you. Pick all the real-time inputs in context from the customer. Pick queues in which you want to run those experiments. AI will help you optimize these queues, impact the outcome, because the big question with AI was, what's the ROI? This is direct ROI. It will tell you the queues in which, if you apply, what the intended outcome would be, and then help you run that in real life. Such an incredible use of AI to transform the way something's been done for the last 20, 25 years. But let's take it a step further. in a world where you now have AI and humans working side by side and together, how do you look at scheduling and forecasting? Everything around scheduling and forecasting was built for a world with a human-only workforce. With humans, the constraint was how many of us existed in the contact center, our shifts, schedules, availability. With AI, the constraint might be the calls you do want to send to AI and not, and your budget. How do you factor all of that in? The unique strengths, weaknesses, constraints of each of these assets and schedule for the future. So again, just like quality management that we announced at WebEx1, our scheduling and forecasting is built natively, the ground up for a world where your workforce is AI and human. And it makes me incredibly proud for us to use AI to reimagine how the contact center has run for the last 20 or 30 years. Now, I spoke about something that I think is very, very close to our heart. We've often spoken a lot about the fact that we don't believe in one-box solutions, because boxes are meant to be closed. Platforms are supposed to be open, seamless, and interoperable. And one of our most incredible partnerships across the globe is our interop with ServiceNow. And to talk a little bit about that, I would love to call upon stage Radhika, who's the Global VP of Strategic Partnerships. Welcome, Radhika.
Great to be here.
So, Radhika, just like the Oscars, I actually have a bingo roulette of questions for you. I want to mix them up, and no, I'm just kidding. OK, so we have short time, so my jokes need to stop. All right. So, Radhika, I think one thing we discovered when we were talking is we spend a lot of time on the road with our customers. It's my favorite part of the job. What I want to ask you is, what's the most surprising insight you've heard talking to your customers around how they're preparing for the future?
No one in this room is going to be surprised when I say the theme for 2026 is AI adoption. But what is surprising is how quickly customers are realizing that they need to move from standalone AI tools to embedding AI into operational workflows in order to achieve their outcomes, right? They want native AI experiences in the platforms that they use for engagement and for service. But also, I realized that what's holding them back is the age-old fragmentation and silos. I mean, think about the number of systems an agent has to go across to resolve a single issue, right? And so they're looking to us, their trusted enterprise platforms, to come together and bring engagement and service into a unified experience with AI not bolted on, but natively delivered.
I love it. These are not prepared speeches, so thank you for sharing that. All right. I'm obviously very excited about our partnership.
I am too.
Well, what about our partnership around reinventing customer experience are you most excited about?
We have a long history of partnership, like you said, right? But what's really exciting right now is how we are coming together to deliver what we just talked about, that AI-native, unified experience in a unified environment. So we are announcing WebEx Contact Center for ServiceNow, which brings together both the capabilities of our platforms. Think the voice and digital capabilities. Some of the demo that I saw earlier, voice-to-voice, amazing. So we'll bring that into the ServiceNow AI and workflow platform. As a result, no more switching screens, no more disconnected experiences. And I love that agents who are already working in the ServiceNow platform can also have those omni-channel interactions with full customer context, full case history. We're also adding AI agents to work together, transcription and voice intelligence from WebEx with ServiceNow Now Assist for recommendation, automation, et cetera. And all this is built, again, on the context of the customer so we can help them achieve their outcomes faster. Maybe a bit of a long answer, but clearly excited.
This is exciting enough to be spoken about for a long time, so that's perfectly fair. All right, my favorite question always is the crystal ball question. AI is all about the future. If you had a crystal ball, what's the one belief about the future that you have strong conviction on?
I don't know about a crystal ball, but I do think we are headed towards a more autonomous AI-first service experience, right? We saw some of it today, but we're just going to accelerate the pace of this. As the capabilities mature, customers get more comfortable. We should expect AI to do more of the end-to-end service experience. Humans still come into the loop, but it's more for those high empathy, high-value decision points, and also to ensure that trust and compliance remain the foundation of AI solutions. And that just means that we're just getting started in many ways, and we have to work more deeply together, because building the trusted platform foundation across silos is going to be really critical. At ServiceNow, we think about bringing AI data workflows together with enterprise governance, and now with this partnership, we also bring in AI capabilities and engagement into one seamless experience. That's a dream.
Fabulous. My dream is for AI to create a future for customer experience that is more human. So I look forward to working with you to making that future reality. Radhika, thank you so much for your partnership.
Same here. Thank you.
Yes. It is time to bring back the one and only Snora back up on stage. But Snora, since we're playing bingo cards, I have a pop quiz for you. Are you ready?
Yeah, before I go there, I would just like to echo what Radhika said. I think that 2026 is really the year for AI adoption, and we see that on the way things are also adopted in the contact center world.
Well, fabulous. Snora, my pop quiz for you. You heard the customer experience pitch. I saw you pay rapt attention. What did you take away from it? How can you synopsize all of that for
I
us?
took away three things. I took away that we need to focus on the experience. We need one platform, and we need one Cisco.
Fabulous.
It's pretty good, right?
This is fabulous. Snora.
Thank you.
There you go.
So, with all of that, let me bring it home. Because it's really about that one experience. It is about that one platform and one Cisco. So every innovation really has one foundation. And whether we're talking about the new AI routing that Vinod focused on, the brand new rooms, or the features that Amit focused on when it comes to agentic and what we can do, it is one platform. It's not about all the speeds, it's not about all the feeds. It's about security, it's about sovereignty, and it's about platform. And when you focus on those and the tools that we have at Cisco, when we have both cloud, we have hybrid, and we also have and we have also on-prem, that is really what we can build upon. So what I'm very focused on today is to be able to tell you what that can do. But before we go there, let me take one purely hypothetical example. And you think, what is that? That is actually an under-ocean communication cable. And purely hypothetical, a ship in the North Sea is losing an anchor and is dragging it behind the boat for 10 or 20 or 30 miles, cutting a cable. You heard that story? Seen that story in the news? All of a sudden, a region or a business or something goes black. When that goes dark, what can we do to that? It's not theory, it's happening today. And collaboration is mission critical. How can you actually be up running? It's about the ability to focus on the sovereign and secure. And since we own the entire stack, we can serve that and give you that, that solution. Because we could combine being cloud first with our on-prem assets. We still have 31 million on-prem users. We've been developing these technologies and these solutions for years and years and years and years. And we're coming up with new features and new ways of doing it all the time. So when something like that happens, when that anchor is being dragged in the North Sea, you could still operate. The bank can run, the hospital can continue to serve patients, and you have the ability to be up running, and you can have a government service continue to run. So we have the survivability, we have the security and manageability, and we have the AI for on-prem. So with that, I'm very proud to announce 4 big announcements today. Amit mentioned Zero Trust for Suite. That is designed for resiliency. That's not security bolted on. That is security fused in to our Suite solution. We have WebEx calling hybrid, where you could stay on your UCM control, but you could add cloud AI innovations like the AI receptionist, like other AI innovations that we have. You have the Cisco AI Assistant for on-prem contact center. And what we say, you don't need to bring the data to AI. You can actually take AI and bring to the data when you're doing that. And then we have the Cisco AI Pods for WebEx, where we have NVIDIA-powered solutions that bring that same experience to Zero Cloud AI that we can bring on-prem for you. So what you see we can offer? Cloud first, hybrid, and on-prem, and you can combine them for resilience, for security. It's about one experience, it's about one platform, it's about one Cisco. Because trust is about architecture. Trust is architectural. With that, I am proud to announce and welcome to the stage my good friend Aruna Ravichandran, that's going to talk to some customers.
Thank you so much, Snora. Let's give a huge round of applause to Snora and all his GMs for the wonderful, incredible innovations which they've brought to market. So now, we are now going to switch gears, and I'm very excited and honored to invite two of our esteemed customers, Sarina Sharma from JLL, as well as Francisco Isabella on stage from Turner, to join me. Okay, let's get started. So to begin with, give us a little bit introduction to yourself, your company, and what are the various different collaboration technologies you have installed at your company.
Thanks, Sarina. It's an honor to be here. I work for JLL, and I'm Sarina. I look after corporate real estate technology for JLL globally. JLL is a real estate service provider. So anything to do with buying, occupying, managing, we do the works for our clients. And office is a huge element of our portfolio that we support our clients for. And as they say, we should be eating our own dog food.
So your own champagne.
We need to be drinking our own champagne. So we have 112,000 people at JLL across 80 countries, 340 offices. And to bring in that consistency across the board and for our users to be feeling connected, we rely on Cisco quite heavily. We are a Cisco house. We have about 2,000 rooms enabled on Cisco devices, and all that we see over there is very, very familiar, and I'm so glad to see all the innovation that Cisco is making, and I'm looking forward to the partnership.
Awesome. So tell me a little bit about your CX experience at Turner.
Okay. Thanks to invite me on this stage. I'm part of the IT and digital department of Turner. Turner is the owner of the national transmission grid for high voltage and extra high voltage electricity. It's a primary TSO, transmission system operator, with one mission that is, at the end, guarantee the continuity, the security, and the reliability of the electrical system. As part of the company, I have the role of IT and digital enterprise services and platforms. Then from one end, I'm owner to transform and digitalize the enterprise process. To the other end, to guarantee that these processes are consumable from our customer that are the employee with a proper user experience. Then our primary mission is aligned with the mission of the company to digitalize and innovate our internal processes.
And so tell us a little bit more in terms of how you're actually leveraging our contact center solution, especially in order to provide an amazing experience for your employees.
Yeah, last year we started a program in order to consolidate our multiple voice and then contact center services, leveraging on a unified dedicated instance in cloud of the Cisco WebEx. And at the beginning, we identified this as the endpoint of a good target reached, because we consolidated, we was able to integrate all our services in a unified platform. But at the end, we understood that this was the starting point of the new innovation that we can introduce to our customer, then to our employee, and then be able to use the technology in order to create the contact center of the future. Then we started, after this initial migration, at the beginning of October, to play with agents. And in this moment, we have one service where we introduced the cooperation between agent and humans in the provisioning of the services to the employee. Then at the end, we was able to provide a different quality of services to the employee, extending the services provided by human with introduction of agents. We are starting to open the services 24 hours for 24, 7 by 7. At the beginning, it was managed by human only in the business hours. And we are going to extend the possibility to interact with our ICT services, reaching and obtaining the first tentative of resolution of the ICT issue of the employee, or the suggestion to the next best action in order to try to solve their issue. It was an initial activation of this new way to perform the contact center experience, and we are progressing, introducing new additional use cases, and make as much as possible the cooperation between human and agents, and agents and agents. Because at the end, we want to extend this collaboration, including also multiple agents from multiple platforms that cooperate together.
Okay, so we'll come back to the ROI. You know, Jeetu talked about the amazing experience you get with our devices, and then Snora talked about living the dream, right, for 12 hours. So tell us how JLL employees are living the dream with our collaboration devices.
We are living the dream. As I said, we have about, by end of this year, we will have about 2,000 rooms enabled through the Cisco's portfolio of devices. And we've come a long way in the last sort of few years, where we did have other solutions, other hardware, the complexity that complex spaces, for example, or the divisible spaces, is a real issue for us because our offices are big and small. So we have to cater for various different kinds of collaboration spaces, meeting rooms, and whatnot. And Cisco has been that constant for us. It's hugely important that from an ROI perspective, the biggest ROI that we have is productivity gain. Right, so JLL has real estate brokers and various other personas that work for us, and they are probably making million-dollar deals sitting in those meeting rooms. So the ROI is a little bit difficult to sort of quantify in itself, but what we take pride in is the fact that if, as a user, if I'm going from Chicago to London to Singapore, the experience is the same. It's extremely comforting for our users to know that they will walk into a room and it will work. We have taken out that friction completely. There is no guesswork. People walk in and then see that familiar bar and they see that panel and they know what to do, and they are probably within less than a minute, maybe even less than that, on a call, and off they go, right? So that's experience that enhances productivity and, of course, profitability of the company eventually.
You were also telling me about, when you're basically bringing in new rooms to market, right, new buildings and building new real estate. You said you actually use our Workspace Designer. So give us a little bit more color with respect to that.
Yeah, I saw my team starting to use Workplace Designer quite a bit since last year. The good part is that we don't necessarily have to depend too much on the AV vendors, if you know what I mean. I'm not trying to take away their jobs. I mean, they provide an incredible amount of value to what we do. But it's a way of empowering our own teams. It's so simple to use. And typically the rooms, meeting rooms, they change. The complex rooms do change. But 75% of the rooms are similar. Small, medium, large rooms tend to be similar. So Workplace Designer really helps with us taking charge of the design, right? And it's very simple to use, and we've been enjoying using that. I also want to mention about Control Hub, Aruna, where I was very pleasantly, I'm very pleased to hear about AI Ops turning into agentic ops. Gosh, we have not even done AI Ops yet. So and you've already skipped it. So this year, my focus was very much around introducing AI Ops, but I'm very keen to hear about agentic ops, especially from a Control Hub perspective. Again, it's empowering our own teams to be able to manage and see the utilizations and various other metrics that we really need. And the fact that we can get that in a single pane of glass is extremely useful for us and our teams. And the resilience that these devices have proven themselves to offer is spectacular, right? So the incident rates have gone down, or frankly, we don't have that many incidents related to the devices themselves. The biggest problem I have is cables. If Cisco can solve for cables, I'm your fan. I'm already a fan, but.
Awesome. So why don't you tell us a little bit with respect to your ROI in terms of your CSAT score, whatever you actually measure?
In our specific case, our intent is to improve at the end the customer experience. Then is not the need to create specifically efficiency, because we are talking about an internal services that we are mainly provide to the employee. Then at the end, we want to make them more happy to solve fast their issue in order to be ready to continue to work, and to provide some things that works as an assistant of their work life. Then the possibility to make it not like a services that is offered by the IT, but some things that can assist each one of the different users in their daily work life. At the end, this is the objective that we want to reach and to target.
Okay, so we have a couple more minutes left. And so we have all the GMs for collaboration technology in the room. If you had a magic wand and you have one feature or a capability which you would like to basically put in the roadmap, what would that be?
I tried to sort of think about that, but a lot that we have heard today, especially around the telemetry side of things, it feels as if it's already on the roadmap. Having said that, probably a challenge. So we do have in a typical room, we have the bar, we've got codec and whatnot, but there's another device that sits on the table, the panel, the navigator panel. I'm all about convergence. It will be very interesting to see if the panel can do more than what it does right now. Because we obviously don't want to add too many things to the ecosystem, but if we can bring in capability within what's already there in the room and people are familiar with, it will be great to see. We have seen the power of an iPad. Maybe the panel can offer more. Maybe voice recognition, who knows?
Okay, Snora, Espen, I'm sure you've taken note of that. Okay, what about you?
Hyper-personalization. The possibility to give to the end user, the possibility to personalize its own services, the way to interact, the level of complexity of the explained answer to his question, because we can have more technical employee that interact with the ICT contact center, or less technical employee then we will be possible to tailor the experience in the communication with this kind of services, leveraging on my specific preference. I want to set up my preference in terms of voice, in terms of tone, in terms of level of details of the answer. Then I can summarize it in hyper-personalization for the end user.
I think that is already in the roadmap, and some of the things which you heard.
We are lucky.
Okay, so that concludes our presentation. Give a huge round of applause to both of them. So as you leave the room, everything which was presented today is available to you at our World of Solutions. So please definitely visit the Future Proof Workspaces part of the show floor, and you'll have an opportunity to experience our technology firsthand. Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome back to the live Cisco TV broadcast studio, coming to you live from the Amsterdam RAI at Cisco Live 2026. We are so glad to have you with us here on the live stream. My name is Steve Moulter. We have just come out of a fantastic deep dive that was looking at collaboration right at that intersection of people and AI. What a phenomenal team. Aruva Ravichandran and Shnora Kesdu and Amit Barav, Espen Loberg, Francesca Isabella, Sarita Sharma, Vinod Muthakrishnan. Such a fantastic team, and they were looking at all of the latest cutting-edge innovations that are genuinely shaping the AI landscape, reforming the way that we all work and connect. They looked into agentic AI, so important, where humans and intelligent agents really genuinely start to work side by side. We're getting there. It's redefining the employee experience, the customer experience. It uses intelligence when it comes to actions, adaptation, scalability. Fantastic. One of our favorite programs across Cisco is the NetVet program, and our own Rob Boyd is in fact a NetVet himself, so we're going to go out onto the show floor where Rob is hanging out in the NetVet lounge. How you doing, NetVetter?
Oh, well, thank you. I believe you're a NetVet as well, Steve, officially. The requirements, as I was checking into them, because I'm like, well, I should have paid more attention to this. You just have to have attended 3 out of the last 5 Cisco Live conferences. And of course, there's multiple ones throughout the year, so there's plenty of opportunities to be able to do it. But then the question becomes, why? Well, first, let's start with a little tour, because you get access to a little bit of an upgraded experience, if y'all don't mind. We're just going to come in here. First, I just keep on your phone call. We're good. First, the furniture. These are different. This is upgraded fabrics, much more comfortable chairs. And as you well know, at Cisco Live, chairs and the ability to get off your feet once in a while is always a beautiful thing. Now, I don't want to bother anybody here. They're here to rest and such like this. Oh my gosh, they have us live on the TV. You can see over here, secret massage chair. I understood that yesterday, one of their food options, they had like a cannoli station. So the idea is that they get different experience while they're here. Let's take a look around, see if we're not missing anything. Look at that greenery. When do you get greenery in a conference room? So you get this, make you feel like you're outside, at least for a moment or two. But these guys are studying hard. I don't want to interrupt them. So we'll just sneak around through here. Love the incandescent lighting, little offset with the full room lighting, I guess. But the main point I want to emphasize is that if you've been to at least 3 out of the last 5 Cisco Live conferences, you need to check this out. Because, can I ask, can I see your badge? You don't have a badge with the, you're lit. Thank you for saying. I was looking for the ones with the flags. Usually they have like a little NetVet flag that gets added to the badge, but it's not just about access to this room. It's all about getting access early to register for the learning sessions that sometimes fill up really fast. So it's knowing what's coming. It's sometimes being heard about your opinion when they're asking, hey, what can we do better? What can we do differently? So there's multiple things to take advantage of here when you become a NetVet. Some of you may already be a NetVet, so you may want to take advantage of that when you get that opportunity. Steve, I'm trying to think what else we should cover on this, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me up in there. I don't know if we're going to be able to comms with one another. I really do love the NetVet program, and you're right. I am an honorary NetVet. I know that. How many? I can't remember. We can't talk to one another. I can't remember how many Cisco Lives. This is my 35th, which is kind of hard to imagine. 24th time actually on the TV broadcast. Do you remember where you are?
Yeah, it's I think it's similar to yours, but not as high, because I remember when we first met, and I was like, I want to go work with that guy, because I was coming to Cisco Live for different things, but back in the networkers days. Actually, do you remember, I used to think that NetVets was all about the long beards, and I was thinking, oh, this is where, because this is where the Cisco fellows, as I define them, with the longer beards and such like that. I believe we're going to start stopping up traffic, so I'll step right over here. But yeah, so it's a nice calm vibe. I actually feel a little bit bad coming in there and interrupting it. But let me take you along, guys, because we were going to take a look. We don't want to go in the retail store. Steve, you mind if I go to the retail store? I think I still have you on comms. This is so beautiful. They keep upgrading what they do. And so first and foremost, of course, the retail store is a great place to come buy some Cisco swag and some really high-end swag as well. Nice stuff, and they've got books. But you notice Kaylee is doing an incredibly detailed demonstration of everything that happens over here, and this is what we don't want to get in the way of. But what I encourage you to do is to be able to come in here and take advantage of learning from Kaylee and the rest of the team. I'm going to bring you around. Oh, look, I think Amy's over here. Hold on. I don't know if she hears us coming up. Amy? I didn't realize you were here. Were you shopping?
Sorry, you just caught me shopping, Rob.
So what were you messing with here?
I was just looking up on the screen here to see if I was looking for one of the favorite tops that I want. I know I'm meant to be working, but
No. I think perfectly. We're going to make it work adjacent right at this moment.
Exactly, and so on these screens here, you can just tap, log into the Cisco store, search for the product you want. It can tell you if they've got your size. It can tell you what color options they have. Everything here, and if you can't find it in the actual store here at Cisco Live, you can use this screen here to find where you can actually find it.
Well, one thing I love is the fact that they've always been kind of an active lab for testing Cisco technologies, especially, of course, as it applies to the retail space, but it's like to the nth degree. And they actually have gone ahead and broken it out. So it almost looks like we're at the Network Operations Center, but everything we're looking at there with these different Splunk dashboards and such like this, that's all the technology being used to demonstrate. If you wanted to take it to the nth degree, as far as you could from a retail perspective, here's your business model. But I want to show you, because it's a neat thing. If you get a chance to come all the way over here, sorry, Amy, I'm going to take them over here for one moment. So they've got engineers describing all the technologies here, from how they're using the Meraki cameras to how they're processing data, to the fact that what Amy was working with there was another extension of the agentic AI experience. And so everything that we've been talking about this week that you're like, oh, that's so brand new, nobody's actually using that. Oh yeah, well, of course we've met customers at this point that already have. But then they break out all the gear. Again, you kind of hear her talking, so hopefully you guys can understand me okay. But they've got some beautiful breakouts of all the technology that's being used, and some really smart people that are going to tell you how does this stuff integrate together, including, so you got this, I believe they're actually using the whole new unified edge as well. So we'll just pan around here, Steve. If you look, they've got some beautiful Cisco and Splunk devices all on display here, so you can see it from the Tech Lab. They have really invested in teaching us more about what is possible. I'm going to rotate around over here, and then I am going to go ahead and see if Steve has any questions before I send it back over, assuming I've still got comms. Steve, are you there?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. You got me, Rob, in your ear?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you brought up Unified Edge. We just were talking about what's going on at the Cisco store, and I should say, Kaylee Visconti and Brian Domine, they do such an incredible job with the store.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of people will come up to us and they'll say, okay, well, it's cute. It's a demo. It sells some products and you just use it to show tech. It is so much more. This is a fully functioning retail environment, not just online, but also at all of our flagship events, and then at secondary events as well, where Cisco is showing in other people's territories. It's a remarkable capability, but Unified Edge has become an enormous part of that story, Rob.
Yeah, it never has been a better time to say, yeah, come here to shop, but stay here to learn, right? In the retail store. Like that, I was workshopping some stuff.
That pulls together really well. Hopefully you're going to be able to bring us some more stories from the retail store space, Rob. I appreciate it, what you and Amy are doing out there, and again, continuing to be our eyes and ears out in the field.
We're working hard over here, Steve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Glad to have you back here in the studio with us. We're going to turn our attention to partnership, which, Lee, I always say, here at Cisco, we're really good at talking to Cisco. It's when we get our partners into the room that we actually create some real capabilities. We learn what the world needs from us and how we can partner in. So I'm going to get out of the way. I'll introduce Lee Peterson, our VP of Secure WAN here at Cisco. You can bring in Frank and Jean-Noel to the story, but again, grateful to have you all with us. They're all yours.
Yeah, and thank you, Steve. You nailed it. It's all about partnerships, and I'm very lucky, very privileged here to be joined by one of our most important, most strategic partners in the world, Orange Business. So Jean-Noel and Frank, I hand it over to you to maybe just introduce yourselves.
Yeah, thanks Lee. Thank you for having us today. Jean-Noël Michel, I'm VP of Communication Services Products in Orange Business.
And my name is Frank de Jong, and I'm the Program Director of our Quantum Safe Networks program.
Yeah, so Jean-Noël, we did some press release today around post-quantum cryptography and how we've been working together between Cisco and Orange Business to go deliver that as an outcome to our customers. So you talk a little bit about the solution and what we've actually launched here and what we've announced here.
Well, actually, first of all, I think it's important to say that we're one of the largest MSPs for secure connectivity across the globe. We rely for that on our backbone. We have this worldwide backbone with high resilience. We rely on our platform, and we rely on technology partners. Cisco is our best partner for this, and it's a long-lasting partnership. You know, we've been partners since more than 30 years, Cisco and Orange Business, delivering innovation to our customers. We've been one of the first service providers to deliver Cisco SD-WAN technology at scale for multinational companies. And more recently, indeed, we have announced the support of post-quantum cryptography from Cisco to help customers secure further their data, especially customers working in very sensitive activities.
Yeah, it's amazing, and a lot of exciting details in that announcement. Frank, as you think about the technology behind this, how do we take this and help our customers without disrupting their current environments when it comes to post-quantum cryptography?
So I think there's a few things that are very important. First of all, we're working a lot with our customers right now to make sure that they understand what's coming at them. And I actually heard in the session yesterday here also somebody referring to what we are saying all the time as well. It's a bit like the Y2K problem. And but for the Y2K, we knew that when it was going to happen, but not what was going to happen. With the quantum threat that's coming at us, we don't know we don't know what is going to happen, but we do not know when it's going to happen. So we need to make sure that we all prepare for this. And then post-quantum cryptography is one of the first steps to get there. So we first, evangelize that to our customers, and we see that it's now picking up pretty well. But of course, it's good that we, as we mentioned in our release as well, that we from Orange Business, we believe that before the end of this calendar year, we will have post-quantum cryptography available in our SD-WAN services, for example, and I think that will help our customers secure their networks.
Yeah, and so our customers don't have homogeneous environments. We don't replace everything at once. So how do you think we handle this transition and make sure we don't disrupt our customers' business?
Yeah, so there are two things around that, all right? Because usually the contracts that we have with our customers with managed services, they last for a number of years. So you could imagine that if a customer signs up for a new contract for, 5 years or something like that, they will get the newest technology immediately. Now, other customers could either opt for a technology refresh, but because of, the way post-quantum cryptography can work together with our existing SD-WAN, we could basically say that all the new sites that we will be implementing will be post-quantum secure immediately, and then we can just do a step-by-step migration of the existing estate.
Yeah, and I think it's really important customers work with partners like you to migrate that. It's a complicated topic, and you have the expertise, you have the ability to help customers migrate this.
Indeed.
So Jean-Noël, if you think about Cisco's approach to post-quantum cryptography, how does that really fit in with how you're seeing the landscape and how we've been able to work together on this solution?
Maybe on a wider topic, I think Cisco's approach to security and networking is very much aligned with the way we see things in Orange Business. I like very much the strategy of infusing security deeply into the network, and I think PQC is just a great first illustration of this. What I like as well is that it relies on products that are Cisco products that are already part of our portfolio in Orange Business.
Yep.
The Cisco Secure Routers that we start to sell to our customers. They will be the foundation of all secure connectivity moving forward. And the beauty is that they bring security within the customer equipment at the edge. And so it becomes available for every customer site. I like this approach. It's also a natural extension to the SD-WAN. So we have a huge list of customers already using Cisco SD-WAN technology. For them, it will be a natural evolution, incremental evolution of what they already use in their networks. It will just add another level of security to their data.
Yep, amazing. And what do you think's next for us in terms of our partnership and the things we're going to do over the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, many opportunities. Maybe to focus on this topic around security and connectivity. I think there are many more opportunities to leverage the capabilities of a secure router. It's just the first example. I'm particularly enthusiastic about this idea of unifying the management of security across multiple devices, multiple software as well, to simplify the management of security and networking for our customers across SD-WAN, across firewalls, across secure access for SSE, moving to a very integrated way of managing all this and also improving the level of security end-to-end that we can guarantee. I think we also believe in the convergence of security and observability. You probably know that we're also #1 partner for Splunk in Europe, in Orange Business. So we like very much the integration of Splunk into the Cisco portfolio. This opens a lot of new opportunities across security and observability. And AI, obviously. I mean, this event is all about AI. Securing AI, securing application, agents is a totally new challenge. It's a challenge for security, and I like the ideas you have to include, and you start to doing that AI security into every security product you have, but also into networking, because I believe security and networking for AI are totally interdependent to guarantee at the same time performance and security for new usages. Yeah.
Jean-Noel and Frank, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the partnership. We've got a lot of great work we're going to continue to do together, and I'm going to hand it back to Steve.
Thank you so much, Lee. I appreciate it. Jean-Noel, Frank, so glad to have you here in the booth with us again. Thank you for everything that you're doing with us here at Orange Business. We really do appreciate it. It's terrific. All right, we are heading back now into a keynote deep dive. Very excited. We're going to look at the different ways that we secure the network when attackers and apps are running on AI. We've got a big crew leading this session. Kamal Hati is here with us, Tom Gillis, Peter Bailey, Rick Miles. Specifically, they will look at the ways that AI is supercharging our adversaries, right? Large social engineering and rapid exploit weaponization, nonstop identity probing, all of these adversarial challenges that we deal with across the attack surface, which has now been made even wider by all these autonomous agents. So they're going to cut through the noise, give us that front row view of the landscape and how we can defend against these different attacks. We're very excited for this keynote deep dive. We're going to meet you right back here in the TV studio on the flip side. Enjoy, and away we go.
Hey everyone, Tom Gillis. I'm the General Manager for Infrastructure and Security here at Cisco. I want to just take a few minutes and talk about my new gig. If you've ever heard me talk, I've always been the security person. About a year ago, I took on the infrastructure role too. Why? It's because this movement towards AI is really driving a need for integrated solutions, or what we call platforms. And I want to just share a little bit of some thinking on this. A platform, in my definition, is not just a bunch of products from a single salesperson. A platform is a system of systems. And as we move into this world, I'm going to call it the post-AI world. What an amazing world it is, right? The changes that are happening so rapidly, but it's causing us to rethink really the kind of basic building blocks of what a security system looks like and how those building blocks are built into the infrastructure. And I'm going to suggest that this post-AI world really needs a platform approach to security. Well, let me explain what I mean by this. So let's start with just thinking about the language that a security tool uses to understand and interpret an application. For decades, the way applications worked is they were a series of explicit programs that you'd apply towards a computer. It's kind of self-evident. And oftentimes, that computer came in a physical box. And so if you look at the most important security control in many of our tool chains, it's the firewall. And the primitives of a firewall, to this day, are still IP address, port, and protocol. And that IP address made perfect sense when a data center was built out of a box. And you could go in and you could touch the boxes. This one's the web server. This other one here, the big expensive one with the sun logo, that's the database. And it was the IP addresses that correlated to what the applications were. That's still the world we're living in today. Now, as we move into a world where AI applications are running, an AI application is non-deterministic, which means you're not explicitly programming a computer. The computer has the ability to reason, to solve problems on its own. And that's unbelievably powerful. We've all experienced this with ChatGPT, et cetera. But it means that the language that we use, the primitives that we use to understand, interpret, and supervise that application are changing. And you can't rely on any sort of static rules. In fact, what we need to do is we need to look at the interaction between a user and the prompt, or increasingly between an agent and either another agent or the application itself. So agent to agent or an agent to app communication is happening, and we need to be able to look at that and apply judgment to it. Does this look right? Does this make sense? And of course, the only way to do that is to use AI to supervise the AI. And that's what AI Defense is from Cisco. So we're building very purpose-built small models that are targeted at understanding normal interaction between a user and a prompt or between an agent and a prompt, and then saying, this looks like something that's stepping outside of those guardrails. So we're building AI awareness into your traditional security tools like a firewall. So this is something you can buy from us as a separate product, but I think it's much more interesting when it's built into our SSE solution, which is secure access, or when it's built into our hybrid mesh firewall, so that it naturally is intercepting and understanding that traffic between either the user and the prompt, or between the agent and the application, or the application to application. So the AI awareness is being built into the network security. Now, if you've been listening to Cisco Narrative, I think it was 2 years ago, we came in and we talked about how we're taking the network security and we're infusing that into the fabric of the network itself. So with Hypershield and our Smart Switch architecture, we're building that security capability into the very fabric of the network. And this isn't just a cut and paste of traditional firewall into a different form factor. It allows us to reimagine how network security would work, because you can put little tiny baby enforcement point everywhere. Every switch port, every service that runs in an application gets its own little miniature perimeter. So we put the AI awareness into the network security, we put the network security into the network fabric. But there's one more leap here, which is as you start to understand the power of AI infrastructure, the servers that are running these AI applications, they look nothing like the servers that run either Kubernetes or VM-based applications. These are massive parallel arrays that are driven by GPUs, and the GPUs need to talk directly to other GPUs. And this is what we call a back-end network. The network, the Ethernet, becomes the fabric that you use to compose a system. And it's kind of like the role that the PCI bus used to play in a server. So the AI awareness goes into the network security goes into the network fabric, and we're bringing that network fabric right into the compute complex with all this AI networking. And that is the platform effect. Now, the final piece of the puzzle is that we instrument all of these different pieces to gather telemetry as efficiently as possible and put it into Splunk for both observability and for security. And this is why I'll argue that a platform approach is so important in this post-AI world. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. We're going to talk in more detail about the individual components that make up this system. Thanks very much for listening, and I'll be here in the back to answer any questions. Peter?
Great.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Good? Good show? Doing well? Okay, great. So this is my first Cisco Live EMEA. So I joined about 10 months ago to lead the security business working for Tom. And I hit the Cisco Live US, but this is first EMEA. And so just in the meetings I've been in, obviously lots of talk about AI. That's partially our fault too, because we're talking about it a lot. The other thing I'm hearing a lot about, not a surprise, is also about sovereignty. And so today, I'm not going to go deeply into sovereignty, but I wanted to hit it because I know it's on a lot of people's minds. And I'll just sort of say, on behalf of kind of Cisco writ large, like, we are working towards sovereign solutions to meet all those needs. And in security, that's the case too. And so excited to meet with folks separately around, things you're thinking about. But I just wanted to kind of make that note up front because that's something I'm not going to talk about deeply today, and I know it's on a lot of folks' minds. Okay, so we heard from G2 this morning the framing of how we think about what we are doing as Cisco. So we are prepared for this moment, we've been preparing for this moment, this AI moment where we believe we have really unique capabilities to be the critical infrastructure provider for this AI era. And we've organized ourselves around 3 what we think of as end user use cases. And fundamentally, it's AI-ready data centers. Tom was just talking about that a little bit, where how are we going to serve up these applications and deliver them at scale, right? Or future-proof workplaces, the networks we're building, the ability to access applications, and access applications that are running AI in the background, which require low latency. And finally, digital resilience. And so what is digital resilience? It's the ability to recover very quickly from an attack. And so hopefully, as we're engaging these AI capabilities, we're actually building better resilience, smarter resilience over time. And as we'll talk about in a little bit, the AI attacks are something we're quite worried about, and we've got to stay ahead of that to ensure that digital resilience is part of the equation. So I was going to start off with the agents are coming, and I changed the slide to the agents are here. And so just listen, by show of hands, I'm going to ask 2 quick questions. So first of all, how many folks in the room either have security in their title and/or are living in an organization that owns part of the security problem? Can I show of hands? Okay. Then how many people are in an organization today, in a company, that is either using agents internally or trying to build them or doing software development using agents? Okay, so I'd say like maybe 25% in both cases. So the agentic revolution is happening now. So whether it's software development, right? We know that's being broadly adopted now. It's in your browser, or maybe it will be very soon if you look at the Chrome browser as an example. And we're now seeing commercial use or consumer use cases like OpenClaw. For those of you who saw that in the news a couple weeks ago, this was kind of the first broad case of a truly proficient assistant that you could leverage, and folks were obviously building different use cases for that, and there were social networks built and all of this, but it really sort of began proving out in real time that these agents can be incredibly powerful. And so for the first time, we're starting to see this idea of this digital workforce come together. What began as sort of something we've been talking about as an idea is starting to actually come into focus. And the next version of this is going to be physical, right? Robots, what have you. And so we're the beginning of this explosion of the digital workforce. And with that, we are seeing changing environments on the ground. So first of all, changing workloads, right? And these workloads that might be are going to be living in Kubernetes, and you may not have visibility into those workloads, into what's going on, at the process level, what's trying to talk to those workloads. And so we need new tools to be able to get that visibility from a security perspective. In addition, you're talking about models that are non-deterministic by nature. And so we don't know for sure what's going to come out of those models. And so we want to be able to put guardrails around that. So we've got these changing conditions that require us to react and respond. And from a workforce or workplace perspective, again, smart devices, robots that might be controlled remotely by some kind of AI. Surgical robots, we know for sure, are going to start using AI as a tool set, alongside the doctor to deliver surgery remotely. And so, again, these emerging use cases are requiring different things from infrastructure, different considerations on latency, but also how we think about security. And finally, if we think about the data that is emerging as a result of this, this is 10x, 100x, 1000x, several orders of magnitude more data that's going to be being produced as a result. And so data is super helpful for training models. We can take advantage of that, and we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But it also represents this expanded attack surface. And so we've got to be able to analyze that data and understand at scale what it means in terms of the security risks. And so this comes to the kind of opening premise I want to provide you is that fundamentally, this AI era means we must lay down a new foundation for security. And that has implications from infra to network security, to how we think about securing workloads, to identity, and also the analytics layer that we are going to talk about. And obviously, we believe Cisco really has an important role to play here. So a couple of new areas that we've been investing in I want to talk about to kind of kick us off. And it covers agentic identity, which is going to become a very important concept going forward from a security perspective. Also about how we're securing AI workloads, and then analytics at scale. Let's start with agentic identity. So in order for you to have an agent operate in your environment as a company, or to talk to your application or your data source, or an external agent trying to talk to an internal agent, we want to think about agents having identities. So we know what it is, what it's supposed to do, what it's allowed to do, and what it should not do effectively, right? And tying identity to that means we can put all sorts of other parameters around that to define what the agent should be and should not be doing. And over time, we want to continuously assess what that agent is doing and ultimately look at behavior and be able to make changes based upon that behavior. And so some of the technology we are building now looks at discovery, looks at authenticating an agent, but also authorizing an agent in terms of what it can do. From an AI workload perspective, I mentioned before, I'll say it this way, 2 years ago, talking to CISOs, I would ask the question of, hey, what are you doing for Kubernetes, right? Which is where AI workloads live, right? OpenAI is all Kubernetes based. And you get the, hey, that's, really kind of in this cloud security section, and, we're not really 100% focused, we're doing CNAPP, CSPM, and anyway, I'll make the story short. Today, it's like, yes, please, we need visibility, we need control over those environments, we need to understand what we have to do. And so Kubernetes is kind of a black box, but there's new technologies and technologies that folks at Cisco have developed that allow you to get that visibility and drive security policy inside of those workloads. And the models themselves, as AI workloads, also represent a new security problem. As I said before, they're non-deterministic. They're also subject to attacks. The data that we look at all the time is that these models can still, even now, be easily jailbroken. They can ingest data that's been, quote unquote, poisoned, right? And so the models themselves need protecting to be safely deployed. And so one of the innovations we're announcing at this conference is that Cisco AI Defense, which protects models, puts guardrails on models, in fact, now is also protecting agents and ensuring agents themselves aren't poisoned or bad things happen to those agents so they can be safely deployed in your organization. So very cool innovation. We'll get into more detail on it in a little bit. And finally, the Cisco Data Fabric. With this explosion of data, we have to have the analytic tools. And really, because there's so much data, we want to make these tools as turnkey as possible. And we want to be able to use that data to train AI against that so we can start thinking more preventively about how to prevent attacks, what's going to happen next. Can I actually do attack path mapping and start anticipating where my weak spots are? And we want to ultimately be able to do it in a way that's highly efficient. So if you bring everything back to the center, into a single corpus, that is wonderful if you're doing incident response and all that good stuff, but it's very expensive. So we also want to go to where the data lives. And so federated analysis of the data is another capability we're introducing. And so we are taking this data problem/opportunity head on and believe we have some incredible capabilities there thanks to our brethren at Splunk. I think we're also different in that we take a very open approach. First, we think about our world as an ecosystem. We have to play nice with everybody, and so we are open by design. And as the security industry, for those folks who operate in security, we've seen this platformization trend, and platforms are good in some sense because it means you've got a simpler user experience and integration, but it also can mean a walled garden. Some of our competitors will charge you to take data and go put it on another platform. And so we just want to make the statement that we are incredibly focused on being an open company, but also provide open platforms. And Splunk, as an example, was the original founders of OTel, which is an open telemetry standard, as well as OCSF, which is a standard schema for doing security operations analysis. We also have a lot of support for open source initiatives within within Cisco. And so a few examples, Talos, which has been contributing to Snort for, I think it's been over a dozen years since Talos has really taken ownership of that. Isovalent, which is the original founders of Cilium, which is, if you think about Isovalent as the enterprise version of what Cilium provides, which is an open source package to provide that eBPF capabilities in Linux. And then the Foundation AI team, which a lot of you folks may have not interacted with yet, but we have these amazing group of AI researchers, like just brilliant. And they now have the leading open source security LLM model on the market in terms of downloads, in terms of performance. These are models we are using to power our products, but they're also models that we're making available to the community to make all of security better. And again, these are things we just feel like are incredibly important for us as a company, but also for the community. Security at the end of the day is a team sport because it's a very big and thorny problem set. So one of the partnerships, I want to kind of maybe swerve to the right a little bit for a second. One of the partnerships that we are very excited about that is also in the context of emerging AI attacks and the things we need to do different is a partnership between our Talos teams and our Isovalent teams, as well as with our security and trust folks internally. And it's called Live Protect. For those who have watched some of the more recent attacks on critical infrastructure, Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon were these big moments, right, for telecom and critical infrastructure, where we have these very pervasive, very serious attacks against infrastructure that were happening over the course of several years, and we didn't really detect them for a long time. Before that, you had Colonial Pipeline back in 2021, and that was sort of the first headline attack on infrastructure. And so the theme here is that this is not going away. So infrastructure is now under attack, and we have to start thinking differently about how we defend that and how we secure that. But the problem is, if you think about the world we live in Cisco, is that infrastructure is not getting updated that often. A patch waits for a change window that may not happen for 6 months. We have some customers who wait a lot longer to update and upgrade infrastructure. And in a world where no one's targeting that, that's fine. But in a world where folks are targeting this infrastructure, it's a problem. And so how do we do something about that? Because applying patches is hard. And we're going to work to make that easier and easier and easier, but there's another way. And so this is really what Live Protect's all about. So that eBPF technology, which I mentioned from Isovalent, think about it's an agent sitting on Linux. We have our own version of Linux running in our products. And it allows you to do things to sort of interrupt what might be a vulnerability on the product. So let me say it, I'm fumbling my words, let me say it differently. So we see a vulnerability. What's going to happen today is we're going to see, once that's been publicly announced, within hours, if not minutes, an exploit will be developed. And that exploit can be used by an attacker to go and attack that equipment, right? What we can do with eBPF is we can create a shield and push that shield down to protect against that specific vector. And that shield can be in place until a patch is delivered and you have time to actually go out and swap out and update that patch. And so what that does is it collapses what we think of as this defense velocity gap. And so this is just one way that we think we have to start defending infrastructure in a bigger way, because these AI attacks have really changed the time scale, if you will, for how fast vulnerabilities are going to be taken advantage of. So this is super cool, and you're going to start seeing this from us this summer. So much like AI is only as good as the data it's trained on, and the more data, the better, right? AI gets better with larger data sets and better data sets. Security is only as good as the context and the control surface you have. What do I mean by that? So in security, context is almost everything. And think about it. We see, a call coming into the network. It's coming from this IP. It's going to this IP. Traffic's encrypted. Hard to understand what's going on. Well, if I know my IP is associated with a crown jewel, that's context, right? If I know what asset it's going after, that's context. If I know identity of where it's coming from, where it's going to, that's context. If I can see the actual runtime behavior, the process it's trying to kick off, that is context. And so by putting those pieces together, that's how we can find, things that are bad which may not be obvious upon first glance. So context is really important. By the way, super important for also AI models as well. We'll talk about that again here in a little bit. On the other vector is the control surface. What is the control I have that allows me to see the thing? So we have endpoint controls, right? We've got firewalls, zone firewalls, perimeter firewalls, seeing north-south. We have runtime agents, right? So these are the controls we've got. And what I would posit for you is that if you have visibility everywhere and controls everywhere, this is how we would sort of get into this philosophical world of zero trust, where zero trust means assume breach, assume you have bad people on the network, and be able to protect yourself, right? And more, as we look at what AI attacks are going to bring to us, being able to attack our weak spots at machine speed, we have to be thinking about how do we, as an industry, as a society, really start getting to more of this zero trust reality. Because each of these controls will give you a piece of the puzzle. The modern CISO has to thread together 60, 70, 80 controls and literally stitch these things together and pull all that data back and try to make sense of it. And the reality is there's gaps in between. These are blind spots in between the tools themselves, the controls themselves. You might see, you have visibility in the posture of a host, but you don't have visibility in the rest of the distributed attack. You might see something at the endpoint, but you don't see anything anywhere else, right? And so we rely upon stitching these things together to do analysis and drive to security outcomes. That's hard, and it's nearly impossible to do without still having blind spots. So how do we overcome that? So in the AI era, we would suggest, and I believe, that you're going to need visibility and enforcement everywhere. Well, guess what else is everywhere? What is pervasive, right? The network is pervasive. Everything runs across the network. And I say that because I believe that Cisco has an incredible opportunity as we're approaching this next phase of attacks based on AI, that we have a much more important role to play based upon the visibility and infrastructure we have in place and the security we can provide on top of that. And that's obviously what we're building. So what's the first thing you need to kind of help solve that problem? Well, first thing you need is visibility. We talked about that. Sensors and controls. And so we have something called hybrid mesh firewall. What's hybrid mesh firewall? In the development of the firewall industry, you had the original firewalls, zone firewalls, then you had layer 7, next generation firewalls. Well, hybrid mesh firewall is the idea that you have all these sensors and enforcement points, and you can operate them as a system together. And so if you think about having some perimeter firewalls or zone firewalls or virtual firewalls in the cloud, or having thousands upon thousands of agents protecting workloads, being able to manage those as a system, right? And in this world where things are getting much more distributed, many more workloads we have to worry about, et cetera, we have to be thinking about how to manage things as a system, and that's hybrid mesh firewall. Cisco is thinking about this in terms of making hybrid mesh firewalls also AI ready. So we provide deep visibility into AI in terms of agents and models. We have a library of all the existing models that are out there that we can detect on the network. We can do semantic inspections we talked about using AI defense, where we can look actually the calls going to and from MCP servers. We can go beyond AI-driven detection, or beyond signatures rather, and actually look at data on each end, where we've got our encrypted visibility engine that actually can put together signal on both ends, even with encrypted traffic. We also are doing things with agentic ops, which allow you to more proactively drive policy. And we're making policy creation more simple with intent-based policy creation. So in the world of firewalls, as we know, writing rules across a large infrastructure gets very, very complicated. If we could start thinking about intent and enforcing that across an entire network of firewalls, that's a simplification opportunity. And so Cisco has a wonderful range of firewalls, right? From traditional on-prem firewalls to virtual to SaaS. We now have smart switches where we're actually putting security content in the smart switch. We'll talk more about that in a second, as well as the ability to protect workloads through agents. And that's all managed through security cloud control. Think platform. Again, a more simplified, integrated experience where we can write policy once and express it everywhere. And that includes third-party firewalls too, because we know we're not going to be the only vendor in the network. And so if we can unify policy and express it everywhere, that becomes far easier to manage. And then if we can analyze that and update that as drift happens and policies get out of date, that is how we can start managing these much larger networks that need to have enforcement everywhere, okay? So I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our traditional firewall, our secure firewall family. We've refreshed the entire line, and in the last quarter, introduced the 200, as well as the 6100 at the high end. And the 6100 in particular has bananas scale. So you can literally tether 16 of these together, which allows you to ingest and inspect, like deep packet inspection, 8 terabytes, which is incredibly, it's a crazy amount. All the while, it's got a smaller rack space size than the competitors substantially, so smaller footprint, much lower power consumption, and so from a price performance perspective, it's just a killer product. So for those of you who play at the high end, we'd love for you to look at the 6100. It's a fabulous product. I talked about smart switches, and I think you heard about this morning too from G2. So the smart switches, here's the idea, is that we have a switch fabric. And the first one we've done is the Nexus data center switch, where we have really 2 personalities in the switch. You've got the networking personality, and then you have a separate processor, the DPU, that is the security personality. And so Hypershield is the software that we put on that switch. The initial use cases are rolling out now, which give you east-west visibility into that environment, as well as ability to do segmentation, which was formerly a blind spot. So you're going to see more content coming out on that, but we're very excited about the opportunity to put software into data center switches, campus switches, and beyond to get that visibility and provide east-west and microsegmentation type functionality. And I talked about Isovalent and what we can do with workloads. We have 2 incredible products that allow you to secure workloads. Secure workloads, as well as the Isovalent eBPF agent. And so this gives you both visibility, as well as ability to apply policy at the kernel level. And that's what you need to be able to do is to secure those workloads, secure Kubernetes, et cetera. And so, as I said before, and I'm going to bring someone up here on the stage in a moment, Security Cloud Control is the security team's approach to platform. And really the vision here is what we want is our customers to be able to log into Security Cloud Control, and everything they need to do, they can manage from that interface, and those experiences are highly integrated. So we can start thinking about driving policy across an entire fabric of switches and agents and what have you. And so to tell us more about that, I'm going to get my good friend Rick Miles up here to take us through some more about Security Cloud Control. Rick.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, Peter. All right, so I'm really excited to talk to the team here about a bit in next level detail what we're doing in Security Cloud Control. And if you think about what Peter was describing, I could just start drawing that architecture. You've got a branch edge where there's a security device and a control point. You've got a campus that might have firewalls. You've got east-west visibility where you've got yet another solution. You're in the cloud, and most customers aren't just in one cloud service. You're in a multi-cloud situation, each one bringing its own security stack. We haven't even talked about the data center yet. You've got data center edge, you've got ingress, egress at each of these levels, then zones, and then blind spots, as Peter talked about, all the way down into that east-west traffic. And man, I'm going to steal a quote from a CISO I was talking to last week. He's like, I don't want to talk about the 177th tool because I got 166 today, or 76 today. It's just overwhelming. And even in that architecture I'm describing there, that could be 7, 8 different security technologies that don't communicate with one another, that don't share data, that have those blind spots, right? That is an operational burden. And so, as mentioned, that's Security Cloud Control, how we're pulling all of these control points together, and importantly, extending it into third parties, as Peter mentioned, which is very differentiating. That is our open approach into the market. And now I wanted to jump right into the product. So this is not Figma. This is in the product, a demo just showing the power of intent-based policy. Now, showing the power of intent-based policy isn't the most exciting demo. It's actually rather boring, but when you talk about policy, being boring is a very good thing. Being simple and not complicated, that's that ultimate goal. So if we go into Security Cloud Control, we can create a policy here. And then if you're familiar with secure access, this will look very familiar to you. We're just allow, in this situation, this is HR to an ERP application. That's all. We're just going to say we want to allow that access, right? So we go ahead, we say, put that intent into the system. Let's add discovered targets. Now, what's happening behind the scenes is, it's actually quite magical. It's pretty exciting, is we're going out and discovering, okay, where should that policy be deployed to? At what boundaries? You think through all of those things I described, where are you actually putting that policy? So as it goes through and it does this discovery, it then can highlight the exact 3 places where that policy would need to change. So what it's doing, it's ingesting, it's understanding, it's optimizing, and then with one click, it's then deploying that policy to, in this situation, your Cloud Edge, the DC Edge firewall, that zone-based firewall, to meet that intent. Now, what's even better about this is what I just demonstrated actually behind the scenes is a Fortinet firewall, a Cisco firewall, and a Palo Alto firewall. So you can think from an admin's perspective. Let's put that in real-world scenario. I did not have to go into Panorama and figure out what that policy should look like. I did not have to go into the FortiManager, the firewall management experience and security cloud control, understand each thing calls applications different things. Each thing has different objects. All of that abstracted away. I just wrote an intent. I said deploy the policy. Security Cloud Control and our Mesh Policy Engine figured out exactly where that needed to get pushed to, and then deployed that across. So a really powerful use case that can drive that. Importantly, too, is that allows us to meet organizations where they are in their security journey. We can start to add value and help you along that path to achieve a better state of segmentation. Now, adding on to that, and as you heard this morning, a bit about agentic operations broadly at Cisco, I wanted to highlight a little more detail on what we're doing in the security space here as well. Now, inside Security Cloud Control, we have our new agentic ops capabilities. And the 2 that I want to talk through are Zero Trust Access Policy creation, and then I'll talk about VPN capacity and Elephant Flow as well. But imagine having to go down that zero trust journey. I talked to a lot of customers. I was actually with a customer a couple of years ago. It's like, hey, we've adopted a Security Services Edge, a private access solution. We've achieved zero trust, plant the flag, we're good. And then you look at the policy, it's star.star/any, wide open. And then they're hit with hundreds of thousands of FQDNs. What should these policies actually be? It can be overwhelming. And then you get stuck in this place of, how do we actually achieve a better state of zero trust? So one of the things we're doing here with this first Zero Trust Access policy creation is we're looking at the identity intelligence that we're pulling in, the user information, the risk. We're looking at what we can see on the applications. We're also looking at what the remote access VPN connectivity is that's in your organization. And this behind the scenes is going through and discovering, hey, what are meaningful least privileged access policies that we should create in secure access? So our ZTNAs, or our Security Services Edge into that private access solution. And so with a click of a button, you take that discovered policy, it actually goes through, it creates that policy within secure access based on the access it has across the platform, and you can watch it, you can verify it, humans in the loop, and then deploy that policy. So again, helping customers in a proactive way down that journey. And then some of these other pieces, it's when you think about capacity planning, Elephant Flow, or these types of things as well, they don't sound super glamorous, but when you get a call at 2 in the morning because something went wrong, that's a terrible situation, right? And so what we're doing here is we're taking, I'm going to call Foster out if he's in the audience, one of our best TAC people, right? We're taking these experts in the technology and we're adding them to your team. And we're having them leverage the strength of what they can see for us across all of those, the TAC cases, the information there, your environment, learning, and building proactive recommendations for changes you can make, so you never have that call at 2 in the morning. Right? It's essentially like a workforce building and enabling your team. So there's a lot more. We've got about 40 other use cases and counting that we're continuing to build into the platform here that I'm really excited about. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is Splunk. I figured I'd just show a slide that said free ingest in Splunk, drop a mic and walk off. But no, there is fine print. Restrictions may apply. But I am very excited about this. If you did not know, there's a level of free ingest if you're a Cisco Firewall customer and a Splunk customer. But it gets even better than that. It's not just that incentive. We've built new detections. We've built new experiences within Splunk, a better overall solution when you join these things together. And then we're also building better architectures. So imagine a scenario where, shoot, I don't need to send all of my logs. I don't need to share those because I actually have my persona in Splunk. They can reach into Security Cloud Control. They can access the intelligence they need. They can do their job without me driving that ingest up through the roof. So better architectures that we're building out, partnering together here as well. So a lot of exciting stuff that I've talked through. Invite Peter back on stage here to take us a bit more through security for AI. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it, bud. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Rick. Okay. So we talked about zero trust before, concepts of zero trust, the idea that a breach is happening. How do I secure my environment? How do I live in that world? And so these are really important concepts you must think about to achieve zero trust. So this idea of identity for all, so not just identity for people, but also for things and also for agents. Least privilege access, so that when you're providing access to a thing or an agent, you're always going to provide the very least privilege you can, as opposed to maximum privileges. If you have a flat network where you log into it and I can go hit, the ERP system, whatever I might want, that's bad, right? So least privilege is a concept around identity where we want to grant only the access we need to. Having visibility everywhere. We've talked about that. Workload visibility across the network, et cetera. Enforcement everywhere, as we talked about with Hybrid Mesh Firewall. We're also going to talk about things like behavior monitoring. So in the world of agentic, like with the human, you don't just want to authenticate and authorize that thing or human or whatever to come to your network. You want to see what it's doing. And so we have a lot of tools around insider risk today to see who's doing what on the network. Should they be doing that? Well, we're going to need the same thing for agents. And semantic inspection is another way to talk about looking at the actual activity. In this case, an agent making a request of an MCP server. What is it trying to request? Should it be allowed to do that? And then finally, all of this having to operate at machine speed. And this is the tough one, right? Because in our current world with humans, we've got a little bit more time. But these agents we know, and we've started seeing these end-to-end agents attacks, they can get in a network, they can go everywhere all at once, they can find your blind spots, and they can take advantage of you. So we have to start thinking about how do we put these defenses in place at machine speed. And so Cisco has a leading product providing zero trust access. This is secure access you might have heard about. This allows you for people to access applications that might be private or in the cloud or SaaS, but also because we own the plumbing, to provide the best connection experience possible, to understand whether you should route locally or route through the cloud. And because we're also integrated tightly with our SD-WAN product, we can also assure that connection experience and optimize for it. With AI defense, you think about securing models and agents. With secure access, think about actually securing the interactions we're seeing on the network. And so secure access is the zero trust access platform with Cisco. And what we've introduced is this agentic capability, to be able to discover and look at MCP calls that agents might be making, to measure that against threat versus an intent, and ultimately to log what's happening, because ultimately we have to get data back so we can take action. And so this is just the beginning of Cisco starting to secure agentic activity on the network. Cisco also has the leading SD-WAN product in the market, which we're very, very proud of. And I think as G2 mentioned this morning, we're introducing agentic capabilities here too, where we can look at traffic and see what is AI traffic and classify that, and then optimize that traffic. Why is that important? Well, we talked before about some use cases of the remote AI, workload, application, what have you, trying to control a robot on the floor. If we have too much latency, we know that that's going to go bad. Maybe the better example, one we're probably all worried about, is that surgical example, where you have a remote surgeon also using AI to actually perform surgery with a robot. And so latency in a lot of these applications becomes a huge issue. So our ability to classify that and prioritize that traffic is incredibly important, and SD-WAN can do that now as well. And finally, as you bring these things together, SD-WAN and a secure services edge, secure access in our case, you get what's called SASE. And so we're seeing the convergence of network and of access controls coming together. And that's a simplification opportunity, right? We want to bring these things together to make them simpler to drive policy across all of them, to deploy them, to manage them. And so we believe Cisco is uniquely positioned because of our strength in SD-WAN and because of our strength in secure access to really do very well in this market. And this is a great example of how we're infusing security and network together, which we think is just a no-brainer. So the AI era also demands visibility and analytics at scale. We talked about all the data that's being produced, right? All the data that's being produced that we want to be able to analyze, so ultimately we can start thinking about preventative security as an example. And as I mentioned before, whereas AI is only as good as the data, security is only as good as the context and the control surface it has. And we are lucky enough to have the world's leading platform providing security context, data analysis, and security operation actions in Splunk. And that is being dramatically expanded to look at all machine data so that we can train across that and start providing preventative capabilities. And so to tell us more about that, I'm very happy to announce or to bring up Kamal Hathi, who is my good friend and counterpart of the Splunk business. Kamal. Here you go, bud.
Well, thank you, Peter. Thanks a lot. So, I mean, if you think about, not my name, but you think about this notion of agentic AI, what agents are doing is fundamentally changing how we work. Peter talked about the fact that literally we're adding orders of magnitude more people in the workflows. Literally, these are people. These are digital people who are coming in. And so all the data that you're collecting about how your employees work, the tools they use, the telemetry is coming out of them, is just getting more and more and more. And so the visibility required, the data magnitude required for agents and agentic AI is literally another magnitude more than you can imagine. And so what we need to do, if we think about what agents are doing and how they work with us, is that these are not just, in some senses, coworkers, but they're also adversaries. Agents and AI are not just in terms of helping us be more productive, but they're also threats. And so in order to understand what's happening, you need to have the totality of your system in a place you can understand. So data coming from a network, data coming from applications, data coming from IoT, data coming from pretty much anywhere you can imagine. And the scale of the data is so large, it's just not just extreme. We end up calling it ludicrous. There's no other way of describing it. It's a ludicrous amount of data. And so this is what you need to be able to work with. And not only do you have to work with it, but you need to be able to work with it at almost an infinite scale with very finite costs. And so the way we deliver this is what we call the Cisco Data Fabric. And Cisco Data Fabric, as Peter talked about before, is an evolution of the Splunk platform to give you this notion of a turnkey solution. You can just point data at it. It figures out how best to organize it. It figures out where to store it, how to route it, and it does so at a much more manageable cost. And the approach we take for that is this idea of data federation. Again, this is what Peter talked about, where instead, what we in the past always have done is said, get the data to Splunk, we'll ingest it. Instead, what we say now is we will take Splunk to the data, right? We will take the Splunk to wherever the data is, without copying, without moving. We will combine it, we'll federate it, and give you insights and understanding in a correlated, cohesive view that unlocks all the correlations across all these various places that you're collecting data from. Now, this is really fundamental, it's really important if you think about success in working with agents, agentic AI, et cetera. So it's something you really, really need to invest in. But that's not the only thing. It's just, in some sense, the beginning. What needs to happen once you have all this data together, it's unified, it's correlated, you really need to start thinking about how do you start looking at the events that are happening, the alerts that are coming in. How do you correlate all these different things and do it so proactively, stay ahead of it? And in some senses, you now start to think about how do you have your own AI that's going to fight the other AI? How do you fight fire with fire? In some senses, even prevent that fire from ever happening. And the key to this whole thing is this notion of machine data. So what is machine data? It is essentially telemetry. It's a data coming out of non-human systems. This is data coming from your applications, data coming from the network, telemetry that's coming from IoT, any kind of software system, your mobile phones. All of this is emitting telemetry that's non-human data. Now think about it. You think about large language models, generative AI, ChatGPT, all these things you use. These are trained on human data. That's the language we speak, text, audio, video. But the petabytes and petabytes and exabytes of machine data that exists in your organizations is unused, is untouched for AI. So the critical part that you need to take care of, that we are going to help you do, is to take that machine data and train AI models so that you can stay ahead of these threats. So you can stay ahead of these incidents and start predicting when they're going to happen and not just wait and react to the problems that you see. So that's really, really important. And this is what the Cisco Data Fabric enables you to do. And that's why it's really, really important and critical as a very foundational, as a very important basic requirement to operate securely in this agentic era is to invest in this kind of a data fabric. And from Cisco is giving this to you with the Cisco Data Fabric. Now, what I want to do is, once we laid down this foundation, we talked about the need for a high-scale, intelligent, and cost-effective data platform, is talk about a couple of examples of how you might end up using these. So the first example I want to talk about is this context where sometimes, if not sometimes, oftentimes, when there's an incident, it's always the first reaction is, oh, it's a network, right? And someone's pointing a finger at the network guys are pointing a finger at the security guys, NetOps, SecOps, this is back and forth. And this lack of clarity is caused by silos of data. There are different places that you can see this. And so the example of that we've been working on is taking telemetry from Cisco Secure Access, taking telemetry from Meraki, and then using our XDI product to really unify in a fully automated solution correlative insights. So think about an example again with this. Let's say you have 20 different branch offices globally distributed, and because you understand the network structure, we can actually start to not only see what's going on, but pinpoint, in some senses, what IP address did this originate from. But not only that, we have a deep understanding of the network topology, and we can go all the way down to the serial number of the device and tell you what exactly is the offending device, where the problem happened, and we can automatically shut it down by deploying remediations based upon this understanding. So this is really important, and it's only possible by this combination of Cisco and Splunk to give you a unified platform that's intelligent, it correlates, and is able to take action based upon these correlations. Another example where having this kind of a high-scale, unified, correlated data platform comes into use is when you think about an incident that unfolds and data is coming from all kinds of places. And the problem is not just having the ability to find the data, but to figure out what is noise and what is signal. So if you think about in this diagram on, I guess, my right-hand side, there's sources that are coming in. There's data from NetFlow logs, data coming out of applications, it's coming from cloud sources, and all of this has to be correlated into one cohesive view. Now, not only that, But as you look at the actual application, there's process-level data that you need to understand and get an idea of what's happening. In fact, as you go and expand the process tree, more and more information is flowing through, and you need to be able to make sense out of all of this, correlate it all together. So what we do is we take advantage of Isovalent, and this is what Peter talked about before, to get insights, not only that there's some traffic, what the traffic is, but have a process-level understanding of what is going on. And this is critical for two reasons. One, it gives us high-fidelity visibility, which is really, really important. But secondly, this is really important, that not only do we understand what's happening at a very basic detail level, but we can start to understand things such as what is signal and what is noise. We can intelligently evaluate at the edge, at the process level, whether this is an important piece of data or it's just noise. If it's important, if this is contributing, or we have suspicion that it's going to cause an incident, we open the spigot and we start flowing in this high-fidelity data. And now we can combine all of that together, federate it with Amazon Guard Duty. And as you do that, we start to understand what's happening, and ultimately, we end up at a place where we figure out that, in fact, what was happening is that there was some kind of lateral movement into an Amazon S3 bucket. So this is the kind of thing you can do when you have both the ability to look at data in detail, intelligently understand what is signal and what is noise, filter it out, combine it, federate it with sources of data that are not inherent to your system, and then you end up being able to take advantage of the kind of technology that only Cisco can do by the combination of Splunk, Isovalent, and the rest of what we provide at Cisco. So it's another great example of why you really need to have this sort of a unified, cohesive, complete platform that Cisco provides. All right. Now, with that said, what we talk about, and this is really important, as you think about the sort of agentic era, in order to this notion that I talked about before, fight fire with fire, you really need to make sure that your analysts, your SOC operators, have intelligent agentic capabilities. And that's what we deliver, what we call the agentic SOC. And the agentic SOC really is all about three parts. Part one, which we talked about a lot, is this very comprehensive, cohesive, high-scale data platform that unites the data, unlocks insights, and allows you to make decisions. The second part is a comprehensive set of analytical tools, all the way from an XDR through threat detection, investigation, response, to a very, very high-scale, industry-leading SIEM. We provide the totality of this. That's really important. And the third part, which is where the agentic pieces come in, is the ability to provide agentic, AI-driven orchestration, automation, and really assistance that allows your analysts, your SOC operators, not only look in the past, not only to be able to detect and respond to events as they happen, but even more importantly, to start to predict and prevent incidents and security issues before they ever take place. And that is what you can do by an investment in the Cisco Data Fabric and the rest of our security tools. And the way you can get at it, and I'm very happy to announce that today, right now, you can start to use all these things we talked about with the delivery of Enterprise Security Premier. This is a edition of Splunk that combines all the pieces I talked about before. It includes the Cisco Data Fabric, which is a Splunk platform, along with a rich set of analyst tools, and then a whole new slew of agentic capabilities that are human-led, so that they allow you to be in control. They work with your the way you like to operate, but they are highly assistive and autonomous in doing things like helping you triage alerts as they're coming in. They help you, detect and diffuse malware. There's an entire studio for threat detection and analysis and AI-driven management. And then if you want to be able to write SPL, which is the Splunk programming language, create runbooks in SOAR, et cetera, all of these things are AI-driven and agentically available to you to go and take advantage of Splunk Enterprise. So with that said, I hope this was of interest and you learned something of value there. My request to you and my sort of call to action, as I say, is important in any such presentation is you can go start trying it out now. Splunk Enterprise, Splunk Enterprise Security Premier. This is a thing that's available today, so please give it a shot. And thank you very much for your time. Back to Peter. Thanks.
Well,
thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we're about to bring it home here. So hey, don't leave yet. There's a reward at the end. Or you do leave, but you're going to miss a reward. So for those of you who are staying and being patient, thank you. So I am going to try to bring it all together pretty quickly because we're about time. So hopefully it's very, very clear we're thinking about things in terms of platforms and systems because the world is getting complex, these architectures are complex, the amount of visibility, the sensors, the enforcement points, the controls we have to have are very complex. And so by bringing them together as a platform, as a system, we can make them simpler to operate, we can put AI against them, and we can have greater outcomes as a result. And because Cisco owns the network, because we have these controls for enforcement across the network, across agents and identity, and because we have this analytics layer, we also think this gives us a unique ability to provide very, very unique outcomes. And the last thing I'll say is that if you can take nothing else away from this conference, I hope you see that Cisco is investing. Cisco is innovating. Cisco is on its front foot. And we're innovating to meet the moment from an AI infrastructure perspective, but also from a security perspective. And so we're super excited to work with you. Thank you for your time. There is a reward coming here in a second. So I can't compensate all of you for being here, but I can compensate 10 of you. And 10 of you under your seats have an Apple Watch. So take a look. And while you're doing that, I just want to say thank you so much for your time and thanks for being with us here at Cisco Live EMEA.
And welcome back here at Cisco Live 2026 in Amsterdam. Welcome back to the studio. I'm excited to see you and thank you for tuning in. That was a great session about agents on the wire, and I think that's a really nice title as well. Our marketing department did a really great job. But they talked about something really important, that is that the reality of the threat landscape is here right now. If you think about the fact that AI has been fast and risen in our lives so quickly, it has the positive side of helping us, but it also helps attackers in that space. And that attack landscape is growing faster than ever and is becoming so much bigger. Now, what I thought was really important to take away from the session is that Cisco is not considering security as an afterthought. We are really thinking about infusing security into the network. We're thinking here about identity-first access, policy-driven transformation, and we're doing that all the way from the branch to the workload. Now, I am no expert on security, and I see Steve laughing because he knows that. But Steve has Kevin from our security team with us just to kind of dive a little bit deeper into this. So Steve, over to you.
Thank you so much, Cedric. I really do appreciate it. Great kickoff there. Yeah, I'm on set here with Kevin Kennedy, with our VP of Product Marketing for Cisco Security. Can't believe you actually made it in here. And like I was just saying a moment ago before we went live with this, I never get to see you, and all of a sudden you come here and visit, and now we get to chat with each other.
Cedric, I think you sounded kind of like an expert. I have to say you did pretty well there.
You're going against what he said. I need to build him up. I like that. All right, so let's kind of dive in here. When we look at agentic AI, when we look at agentic AI ops, the conversation is everywhere here at this show, of course, but here's what we're noticing. A lot of people still don't really know what it's all about, what the benefit is to them. So let's kind of start there. Let's talk about the payoffs from agentic AI and agentic AI ops, and maybe specifically on the security front a bit.
Yeah, so I think the promise of agentic AI is it turns all this chat experience into action, and it can do things on your behalf. And so from an operator's standpoint, the earliest adoption is coming in IT ops and in SecOps. So a lot of security practitioners that you talk to are concerned about getting the most out of their tools, right? So it's complexity, it's those types of things that are challenges. And so when you think of agents doing work for you, they can proactively look at your configuration, at the health of the system, and help you get the most out of your tools without spending a bunch of time doing it. And so those are some of the things that we are bringing into Security Cloud Control, and we announced this week our Agentic Ops capabilities in Security Cloud Control to do some of these things on the operator's behalf.
So technologically, it makes such perfect sense, right? I think the challenge sometimes happens psychologically, right? For so many of our customers and potential customers, and they're asking, okay, how is Cisco actually helping customers deal with the challenges of creating an agentic AI-friendly workplace? So maybe we should talk a little bit about our story for them from Cisco, and maybe more about the announcements that we're talking about this week here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, so there's the promise of agents, and that's what's driving the adoption. And then there's the challenges, and that's where, from a security and risk standpoint, people start to get nervous, because you think of these agents acting in the environment, and the concern is, what do they have access to? What is the data that they have access to? What are they allowed to do? Are the changes going to be safe? Are they going to be unsafe? And really, it's transformative for security and on the challenge side, because there's a couple of things to think about. The first is, now you have these agents that are a part of your workforce. How much time do we spend trying to keep our employees from getting phished and things like that? Well, agents, we need to protect agents from the world, because they can be tricked, they can be compromised, and then they do unsafe things as a result. And so that's one of the big risks that we see, and that we've focused some of our announcements this week on.
So G2 was really talking a lot about that yesterday. I think the way he put it, I'll probably mess it up, but I think he said we need to protect the world from agentic ops, AI ops. We need to protect the AI ops from the world. It's a two-way street.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
So the first part is protect the agents from the world, and so that's keeping them from being tricked or compromised. And so we announced this week extensions to AI Defense, which is, for the last year, we've had that in market, protecting AI models from things like prompt injection. So the extensions are to bring that to protect agents as well. And so that's supply chain security, things like they're called MCP servers, the way that agents access tools. So scanning that ecosystem, making sure that all of that is secure from a supply chain standpoint, validating the agents, and making sure that they are then properly guardrailed so that they can't be tricked or poisoned or compromised.
That's perfect, and that safety is what gives people confidence to press forward, right?
Yes. And that's the first side. But the second side that you mentioned is protecting the world from agents.
Oh, yeah, right.
Right. So this is where you think of these agents are acting, and they reason, right? They're AI, they reason, but they don't have common sense. And so you can imagine, with all the best intent, you tell an agent, go book an online reservation for me, and it does the research and says, hey, there is no online booking, so I'm going to learn how to speak, and I'm going to learn how to use a phone, and I'm going to call, and I'm going to achieve what you asked me to do in a completely different way than you might have envisioned. Now, that's one of the powers of these agents, but it's also a risk, because if you don't have the right guardrails in place, that one's pretty benign.
Sure.
You can imagine it getting into data that it shouldn't, making changes that it shouldn't, trying to achieve its objective. And so you need to make sure that there are guardrails in place about what the agent can do.
How do we set those guardrails? We got about 30 seconds here. I mean, how do we actually do that? It's a big ask, right?
It's a big ask. So we have added capabilities into Secure Access, which is our SSE, or Security Service Edge, which allow us to natively inspect this model context protocol, understand the intent of the messages that are going across, and secure the connectivity. So it's built into the network traffic and the inspection that we're doing.
I love that. Kevin, I know we could do this for hours. I've got 50 more questions I would love to ask you. Hopefully you can come back and join us at a different point here in the broadcast.
I'd love to.
Thank you for bringing this good insight to us and to everybody who's watching. Truly appreciated.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks so much. Cedric, we'll send it back to you.
Great, thanks, Stephen. To be honest, like, don't ask Kevin a question like that and only give him 30 seconds. Like, you know that, right? Anyway, thank you so much, Kevin, for being here. And Steve, you know I'm just joking as well. If you want to see everything what Kevin mentioned come to life, there is one place here at Cisco Live that you need to come and visit, and that is the Security Operations Center. In the Security Operations Center, you can see Cisco and Splunk technology responding to threats in real time, and also threats that are just happening at that moment. Now, I don't know anything about security, as I said already, and I see Rob looking into my camera when he's agreeing with that. But Rob is over with Jessica, who is helping run the Security Operations Center here at Cisco Live. So Rob, why don't we hear from Jessica a little bit more about it?
How about we hear from Rob, Cedric? No, I'm just kidding. Of course, we're going to talk to Jessica. Here's the thing that I just realized. The Security Operations Center, security's been a part of Cisco Live, and the NOC, right? We see the NOC all the time. I haven't seen security broken out like this before, I'm relatively sure. So what's interesting is we got them off of the NOC. They're diligent, extremely smart people, but we still put them in this fishbowl for some reason. We're going to see if we can get into this. Come with me, Steve. Oh, shoot, there's a lock. Oh, good, it's open. Hold on, come here. All right, come on in. We'll hold that there. Jessica?
Hey, welcome.
Hey, how are you?
So good to see you again. Thanks
nice
for coming in.
Nice to see you as well. I brought Steve and Kim here to make sure everybody can hear and see what we're saying. Oh my gosh, you guys have your own fishbowl.
Yeah, check this out. You know, this is the first time we've had this SOC here at Cisco Live EMEA. The NOC has been here a really long time. They've had a security team inside there, Luke, Remco, Scott, Mark, like they've really been doing a great job. And there's discussion like, you know, that's as we mature as an enterprise, let's bring in a full security operations as well to work with that team.
Well, I love the way you're exposing it to everybody to come in. I've noticed, I had come by earlier and I did see you're giving tours. I don't know how anybody focuses on their work.
Maybe had more scans here than anywhere else in the digital resilience. Don't tell them that, but a quarter of the scans yesterday came from the SOC actually in this area.
The data that you have access to say, well, no, that's not true. Yeah, that's amazing. In fact, I would love to hear some stories. Do you mind walk us through the importance of the Security Operations Center that you've got here, and kind of how you're using Cisco technology to really keep us all safe?
Yeah, so we have a full stack. We've got the firewall. Of course, we have secure access that is handling our domain name service. We have integrated with Splunk, because that's really the platform where all the data is going into. Secure network analytics, looking at that net flow. The files that are seen on the wire by our partner Endace and the full packet capture are carved off and sent to Splunk Attack Analyzer. And you can see with the dashboard some of those. Like here's the number of files from Splunk Attack Analyzer that have gone for analysis, and then those that have been sent over to malware analytics. And this actual dashboard here protected the Super Bowl. 125 million people
Because
watched
you were
the
asked
game.
to, you weren't just volunteering.
Yeah.
You guys contracted or whatever you do. Oh, you've got Olympics and everything on
Yeah,
the shirt.
so I actually, it's from the Paris Olympics that this happened. I'll tell you a quick story. Is after being in Paris Olympics, we saw that there needed to be some tighter integrations with XDR, as well as there was siloed. There was security and networking and observability. So as we prepare for LA28, we're bringing that all together with Splunk. And we brought the NFL and the LA28 together to talk more. And this has been our 5th Super Bowl that we've protected with SecureX and XDR. Well, 18 months ago, Yvonne and I were looking like, how can we bring in Splunk and XDR together? Because both Black Hat and NFL has technology other than this. So you can see all the different sources coming into Splunk.
Yeah.
You know, all these Cisco products from the firewall and so on. Well, the National Football League and Black Hat have other things. They may have a different firewall, a different proxy. All that stuff was going into a black hole no one was looking at. So we said, hey, at Black Hat Europe, we figured out how to bring Splunk and XDR together. We went to the National Football League on the 6th of January 2025, so Super Bowl 59 said, can we re-architect your SOC just 33 days before the big game? And they're like, well.
Oh, so you volunteered to do that.
Yeah, so the CX team has the contract, but they brought us in as subject matter expert because we've been doing this for 10 years, protecting Black Hat and RSA conference. And so we was like, this is what we can do. You're not going to lose anything that you have with XDR. You don't have to retrain your people just to get all of the power of Splunk integration. So they let us try it out, and we found some attacks and shut it down just 36 hours before the game with our CX partners.
For anyone that may not be familiar, how do you distinguish between XDR and Splunk in terms of how they work complementary?
Yeah, so XDR is really easy to use. The graphical user interface, we can train a tier 1, tier 2 person how to use it very quickly. And they have all that power of Splunk behind it. So what we've done here is we've actually built these same workflows to bring in enterprise security and XDR together. So from all these different sources, we've had 43 incidents that have come in.
Okay.
Only 2 have not yet been looked at. We have this many in triage that are open. And then we built an integration actually here in the SOC this week, because we have the Splunk security product labs team with our XDR experts. We're like, how can we bridge the gap here, right? So we have it, so if they change the status to open reported, it automatically sends the package over to enterprise security with all the work notes of what the analysts have done, the tier 1, tier 2, all that enrichment that XDR has done, all the threat intelligence, the correlation, opens up, and then investigation here in Splunk, the tier 3 analyst, incident responder, can look at that, have all that context. They have all the deep power of Splunk, like all this raw data, all the raw telemetry, all the searching, do their investigation, and then when they close it in mission control, the close status, it will reach back into XDR and close it, and also upload all the notes from the expert analysts with a link to enterprise security. So we're teaching the level 1, level 2, using XDR how to use enterprise security, also how to learn, and we have that closed loop.
Yeah, and you guys are obviously communicating tightly with the NOC, because as you had mentioned to me before, they're responsible for actually executing some of the segmentation or whatever you need to do to respond to what you're seeing. But you guys have been reaching back out to people when you notice something like, as I would say, insecure password sharing.
Yeah, there's so many unique passwords in the clear we've seen just in the last 24 hours. And when we were hanging out together at Cisco Live US, all of those created incidents that are tier 1, tier 2 people had to handle. So that you can imagine if this was 398 plus 43, that's basically a denial of service attack against our analysts on our own doing, right?
Yeah.
So we got with our buddies with enterprise security, and let's automate all this. So these folks receive an email from Splunk SOAR in enterprise security. You're using POP3 and so on, and then they can close it automatically, and then they can come and
this is
take care of
amazing.
it.
I love the MITRE ATT&CK. So a lot pretty heavy in command and control?
It is, right?
Is that where it should be?
Well, we've found some people doing some bad stuff, and we've got with the NOC and shut it down.
We got a lot of smart people here. I used to, I always like to make fun of security analysts because they're always been some of my favorite geeks, and the knowledge and the stuff you guys apply, but I love the automation and the ability to say, share the context so that the humans can make the right decisions, and the machines are helping them pull that off in the communication.
As you leave, just check out Security Cloud Control. That's a brand new dashboard over there.
Okay.
The latest thing with Firewall, they made that, we're part of the new innovation that's coming to our customers. The first time you've ever seen it is right now.
Yeah, and some people are still learning about some of that as well. But no, I love, you got the XDR and the Cisco Security Cloud Control. So you think this is a successful, the velocity of security is such that we need to break off that expertise, people can specialize and deal with it. How different does an event like this look like from your perspective to a Super Bowl, to an Olympics?
That's a great question. So this team here actually built the SOC architecture for the Super Bowl. Yvonne and I did that, and then we gave it over to our CX partners who are delivering it, and they get paid to do that. Yeah. And then we came over here and built it in Amsterdam, and then our team actually was the night shift while they slept in the Levi Stadium. we protected the Super Bowl from this room so that the game went on.
I used to sleep in that stadium because I'd always stay in that Hilton Hotel that used to be, or I think it's still there, there right at the edge of it all. Jessica, this is amazing. You guys have been working hard, long hours I'm sure as well.
We are, and we're also beta testing, you see the it's attack verification, we're beta testing that from XDR, Splunk AI, Foundation AI, really it's an AI forward SOC as well.
The reality. Awesome. I'm being told we need to go, so we're going to I could talk to Jessica for quite a while. We'll go back to the studio. Cedric, please.
Thank you, Rob and Jessica. It was actually really great to see that the door was wide open to go into the Security Operations Center here at Cisco. But yeah, thank you. It's also nice to learn a little bit more about where these technologies get deployed and so on. Anyway, we're going to shift the conversation a little bit into a different direction, especially to enterprises who are now looking at deploying AI. It's very important that you can do that in a secure way, that you can do that fast and so on. Now, anyway, I have Steve already with one of our partners, NetApp, sitting next to me, and Steve is absolutely ready to go and crush this interview. So Steve, over to you.
just one of our partners, a true core partner. I'm on set with Spencer Sells, VP of Global Alliances, one of our favorite, like I was saying, long-term partners. 20 years we've been managing.
Years, exactly.
How have we done this? How have we put up with each other for 20 years?
Well, a joint engineering and a commitment to customers, and I don't know, we have fun while we do
And a bunch
this
of
well.
really cool people. I like the fun part. Let's go with that. All right, so we have to kind of start with the obvious. First of all, give me a little bit about your background. You've been with NetApp for a huge amount of time, and when it comes to FlexPod, what we've collaborated on for so long, you were core at the very beginning of this. Give us a little bit of that background.
Well, you may be a little too kind. So I've been at NetApp 20 years, and I've done various product management, solution management. And so I go back to 2009, and we saw Cisco on stage with VMware and some other people. And we said, well, this isn't right. So we worked with some of the founders of UCS, and we said, let's go and build that thing, but much better. And that's what FlexPod is. It was the idea of, okay, at the time, customers were looking at bare metal to virtualization. And they needed blueprints they could trust to accelerate. And we may forget, but 2009 was an economic downturn.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a lot of pressure. So that's what we built. We built this thing called FlexPod. It's turnkey, validated reference designs that are fully supported, joint support by NetApp and by Cisco. At that time, the problem was virtualization. But even from then, we always thought, okay, this is a platform that we're going to co-engineer. This isn't a product. And that's been critical to the 20 years, or 16 years that we've done FlexPod, but the 20 years of partnership. So that we've taken virtualization and Kubernetes, and now we're working on AI together.
And you're talking literally billions in sales, hundreds of reference architectures that have come out of this collaboration. What has been the secret to keeping this not only alive and relevant, but valuable? We're talking across so many changes and adaptations in technology over years, over decades, realistically.
And that gets back to that flex part, right? The others were looking at block. Well, that was the design. Don't give me credit. That was the marketing team. But the idea is, this is co-engineering of this turnkey infrastructure that customers can trust. The problems of the day are going to change. The technologies are going to change. But we provide these Cisco-validated designs. So we would virtualization, but as networking has changed and as the compute side has changed, we've been able to incorporate that. And then what we're shipping now, 16 years later from the beginning, that has changed as well. So it's this commitment to the joint engineering. You talked about revenue, over 13 billion sales already, close to 10,000 customers. So even if we wanted to stop this thing, we couldn't, because it is critical to the infrastructure. In fact, if you're in the show here watching this, Cisco Live for the last 12 years has run on NetApp in the NOC. So we've been fortunate and proud to be the partner providing the Cisco Live events and all of the internet and everything that's going on.
All the way along since we started putting the NOC on the show floor. And we were talking about before we went live here that I remember so well when we tried to, I'm not going to say do away with FlexPod. Maybe we felt that it was time to evolve beyond FlexPod. So we started to look to what was next, and the entire industry said, absolutely not. What are you doing? You have to keep going with FlexPod because we love it so much. Why? Why are people so connected in with this particular capability?
Yeah, it's that trust and the validation, right? Because what organizations want to do is they need to reduce costs, they need to reduce risk, and need to reduce operational complexity in order to achieve their business goals. That is what FlexPod does. It is that validated, supported, turnkey solution. We have over 250 reference designs so that organizations can take and have a wonderful starting point and then have that flexibility. And the other part of the flexibility has been from the beginning, we had a channel partner focus. We knew Cisco and NetApp couldn't deliver everything together. So we intentionally designed it so our channel partners around the world could enhance the FlexPod to make bespoke solutions for their particular industries and their regions.
So important. I'm glad that you brought us here because I wanted to ask you about integration. For example, with Cisco's Unified Edge Server, right? How does that involve FlexPod to be able to support AI out at the edge and in our new hybrid environments? How do we integrate FlexPod with everybody else who wants to be a part of it?
Yeah, and maybe if I can change the paradigm a little bit, it's not to integrate FlexPod, it's extend FlexPod.
Extend it, great.
Right, because from the beginning we've been strong in the data center and in the core, but now working with Cisco and the UCS on the edge, we're doing the same capabilities of the trusted turnkey, validated designs, in particular looking at secure AI. And if you think about AI, we want to use it at where the people are,
Yes.
and that is the edge. And so we're taking the same concepts of compute networking from Cisco, the data infrastructure from NetApp, putting it on the edge, using NetApp data infrastructure capabilities for movement. In fact, we're going beyond that. We're fortunate enough to have an OEM relationship with AWS and Azure and Google, and the only company that has that from a data infrastructure. So we can help customers have a secure AI factory, core, edge, and cloud.
I'm going to ask you one more question because we're tight on time, and that is anybody who is still on the fence at all, how do we make the security argument that says safe investment, safe application, safe extension, going to your word?
Yeah, so we think about the security in multiple areas, but first is we are the most secure storage in the planet, validated by NSA and others. But let's talk about that. It's the agility that we provide. It's the partnering that we have with Cisco, the partnering we have together with our other parts of the infrastructure. I'm fortunate enough to be in charge of our technical alliances, and so that is it's the Red Hats, it's the VMwares, it's the Microsoft, it's all of these people out here, so that we do reference designs so that the customers can have proven, validated extensions, and they're buying into a flexible infrastructure that can be extended in the future.
Fantastic. And if people want to know more, they're going to reach out to NetApp. They're going to talk to us about the nature of the partnership. So grateful. I'm glad they let you out from under the stairs.
Yeah, thank you.
Inside joke that I'm not going to go into between me and Spencer. But again, so grateful for what we're able to do together, and so glad to be able to have you here in the studio.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thanks, my friend. All right, Cedric, we're going to send it back over to you.
Awesome, Steve. Great interview, and thank you so much again for coming in, Spencer, as well. I think we're going to shift gears a bit. I think we're going to go to some sort of product wall where Rob Boyd is standing. I see that he's at some sort of switching space. So Rob, tell us more about it.
Yeah, so I wasn't given a whole lot of direction about where exactly we should go and pick out, but he said, what stuff attracts your eye? And I'm like, I got to limit it. So, if you look up and down here, hardware is what attracts my eye. And here, one of the things I love, and of course, one of the things that's most popular is, some people, it's great. We can do all of our research online, and we can remotely configure things, and we can get some remote stick time. But there's something about putting your hands and being able to touch some of the technology. And of course, Cisco has long been a hardware company that does a ton of software, and that's where some of the innovation is found. But this week, what I've been drawn to, especially because I feel like it represents such a good foundational layer that is supporting everything else we do, and that is in Catalyst switching. And I always love it when they have the open, what do you call this? Deval Yeager's with me, old friend that came on TechWise TV and taught me things way back in the day. And but on this, yeah, I'll let you go ahead and hold that just to make sure we can shoot the camera across there. But so this particular switch here, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at some of the new functionality of the 9350 Smart Switch that has the new Silicon One processors in it that allow us to do processing in a much more efficient way. It's more efficient for power, so it's saving power. It also does the QoS in a smarter way so that we're able to have more applications going through, especially time-sensitive applications. In the past, we had many specialized switches for high buffers, for video, and other switches that we would use for fast packet processing. Now we can do all of this in one switch, thanks to Silicon One, that processes these data in a much smarter way. And on the management side, it's much simpler, because rather than having two operating systems for Meraki and traditional Catalyst Center, there's one iOS XE that you can use in Catalyst Center or the cloud. When you boot up the switch, it looks for which way to go. If you're using Meraki, the switch is going to appear in your dashboard and you're going to be able to install it. If you're using Catalyst Center, it's the same process as always, so it's just easier to use.
Well, that management story has been a big thing this week, of course. We only recently rolled this out, but yet it's something we've talked about for years, because we really do have two fundamentally differently targeted infrastructure, ways of approaching your infrastructure in that perspective. Big fan of Meraki, but also I'm a big fan of Catalyst and historically there, but I love seeing, because boy, no one does management and interaction better, I feel like, than Meraki did, and that's exactly why we formed that relationship. But these things are special because they really help lay out that foundational compounding effect, right? You're looking at a switch refresh. The reason that you might consider what some may consider a Cisco premium is you go, it's going to enable me to do things such that they get less expensive over time because the platform is continuing to get smarter. Can you tell me from a switching perspective how to back that up?
Well,
what
I would
additional
say,
things?
I think the most interesting thing when you talk to teams here and you talk to the IT people, and you say, what happens, maybe you're talking to a hospital IT team, you say, so when the doctors get together and they go to a trade show and they look at all the different applications and the AI that's running, do they talk to you about it? He said, no, they just drop it off on my desk and say, we need this to run on the network. And I don't have a crystal ball of what that's going to be. What is the imaging going to look like? What are the types of data that I'm going to have to deal with next year and the year after that? So by running with a smart switch that can handle data in different ways, higher power capacity on the PoE, so you can handle more power, more devices, and higher data speeds for more types of data, but also the management so that you're not using as much energy, as much power to do that, and you're more sustainable. I think that's what makes it, because no one has a crystal ball. We don't know where it's going.
Boy, and now it's never been, anyone that has to make a decision about what to invest now for something that we used to think this is a 5 to 10 year horizon, you go, is it still a 5 to 10 year horizon? Because I need, and that's really going back to the power of the Silicon One, correct? You get hardware capabilities, but with that flexibility to reprogram, if we're saying, hey, we've got new things we need to do from a cryptographic inspection perspective, then we need to do that in hardware because we can't handle the latency. This is a foundation that sets you up to not make decisions that are irreversible as you move forward. Is that fair?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. And a lot of the network services vendors that are doing IPAM systems and all the things like DHCP and DNS that are running our networks, they're also putting things at the edge as well. So we need to be able to run applications and agents on our switches. This is another smart thing that we've done new in here, being able to run more applications and more agents at the edge.
I remember back when we were when we were coming out with the ability to run applications on here, and I was kind of struggling, maybe others weren't, with, oh, what does that mean? How do we manage that? Where does it go? And some of the use cases seemed like a stretch at the time, but it's funny how many things are coming together now, and you go, oh, I see the benefit of some of these investments made quite some time ago before we knew AI was going to be changing our daily activities, if you will. Well, Deval, thank you so much. It's so good to run into you again, man.
Great.
It looks like you're doing fantastic, and I appreciate you sharing this with us. Guys, these are just a few of my favorite things, which is really not a way to limit anything at all when you come through here. But if you get a chance, of course, come get your hands on with this experience here. Ask these guys that are hanging out here just desperate to answer the hard questions, if you will. But that's the whole point of the hardware being here, is to be able to get the hands on. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to Cedric in the studio.
That's right, Rob, and also it's always great to hear about your favorite things, right? But yeah, thank you so much. I think we've covered a lot of ground in this block, actually. You know, Steve, Rob, thank you for helping, and also all of our guests who came in. But one thing really matters, and one thing really stuck with me, and that is that technology only matters when it works in real environments and for real customers and real deployments and at scale. So in order to do that, we have a really great product at Cisco called Cisco 1000 Eyes. And the next session that we're going to dive into is with DHL, like you probably know it as well, the logistics provider. They ship about like 1.8 billion parcels per year. And for them, they have set themselves a guarantee that they want to have 100% uptime running their operations. Now, as I said, Cisco 1000 Eyes is at the heart of that, and what they're really trying to do is they're really trying to proactively monitor and analyze all of their applications across their stack to make sure that the customer never notices that something might not be running, which is absolutely amazing. Now, we're going to hear from DHL's own IT leadership in just a couple of seconds when we start the replay. But I just want to use this opportunity as well to let you know that if you want to share something with us, or if there's anything that you thought was particularly interesting, or if you want to let us know your favorite things and we can share that with Rob, just be sure to use the hashtag #SiscoLiveEMEA on your favorite social media channel. And we have had a lot of sessions as well this week already. So if you've missed any of them, you can just use that menu bar above my head probably, and where you can go to the session catalog and you can just find all of the sessions that we have been presenting here at Cisco Live, and so much more as well. And with that, we're ready to go to the replay of DHL. I wish you a lot of pleasure in watching that one, and we'll see you back here soon.
Good afternoon. some of you might be the last session of the day, but my name is Marco Tischler. I'm Director of Product Management at ThousandEyes. And today we'll talk about complexity. I'm going to be joined by my colleagues from DHL, Richard Alcalay and David Brannick, who are going to talk about how they manage network complexity at DHL. But before we go there, I wanted to set the stage a little bit. So when we say, for one thing, if you want to follow up the session after, make sure you use the WebEx app. You can join the discussion. You can text us later, and we'll make sure we follow up with you. But when we speak about complexity, and when we talk about complexity, there's kind of a few inflection points we've seen in the industry over the past couple of decades. It started with the internet. And the challenge with the internet is because most of the infrastructure that you traverse when you're trying to go from point A to point B is unknown. So the question is, how do we get visibility into all these pieces that interact across the globe? And what happened after is when we connected things, now we entered into the era of mobility, where people and assets become mobile. So they're not always communicated from the same point to A to point B, but they're moving around. And that presents its own sets of challenges. Followed by another inflection point, which is caused by the creation of the cloud or cloud services with hyperscalers, where the compute loads would move from servers that you control to hyperscalers that are running on physical infrastructure you have no access to and you do not control. And now we're at a fourth inflection point, which is the artificial intelligence, which I'm sure you've all heard about enough in the past couple of weeks, months, and you will continue to do so. But the interesting thing about AI is we come to a point where on our networks, we no longer just have users interacting with applications. We have autonomous agents interacting with applications and with each other, and that's all happening under the surface, which is less visible to the way we've been looking at interactions across the network in the past. And it creates a lot of east-west type of traffic, which will further increase the complexity of the networks we have to manage. So with that in mind, there's an example of a Fortune 50 company that is seeing a tremendous growth in amount of network-generated alerts on a daily basis. In fact, the projection is that the exponential growth of operational complexity is going to yield 3 times increase in this number just because of the adoption of AI. So we've already been, struggling with swivel chair management. We've been struggling with the amount of alerts coming from our networks on a daily basis. This is only going to get worse. So the question is, how can we manage this? And at looking at the problem space, it comes to 2 dimensions. One is visibility, so what can we see? And the other one is control, which is what, after we see a problem, how much of it can we control? And the challenge is both of these are shrinking. So we have less and less control because part of it has been handed off to cloud, SaaS applications, people connecting from networks that we no longer own. They're working from home. Hybrid working has become a thing, or working from anywhere has become a thing, right? So we've moved from a data center hosted by ourselves to infrastructure hosted by somebody else. From an app stack that we host in these networks, or on these servers, in these data centers, to app stack that is hosted somewhere else, and we access via a SaaS application or APIs. Our users have moved from an office, again, very controlled, to being able to work from anywhere. And we've moved from a dedicated network to using broadband internet as a means of connectivity. So there's more and more external dependencies. There's less and less control, and there's lack of visibility. So the latter is something that ThousandEyes can help with. And we've made it our mission to ensure the path across the network. And what that means is it's the path between where the client connects itself to the network and all the way to where the application is attached to the network, which could be a physical server in a data center, could be a virtual machine, or could be an EC2 instance in a hyperscaler environment. So we believe that the traditional way, or the way we've been doing things, won't keep up with this complexity that's coming up. And here to share some of their experiences on this journey, I'd like to welcome Richard and David to the stage, and I'd like you to join me in the conversation around managing complexity. Welcome. So thank you for joining me. So Rachel Alcalay, you're Vice President of Global End User and Telecom Services, and David is Vice President and Head of Telecoms at DHL. So could you maybe quickly tell us a little bit about yourself and your team?
Sure. Richard Alcalay. I'm responsible for DHL Express for all of their end user services and telecoms. And from a telecom perspective, we have 3,300 sites in 220 countries, ranging from a small shop where you just drop off a parcel to a data center at one of our airports, for example. So it's a massive spectrum that we have to cover from a telecoms perspective. From a team perspective, got a couple of people in my team, one doing programs, another one doing, we're managing the day-to-day. But we're very reliant. Good segue into you, David, from our internal IT supplier for telecoms and our MSPs as well.
Thanks, Richard. So, David, I'm running telecoms within the DHL group, within IT department called IT Services. My team is basically responsible for running the backbone, the data centers from a network and network security perspective, and we are also managing our managed partners where the networks are outsourced. So basically the responsibility is on a global basis to ensure that we have the connectivity for our business units and then for their external customers.
So in terms of complexity, there's a few things that I heard, which is global presence, sites, small and large, very diverse environment. And can you maybe talk to us a little bit about how do you achieve 100% uptime? How do you achieve high uptime in such an environment?
Well, for us within DHL Express, which is one of the 5 business units within DHL, it's a mindset about marginal gains. So every year we look at issues that we had in the previous year and then come up with a set of initiatives that we then focus on in order just to take us that little bit further, always trying to make sure that we have that 100% uptime. Because if we have a network outage, it impacts the way that we can sort or not sort our parcels, which means obviously a knock-on effect down the line, and at the end of the day, you're impacting customer quality, which is something that we want to avoid at all costs. So it's a real mindset. What can I do? It's one you're familiar with as well, and also our key vendors as well. They all have this term, 100% uptime.
And how does this shape your operation priorities? And how did ThousandEyes become part of this story?
Would you want to maybe start on that one?
I'll jump in on that one. I think it goes back to, Marco, what you said about complexity. So we are a large company that's basically everywhere. We have on-premise data centers. We are in the cloud. We're using internet. We're in every location, so virtually every country in the world. So that creates its own complexity. And we need, what helps us get to what Richard is saying, because it's not easy, is to reduce that complexity, reduce complexity. I'm trying to invent a new word which isn't working for me.
Decomplexify.
Decomplexify. Thanks. You're doing a better job than me. So we need to reduce the complexity so we can find what's happening where and why, because sometimes it's not obvious. It's not like someone says, well, this is what's not working and this is where you're losing packets. It means some application isn't working or someone's not connecting. And then you need to get down to the details and really work out where the issue potentially could be.
And we added complexity, or the whole IT kind of industry added complexity with the move away from MPLS, which fixed point-to-point network connections. All of our applications, or the vast majority, were in our data centers and third-party data centers. Now we've moved more and more to the cloud. We've got SaaS applications. All of a sudden, then we're becoming much more reliant on the internet. And that's when we really said, okay, we need to be able to monitor that. You know, we looked at technology, we looked at processes, but now from a monitoring perspective, we're much more reliant, and that's where the whole Thousand Eyes, you know, benefits, you know, really attracted us to, you know, do that initial trial with you.
Is it fair to say that like that visibility aspect that we've been talking about was like very important to you, and just to gain that visibility that was just slipping away?
Absolutely.
And when you were starting out with Thousand Eyes, what were some of the key outcomes you were trying to get to?
I mean, for me, it's that hop by hop. You know, exactly where is that traffic traversing? You know, because in the past you knew very clearly where that traffic was going to be traversing. Now, all of a sudden, you know, it could go through multitude of MSPs. I mean, it's taking the optimal route, but sometimes that can bite you if there's an issue with a party, an ISP that maybe you don't have a relationship with. So being able to drill it down and say, okay, it's right there. Okay, let's divert that traffic.
And so once you've implemented Thousand Eyes and you gain this visibility, is there something that you uncovered that you didn't expect, something that surprised or shocked you from that?
Sure. I'm just going to jump in on that one. I mean, we had a couple of things where we had a fairly low packet loss in different places. And we actually found it with Thousand Eyes before it actually impacted the business. And I think that's kind of, I'm not sure if it was a surprise, but definitely it was pleasant to find that it's actually doing what it was meant to do and actually proactively tell us about issues that potentially down the road would cause an impact and reduce our traffic and doing across, whether it's on a load balancers or across our backbone. So we've hit that a couple of times, and this is where it's been a very pleasant experience to find that out and be able to fix it before the business is even aware that there is an impact.
Are there any other types of issues that you were able to pick out?
Sure, I think Richard kind of mentioned it a little bit within the internet. So obviously you have your own ISPs or your providers have their ISPs, but if it's somewhere on the internet, I mean, you don't have a full control over it. And once we found the issue somewhere on an unrelated internet path, and we were looking for an alternate path because it wasn't a directly contracted ISP with us. So, and it helped us to identify that along the path between the application and the users.
Yeah, just out of personal interest, so the entity you didn't have a contract or direct contract relationship with, how did you engage with them?
Oh, we didn't engage with them at the end. I mean, we just took a different path. I mean, you can only control what you can. I mean, I'd love to fix the internet, but that's not always possible.
So you're able to proactively essentially avoid the problem altogether.
We rerouted.
Yeah, it's about knowing, and then you can say, can I control that bit? No, I can't. Fine. Or if I can control that bit, fine, let's get the right vendors involved. And I think, to your point as well, where it also helps us is, you know, when you've got an incident, a lot of people join the call. You've got network people, you've got hosting people, you've got application people. And if you can very quickly identify, you know, where the issue is, be it a network issue or not, it just reduces the number of people, you know, within those incident calls, so that they can then quickly get rid of the rest of the people that are not involved, and then that leaves the people that can do something about it, you know, a quieter space to be able to focus.
So for both of you personally, I guess it also saved some time not being on those calls?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
Especially when you're not responsible.
Okay, shift it to somebody else. I see a lot of people in the audience are relating, so. And do you have any other stories you wanted to share or do you want to bring up in terms of, you know, what else happened and what else were you able to pick up?
Yeah, I think, you know, having an incident and being able to drill down into it's one thing, but the proactive monitoring, that's really useful. As I mentioned, you know, we've got all of those sites in numerous countries, so having the ability within the tool to set up those, you know, site by site or country by country dashboards with the alerting that they want. You know, centrally, you don't want an alert every time everything goes off. But what you do want within a country is more alerts, and they can then proactively look into them. You know, traffic, we had instances, didn't we, where we had in one country traffic being routed in a very logical way, another country just next door they were having terrible performance and the traffic was being routed in a less than logical way. And it was 3,000 eyes that we were able to identify that and then rectify it.
Yeah, so you mentioned something interesting there, which is, you know, alerts. Obviously, you want alerts. You want to be alerted on things, but you don't want too many of them because then essentially your job becomes seeding through those.
Yeah, it's a balance and takes a couple of months just to tweak it appropriately, but yeah, you get that right balance eventually.
So maybe switching gears a little bit from a business perspective, what were some of the benefits that you were able to realize by deploying Thousand Eyes?
I mean, I'd say improved NTR, or certainly being able to identify the issue, which in the end, if you're speeding that section up, leads you to speed the resolution up as well. And then once you've got that and you've identified the issue, getting the right people involved and letting everybody else get back to their job. And ultimately, if you fix the issue more quickly, you're going to impact less parcels, you know, and therefore less customer impact, which is the key.
And especially if you manage to do something proactively that does not impact the business, it's basically, I mean, down from the complexity Richard's mentioning is it's down to cost. You're reducing the company's cost, whether it's in troubleshooting or not having that impact at all, and not having to reroute planes or packets or doing manual work in the back end. So I think this is where it's hitting the business, and this is why I think it's key to what Richard's mentioned is to get it right and tune it to you so that it's working on what's expected on our network, and it alerts us to what we can then action rather than having thousands and thousands of alerts that then kind of get the noise takes away the issues and you don't see it. So I think the tuning is very important at the beginning because I think it's worth spending the time there to get it right, because after that you get the benefits.
So when you speak about tuning, I assume you mean things like alerts, dashboarding, testing methodology. Yeah. Can you maybe expand a little bit on that?
Yeah, and also spending time with the countries, because you do an initial training, okay, this is how you set up a dashboard, you know, unless they go away and do it straight away. So it's a case of, you know, you revisit, say, okay, how are you using it? You can test who's logged in, how often are they using it. And if you reward people for proactively resolving issues before they become an incident, people are actually quite forward in letting you know. And therefore, if people are coming forward, you know that they're using it properly. And then you can say, well, perfect. That's a great example of 100% uptime. You stopped that issue. That would have been the impact. It would have been that many parcels, and therefore that much business impact. And, you know, we promote that. We encourage that kind of communication with our countries.
And I think that's a key point that Richard brings up, because we're such a large company with multiple divisions and countries in each divisions that it needs to be flexible so that you can give that visibility out to the country, so it's not down to a single person or a central team only, but that you have that visibility as needed. And in a way, we'd like to take it even further and be able to have managed access to it, for example, for our managed partners, so that there's a visibility just for their estate rather than end-to-end. So that there's different ways of doing it, and I think this is where the dashboards help a lot, and not relying on a single team to just act on it.
And I think you mentioned that proactivity again, which I think is really, really important. What happens when you're proactive on every single issue and you solve everything proactively? What's the next step from there?
Holiday.
Holiday, put your feet on the table. But I'd like to get there. One day I think we're too large to get there. But don't want to be pessimistic. But I mean, there's further things to do. I mean, proactivity can then take it further. I mean, I would like to see how this then ties into the new product that's not released yet, like AI Canvas and stuff, and ties other pieces in together rather than the monitoring itself on its own. So how does that then expand in the wider scope, and how can we use it on a wider and wider scope and be part of the answer, basically. But yeah.
So with that widening scope, how do you see the role of correlation, or how important it is for you to be able to correlate across that wider scope? And I guess how wide does the scope actually get?
Well, I'd like to come into the office in the morning and talk to my computer and say, so what's going on? Is everything good? And the computer tells me sure. And in the back end, it checks everything. But I don't think we're there yet. I'm sure some of the sessions will come close, maybe. So the scope, it needs to tie multiple things together. I mean, for me, it would be the security aspect as well as incidents, because there's other things happening. Then we could have incidents that are related to links or internet or a device, but we also have, and I'm sure we're not the only ones, security-related pieces where people are trying to do nasty things to us. So how do you relate all those things together and be able to get to the answer as quickly as possible, or even then automatically stop and make sure that the business is running. In other words, self-healing and correcting and stuff based on the information, and see how we can move forward as quickly as possible.
I think we're probably going to hear some more about this type of problems this week at Cisco Live. So, but I think it's kind of following your paradigm. And so this journey that you were on with ThousandEyes, how quickly did it take you to get there? How long did it take you to get there?
I'd say the initial rollout, that's not difficult. So there's a number of agents. You have agents that you can put within a site, agents that you can put on your PCs. They're easy-ish to deploy. The tweaking probably takes, 4 or 5 months to get it right. So I'd say you can complete the deployment and the training within 3 to 6 months. We did it at a reasonably large number of sites. And then I'd say to refine it and get everyone trained up, but up and running easily within 9 to 12 months, depending on the number of sites and countries that
and this is global, essentially.
This is globally. We did it globally.
That's really impressive.
Yeah. And we had some other complexity around it also, to monitor from where, because we know you can use it on Cisco devices, but not on all devices, for one, and we have managed partners that manage some of the devices, so we also had to work with Cisco closely on how do we do that. And place something at a site so that it can then do independent monitoring from that. And that all kind of feeds into getting ready and deploying and then tuning it. So I think it took a little while, but I think once we got there, you got the benefits. I think if we did it faster, potentially we would still be kind of troubleshooting or fine-tuning now rather than having that concentrated time to get it right.
You need to bring the people with you.
Yeah.
And transferring that message out to the number of countries we're operating in, it can get diluted. So it was important to make sure and to revisit, are they using it? Oh, we're not using it because we don't quite understand it, or we forgot the training, or I wasn't there. So just following up on that is key.
I think that's a very important point. And what happens next on your journey with ThousandEyes? What are your plans?
I mean, David, you touched on it.
Sure.
I mean, it's the AI and the integration into AI Canvas, and how can we do it a little bit smarter? That next incremental marginal gain for our 100% uptime. What can we automate?
Then have a look at across other divisions where potentially that we could do the similar thing as with Express and find the right places to place it. I mean, we've done it in our backbone as well as with Express. So I think those are the places to look, and then, as Richard says, tie it into the AI and ideal AI Canvas when it comes out and gets released. So
that's kind of a perfect segue into a demo I'm about to do. So, Richard, thank you very much.
Thank you.
David, thank you very much for the conversation.
Thank you for having us.
It's a pleasure. So I'm switching gears and just.
Do you want us to jump off? So
you can feel free to stay. So what David and Richard were talking about is we believe that the next step of managing complexity has to involve AI. But AI can only work if you give it the right amount of visibility and data. So we at ThousandEyes, we believe that we are the curators of this most opinionated data set about network assurance. That in some cases might trigger closed loop actions. I think, David, you alluded to that, like, oh, I have a security incident. How do I shut things down as quickly as I can? And one of the components on this path is AI Assistant, and the other one is you already heard about is AI Canvas. So it's really the question of, at Cisco, we offer the broadest range of networking solutions on the planet. How do we correlate across all these data points and across all of these different types of connectivity and solutions and where people are? And this is, I would like to show you a taste of that real quick. So I'm going to switch to my laptop. And I'll show you AI Assistant. And in this case, essentially, there's going to be a problem. We're monitoring a specific office, which happens to be a branch office in New York. And there's a problem with Microsoft SharePoint. And with the use of natural language, we can interact with the data. And in this case, we're using data that's coming from Thousand Eyes, so from synthetic test monitoring from Thousand Eyes, and from Meraki dashboard. And what this can quickly tell us is, well, this is how your application metrics looks like over time. Bringing that in from Thousand Eyes, grabbing the network segment health, and building this end-to-end path together, telling you, well, there is something wrong in New York. Confirming that, yes, there is a problem, which you probably heard from your users. And then we can start analyzing this further. So let's analyze the data coming from the Meraki dashboard, from the infrastructure itself. And we see, yes, there is an issue with WAN interface performance. So why is that? How can we get to the resolution? And how can we get to the next step? And what the AI Assistant is telling us is actually, if you applied a different QoS policy, you wouldn't have this problem, because the Microsoft application data wouldn't get starved out on the WAN interface. So if you fix your QoS settings, the problem is going to go away. And you can guess from where we go from here, right? So can we create this QoS policy automatically? Can we push it down to the network? And this is kind of the power of what the AI Assistant and AI can do for you. Can you switch back to the slides real quick? So just switch you back to the presentation. Thank you. So there's a couple of things we're kind of announcing this week to help. One is Cisco AI Canvas. You just saw a demo. The idea is this is your curated AI experience for Cisco or across Cisco products. But underneath it all, it's powered by a plethora of MCP servers. Now, an MCP server is essentially an abstraction layer for different types of APIs that you can then connect to an AI. And the AI can then derive the tasks it can do through those APIs. And it can interpret data, execute workflows, and so on. So one of the other things we're launching is Thousand Eyes MCP server, which basically means that if you want your Thousand Eyes data to commingle with other data sets that are also exposed through an MCP server, you can now do that. And finally, we are working on intelligent testing. The idea being is that if we see a working network, we can identify what are important places and applications in the network and automate the creation of those tests. So like David and Richard were talking about, okay, you have to spin up those agents and then you have to come up with your testing strategy. What if we could automate a lot of that? So we just spin up those tests and have that assurance running out of the box. So 3 things you can do today after the session. One is you can get our new ebook. You can visit our Cisco Assurance Space, and you can sign up for a free trial of Thousand Eyes. So also make sure to complete your session surveys after the session. And I would like to thank Richard and David again for joining me on this session, and hope you all enjoy your afternoon.
And welcome again to the TV studio. What a story from DHL. 1.8 billion packages per year that they do, and also a 100% uptime strategy. And at the heart of it is really a Cisco product, Cisco technology, ThousandEyes. And they use ThousandEyes to watch every critical application, every network path, all the way from when you order a parcel down to the final delivery of it. Now, I've sent Rob Boyd out onto the show floor right now to find an expert who actually really knows how ThousandEyes works to talk to us a little bit more about assurance. So Rob, I can see that you're ready for us. So Rob, I'm ready to learn more.
Awesome, Cedric. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Yep, I'm here in the, I think we're in the digital resilience. Is this the area we're in? And track down our guest, Marco Tistler.
That's correct.
I'm going to get in the name correctly. But I want to talk about assurance, specifically in terms of how assurance provides the kind of a missing element, if you will, that many people may not realize in terms of AI and operations. We talk about many benefits, but don't always talk about how we're going to get that done. And Marco, with your ThousandEyes background, just make sure we know what we're talking about here. I first kind of wanted to ask you about assurance as a terminology, because a lot of times the way we're naming products also is a good hint as to what they provide. How do you describe that?
Yeah, so assurance in some way, in terms of the sound of the word, is not different to insurance.
Actually, I didn't think that.
We don't pay any
yes,
payouts or anything like that. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to assure that an outcome happens. So the idea of assurance is it has a few key components. One of them is visibility. So how can we make sure that a policy or an outcome that the network is supposed to deliver is actually going to happen and it's happening?
Okay.
And if it's not happening, why is it not happening and how can we adjust the path?
If this is possible, at a non-technical level, what I'm curious about is how do you express that intent? How do you say, at least how should someone be thinking about the types of things that need to be translated into an intent through things like this?
We start at a user level. Okay. So the idea is that if I'm a user, there's a certain level of service that I expect, which then has implications on what needs to happen on the network layer for that to happen. Okay. Things like I should be able to log into my applications. It shouldn't take 50 seconds for that to happen. If I'm having a video call, I shouldn't have blips or drops of frames.
Almost like SLAs that are kind of part of that. Okay, so metrics that surround what do I consider successful?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so SLAs, SLOs, that's a big part of it, yes.
Okay. So the big question, of course, that we're coming over here to talk about is just to get a better understanding of when we talk about AI and operations and all the wonderful things we can do, and we're all pro-AI, it's great, but there's still the practical aspects of how are we living with that on a regular basis. And I understand assurance provides some things that we may not realize that we're overlooking or could be adding more value, and which obviously would probably save us some money if we're paying more attention early on. How do you describe the role of assurance and what we're talking about with AI and operations?
Well, you mentioned money. That's where that's when insurance comes in. But in terms of the role of assurance in the world of AI, it's about managing complexity.
Okay.
And one of the challenges that we have is with AI, you're no longer in a world where users are interacting with applications. You're in a world where AI agents are interacting with applications and with other AI agents, and that's kind of lost under, under a surface, which increases this like east-west type of network traffic complexity. So it's important to have visibility into that in order to assure the outcomes that these agents are supposed to deliver.
So in most situations, would you say that there are these traffic patterns, which we need to kind of surface, if you will, are in areas where we may not realize because we've come from a traditional networking world and we're not paying enough attention to, as you say, like east-west traffic may not be something, I know we think about that from a networking perspective, but it's like, oh wait, I may not be monitoring these, if that's the right term. Am I mixing metaphors or mixing terms?
Monitoring is a far term, or you don't have visibility into.
Okay, fair enough, yeah, okay. So it's really about exposing that. So tell me, I think of ThousandEyes as really being that visibility, ThousandEyes on the internet, which is something until I met you guys, basically back in day, it was always about, oh, that's just the black hole, right? We just don't know what's going on out there. And looking at your traffic reports, listening to your podcast and some of the public stuff you guys put out, I find it fascinating, especially when there's been a big event in the world. Chances are you guys have a unique angle on it because of the visibility you have on a global basis. But the way you've interconnected that in terms of the rest of the infrastructure and the platform that we've been talking about all week here, how do you describe that? Where's that value and assurance that we need to make sure that we're getting?
So maybe starting with our what our mission is. Our mission is to assure the network path from where a client, traditionally that would be like a laptop or any user's device, attaches itself to the network. That becomes a slightly different thing when we talk about AI agents.
Yeah.
But traditionally is where does a client attach itself to the network, which is usually some sort of a physical interface, to where the application attaches itself to the network, which could be like a server in a data center, a virtual machine, or EC2 instance in AWS, doesn't really matter. Everything in between is what we provide visibility into and we want to assure. Now, traditionally, we started with the unowned network because that was the biggest problem at the time. Like you said, that's the black hole. But as we go into the owned networks, as part of Cisco, we've uncovered there's sorts of layers of complexity that still need to be addressed if you want to connect the dots all together.
Can you give me an example of that?
Going back to that east-west traffic that might be traversing a given router or a switch inside the network, how does that affect your path towards an application hosted in AWS, for example? Because that's where the drops in traffic that are affecting your users might be coming from your own network, but you might not be aware of it.
Yeah. How can we use this type of assurance capability, maybe not to do something that we plan for, but to help us understand something we should be planning for? Because it feels like this is about providing visibility to things that we haven't paid enough attention to. So I guess I'm curious about where that goes going forward. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I think it's the proverbial, needle in a haystack. It's just the haystack is getting much bigger. So this is where I kind of see a dual role of AI, right? One is we need to assure the AI, but then we need to AI in assurance as well, if that makes sense.
Really chicken and egg, absolutely,
yes. And the way we've approached this at Thousand Eyes is, there's more and more data coming into our platform. It comes from all these sorts of different places, owned, unowned, and connecting the dots is our biggest strength. But with more data, you need to be a little bit more smarter about how you're going to surface that needle. Okay. And I think this is where the role of AI within our space is how do we detect something meaningful and determine that this is a meaningful event, it's actually affecting users from noise, essentially.
Right. Yeah. So as we wrap things up here, what's the most important thing to remember? What do you wish more people were kind of getting out of their experience and learning here?
So I think when we talk about AI, we always talk about data. So it's almost like garbage in, garbage out. It's exactly the same thing with assurance. So we have the tooling to be able to derive the insights, but not everybody has the data. And the data comes from the visibility space. And I think one of the things we found is only with the right amount of data can you get the insights that you need.
Yeah, perfect. Well, Marco, I appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
You guys provide some incredible missing components that I just love how it all starts to come together, and it really feels like it this week. So with that, come check this out in the digital resilience area. There's actually multiple assurance stations hitting on different aspects, and so you do have a way to make sure you're getting the answers that you need. Cedric?
Great. Thank you so much, Rob, for always being our eyes and ears in the showcase. And yeah, we'll be sure to go and visit the digital resilience area over there. Now, sometimes, we spend a lot of time here in the studio, and sometimes the production team lets us out and they allow us to go and walk around the show floor, and we kind of make these Vox Pop videos asking what people like most about Cisco Live. And I'm really excited so that you can have a look at one right now, and I wish you a lot of pleasure looking at one.
Cisco Live, the energy today has been incredible. So many people. It's an amazing vibe to come in and really just experience everything Cisco has to offer and make the world a better place.
People are excited to be here, and there's a real dialogue, what's happening in the world and how it's affecting them and how we can use technology to build a more inclusive future for everyone.
I've been attending Cisco Live for the past 3 or 4 years. The vibe, the energy, the people, the experts, which has been an amazing experience.
Adds a lot of value and it gives a lot of positive energy.
It's my first Cisco Live. It's electrifying, it's exciting, and it's great to be here. I'm feeling ginger.
Whether you're going down the certification route or whether you're exploring the technologies, whether you're looking to advance your career, it's an important event for anybody that's involved in technology.
It's a phenomenal end-to-end showcase of technology. There's a lot of news, there's a lot of vendors and a lot of solutions.
A lot of experts, definitely, a lot of interesting demos, a lot of innovation and technology.
Getting access to all the engineers, the Whisper suites, seeing things that Cisco are doing, what's coming.
Learn about new products and how
have to implement new solutions. And it's always cool to have a lot of people from different verticals you normally don't talk to.
More and more companies are looking to one another and to Cisco to identify ways that they can implement AI. Cisco Live is a perfect environment for that.
There are many major customers, huge enterprises, and you need to be here and you need to meet them.
Cisco Live is an opportunity for you to be better at what you do.
You can learn from 1,000 sessions during 1 week. It's a big investment in your growth.
If you're in tech, you need to put it in your calendar and make the plans to attend.
If you really need to know where the investment is and the business is, then Cisco Live next year in London is the place you gotta be.
How great was that? I always love hearing from our attendees, and I do agree with the lady at the end. You have to be in London next year if you're not here this time. Anyway, it's a special time right now because normally Steve Milter stands here, but now you're on the other side, Steve. Like, I feel like, you know, are you feeling at home already?
I love it. No, I like being interviewed instead of doing the interviewing from time to time. So I'm glad to go ahead and give you my anchor spot, and I'm going to hang out over here.
Awesome. Great. Like, you know, we just looked at this Vox Pop, Steve, right? What do you like most about Cisco Live? What is this all about? Because we appreciate that many people are looking from home, like watching from home. Not everybody's here. Give us a bit of the vibe.
You know, I feel a bit like a broken record. One of the things that I repeat all the time, Cedric, is that the technology is phenomenal. Everything we're talking about here in terms of AI development, creating the platform advantage, looking at the different marketing verticals, all of those pieces are fantastic about what we're developing along with our phenomenal partners. None of it matters if it doesn't directly affect the people who are utilizing those technologies and capabilities. 100%. That human side of the story, we often forget. Sometimes when I'm talking to people, I say, you're allowed to enjoy what it is that you do. It's not just technology, it's not just working out the details, it's the passion that we bring for what it is that we want to create and the way that we benefit and serve people by doing it. And that's my favorite aspect of Cisco Live. It always has been, going all the way back to networkers days. It's the idea that we can gather together, not just to network with one another. As the lady in the video just said, or the gentleman, he said, where else are you going to come together with people from so many different markets and so many different verticals?
I love that,
ideas.
Steve. I love that. I absolutely love that. And I think what really stuck with me is like the passion, right? And I know that Rob is again on the show floor, still in the assurance booth, and I can, you know, you can feel the passion from our engineers on the floor. So Rob, again, over to you right now to give us a little bit more of that.
Thank you, Cedric. Yeah, I love meeting new engineers. I think we've only got a minute, but I had stopped by here because pretty graphs always catch my attention. But Stephen, you had a little bit of people around you here for a little bit. What's the one main point that you're making sure people understand about Splunk and observability?
Sure. So what we're looking at here, this is Splunk's IT service intelligence.
Okay.
And we're able to aggregate data from applications, from data center, from infrastructure, and from networking. And we're able to bring that data in and correlate events between those different environments. And we're able to take that data and present it in different formats. Here we're kind of looking at an organizational type structure, whether that organization be your web services, or whether it be like by some environment like networking, or it could even be physical locations like a store out in San Jose or whatever location. We also have the ability to create dashboards that we have over here, and those dashboards can be created for any kind of persona. That persona can be an executive or it could be an admin down working on networking or the applications.
Stephen, I knew this time was going to go by too fast. Thank you for that.
Yep,
Am I correct in saying it feels like we're at a time when now we're not saying, oh no, that's too much data to send my way. We really do want data from all these different parts of the network because that's actually what is the lack of visibility in certain places is what's drawing negative attention. That's going to cause us trouble at some point. You guys are really doing a good job
bringing all that data together is certainly helpful.
The more the better.
Yes.
I love that. Thank you so much, and thanks for letting me barnstorm in here. With that, we'll go back to you, Cedric.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rob. And I'm always so impressed, isn't it right, Steve? Like, the technical knowledge that you hold, Rob, is really impressive as well. I know that like some people come here and want pictures with you, so you are a real celebrity. Anyway, we're just a couple of seconds out from a center stage session right now, transforming AI networking with Nexus AI Fabric Intelligence. And it's about Cisco setting a new standard with the industry-first agentic AI ops network. Now, we're talking about real-time visibility, ultra-low latency performance, security built into the fabric, and the flexibility to run AI workloads wherever you need them, whether it's on-prem, cloud, or both hybrid. And with that, we're ready to go to the center stage session right now. We're looking forward to seeing you soon again here in the TV studio. Thank you so much, and we'll see you shortly.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? How are you holding up for the third day of the event? All right. My name is Sunil Gudur-Valmiki. I'm a Vice President of Product Management in Data Center Networking team. And I'm super excited to co-present this session on AI networking with Rakesh Chopra. He's sitting right there, our SVP and Cisco Fellow from Common Hardware Group. I and Rakesh will give you next level of details on all the innovations that we announced in the keynote yesterday with regards to AI data center or AI-ready data center. Okay? I'm also super thrilled to share that we have a customer who has gone through a profound AI success story, CVS Health, towards the end of the session. So Lenny from CVS Health, where's Lenny? Yeah. Lenny from CVS Health will come on stage after me and Rakesh. So with that, let's get started. Hopefully it works. OK, there you go. Whether it's AI or center stage presentations, they are always measured in time. So AI performance is measured in time. Time to first token, time to remediation, and ultimately, time to value. Time is the new currency. AI can run as fast as the underlying network. So AI network forms the foundation for AI infrastructure, right? But the AI workloads, AI applications are different from traditional workloads in 3 different ways. First and foremost, AI applications are massive data engines. They generate and consume so much data, and they are pushing even the existing 800 gig infrastructure to their limits. The second one is AI applications are very power intensive. There's an estimation that in 2026, data centers will consume double the power because of AI. So the infrastructure must give more performance per watt. The third one is AI applications, unlike traditional applications, they're very sensitive to any network issues, whether it's congestion, latency, packet drops. All of these issues can slow down or halt AI applications. And this would leave GPUs idle, and then that is not the outcome that you want. How can we get AI applications run faster? How can we get you to your AI goals faster? It comes down to 2 things: scale and simplicity. Scale keeps the data flowing, the GPUs stay productive, and AI jobs are completing faster. Simplicity ensures that these complex AI environments can be managed, operated reliably. Issues are recognized, identified, and resolved before the performance degrades. Okay? Now, this requires us to deliver these innovations across the entire solution stack. When I say solution stack, it starts from silicon to systems to software, optics, and also not forget the operating model. We, Cisco, are the only vendor who can deliver on a fully integrated stack. And in the keynote, we announced innovations across all these foundational building blocks. Right? With our rich portfolio, we are able to address the unique requirements for pretty much all of our customer base, whether it's hyperscalers, whether it's neoclouds, sovereign clouds, service providers, and enterprises. Now, I would like to invite Rakesh on stage to walk you through the innovations that we announced yesterday on silicon systems and optics. Rakesh, please come on.
Thank you, Sunil. So that's going to be a tough act to follow, so I'll do my best here. So, as Sunil mentioned, if we think about AI infrastructure, it is a daunting task to build and operationalize artificial intelligence clusters. And you need an end-to-end solution to actually do that. And Cisco is completely uniquely positioned to enable that, much like Sunil sort of talked about. But at the end of the day, the right way to do it is to think about that layered stack that Sunil just showed. And let's start at the bottom of that foundation. Cisco Silicon is the foundation of AI. So this week at Cisco Live EMEA, we announced several things. The first thing we announced is our G300. It's a 102.4 terabit piece of switching silicon with 64 ports of 1.6 terabit Ethernet. And this is powered by our Cisco Silicon One architecture. We also announced two different types of optics, a 1.6 terabits per second OSFP optics and an 800 gig LPO-based optics also in the OSFP form factors. And these are actually powered by Cisco Silicon Photonics. So what you're seeing is an end-to-end investment portfolio behind Cisco, driving Cisco's investments in silicon to enable that stack on up. But if you think about the number of companies that are actually capable of building a 100 terabit class piece of silicon, that's a pretty elite group of people. Right? There's not too many people out there. But the way we're doing it here at Cisco is fundamentally different than everyone else in the industry. Everyone else is focused on just speeds and feeds, which is critically important, of course, but it's actually not enough when you think about the challenges of an AI computer. What we do here at Cisco is we focus on efficiency, programmability, to drive down the total cost of ownership of your AI infrastructure. And we do that by focusing on two main areas in the Cisco Silicon One G300. The first is what we call intelligent collective networking. This is actually a group of three separate functions that work together to drive efficient AI infrastructure. The first one of that three is actually our packet buffer. So we not only have the largest packet buffer in the industry, but it's fully unified across the entire device, and that guarantees that traffic flows seamlessly through the network, regardless of bursts or strange traffic profiles that may exist in AI workloads. The second is we've embedded intelligent hardware engines inside of the G300 to load balance traffic. And what these do is these work collectively across all G300s in the network to create a map of all of the traffic flows, congestion points, and failures in the network to enable an autonomous decision of how to optimally deliver your traffic to the endpoints. The second, or the third piece of that is we've actually embedded into the silicon hardware-based telemetry engines. And what these do is these monitor in real time exactly what is happening inside of the chip, and then advertising that functionality and its monitoring points to all other switches in the network, to the NICs, and to the orchestration layers above it. And that is critical when you think about delivering performance, but also enabling an orchestration layer to run on top and seamlessly manage your network. So what does this all mean at the end of the day? If we take it and we measure ourselves against various benchmarks in the industry, we're able to actually achieve 33% higher link utilization by using the technology in G300. So what does that mean? It means for the same network infrastructure that you build, you can populate more GPUs, dramatically lowering your total cost of ownership. The second way to look at that is actually if you measure job completion time, or JCT. This is how long a workload takes to complete on your GPU infrastructure. If you build your network with G300, you can lower that number by 28%, even compared to advanced packet spray technologies. That means your workloads finish sooner, which means that you can run more workloads in the same period of time, maximizing your investment. The next piece of the puzzle is actually what we call future-proofed infrastructure. And this, at its core, is based on our P4 programmable engine, which allows you to dynamically update the capabilities of the device in the field. So that plays out in a few different ways. The first is that you can actually load on new personalities onto your hardware infrastructure to deploy it in multiple roles, whether that's front end, back end, or spine. That allows our customers to qualify one system and deploying it everywhere, simplifying their qualification times and simplifying their support cost infrastructure to manage all of this network. The second way to think about that programmability is you can actually add new features over time. So what does that really mean at the end of the day? It means a few different things. One, your network is always up to date when new features are needed. But as we move from a notion that there's only a single job running on an AI infrastructure, and we think about agentic AIs, where you have multiple clusters communicating together, you might have a scenario where you want a cluster built with the previous generation switching technology to seamlessly communicate with the next generation technology. And to do that, you need programmability as well. Now, the most amazing thing about all of this is that we can give you all of this without compromising on performance. As you scale and add features to this infrastructure, we still maintain exceptional latency and power efficiency. Now, it's all good to talk about this in theory, but it's much better to actually sort of talk about how this has really played out in the past as real-world customer proof points. So if we look at our previous generation device, the G200 device, that was a 51.2 terabit device, and that is deployed across a huge range of customers, from enterprises to hyperscalers, across different sort of network roles, and that is all based on the fact that we have programmable infrastructure. If we think about features that we've added over time to support our customers, the list is huge, but in the interest of time, I'm only going to focus on a couple of them. The first one that comes to mind is that we were able to add support for the Ultra Ethernet Consortium, or UEC, to our 51.2 terabit device. This standard didn't even exist when we built that device. Programmability allowed our customers to deploy that once the standards got ratified on their already deployed network. The second is we were able to actually improve load balancing technologies by merging dynamic load balancing and a weighting effect to be able to sort of manage failures of the network. And finally, we've been able to add CSIG, a very advanced telemetry protocol, on top of this infrastructure. So I think the key thing here to understand is that with Cisco Silicon One, adopting new feature requirements is just a software update. It is not a rip and replace of your infrastructure like others. And we're not getting a new slide here, I think, but there we go. Okay, so now that we have the layer of silicon in place, let's talk about building hardware systems on top of that. In the second half of 26, we'll be introducing systems under the Cisco N9300 series, as well as the Cisco 81 series systems. So the first system we're here to talk about is a 3U air-cooled system with 64 ports of 1.6 terabits, built on G300. That'll support NXOS as well as Sonic. But we're realizing that different customers have different facility needs. So we're also producing under the same Cisco N9600 and Cisco 8100 series families, a fully liquid-cooled system. There are no fans in the system. All heat is removed in liquid, and this is designed for an ORv3-based infrastructure. So whoever you are from a customer perspective, whether you're trying to deploy 100 terabit systems in your existing facilities, or you're building brand new AI-optimized facilities, Cisco has a solution for you. Now, as we think about driving efficiency, because as Sunil mentioned, at the end of the day, it's all about power, okay? And to deploy 100 terabits of GPU capabilities, it took a minimum of 6 51.2 terabit air-cooled systems to build that network, okay? This was in the previous generation. As we talk about what we're announcing today, that collapses to a single G300-based liquid-cooled system, 6 systems to 1 system, significantly simplifying your deployment scenarios and driving an astounding 70% improvement in power efficiency. Okay? This is just with one generation of technology improvement. We are moving at an incredible pace here in Cisco. Now, we talked before about programmability and how that matters in the G300 and what our customers did with that in our previous generation G200. Let's take another example to understand the power and capability that enables. just 6 months ago at OCP, we announced the Cisco 8223 routing system that was purpose-built for hyperscale and neocloud scale across networks. This was built based on our P200 system, and that was running Sonic. Today, what we're announcing is a massive expansion of this portfolio on what P200 can do. First is we're adding a new system, the Cisco N9600 series, which complements the previous Cisco 8100 series and a 51.2 terabit fixed form factor. We're also adding 28.8 terabit modular line cards within the Cisco 8800 and the N9800 modular systems. So what have we done here? Because of programmability, we've been able to add a huge amount of features to this infrastructure. Okay, we're able to support NXOS, we're able to support ACI, we're able to support Sonic, we're able to support iOS XR. Okay, and now we're deploying this infrastructure across a huge portfolio: scale across, DCI, universal spine, core routing, and peer routing across a huge customer base. This right here is programmability in action. Now, if we think about what we were talking about before, at the end of the day, you have to have a foundational silicon layer. And for us here at Cisco, that is Cisco Silicon One. We have 5 families of silicon, which cover a huge range of networks, deployment topologies, and it provides you a unified, secure, and scalable infrastructure. But the programmability and the visibility that we put inside of Silicon One allows us to layer a software and network orchestration layer on top. So now that we have the hardware foundations layer, I'm going to pass it back off to talk about the amazing full stack solutions that we have.
Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you. That was a very good overview of what we announced in terms of silicon systems and optics at Cisco Live. Now, how does it all come together? How does it all work together and offer that simplicity that I talked about in terms of operations? That's where Nexus One comes in and delivers what you need. Nexus One is a unified and integrated solution stack that offers open choices at each layer in this solution stack. Nexus One provides that operational consistency regardless of the type of fabrics that you're operating. It could be front-end fabrics, it could be back-end fabrics, it could be storage, and it could be even out-of-band fabrics. Nexus One converges the existing operating system choices, whether it's ACI or NXOS and Sonic, and in future HyperFabric, onto a common Nexus 9000 hardware or N9000 hardware. This year, actually last year, we announced Nexus HyperFabric, and this year, what we are doing is we are onboarding N9K hardware into HyperFabric, but also we are adding additional deployments into HyperFabric, like multi-site. And also, very soon, we will launch the European cloud version of the HyperFabric for our European customers. So that way, we bring HyperFabric also into the Nexus One umbrella. The key thing that I want to point out here is that the customers can freely move between these different operating systems. And they can freely move between these operating models without having to go through any technical difficulty or even business friction. You're not locked in. Your hardware investment is protected with Nexus One operating model overall. As customers adopt AI, and Rakesh talked about scaling out and scaling across and all of these things, and so you will have to create massive scale out clusters and also scale across clusters. You will be creating different types of AI fabrics in different geographical locations in a very highly distributed fashion, right? And sometimes you could be extending even existing fabrics. You could be creating using NXOS or ACI or even HyperFabric. Nexus One brings this uniformity and consistency in terms of operations. All these fabrics are interworking with each other and interoperating with each other using open standard protocols. That's what Nexus One brings. Nexus One provides easy-to-use Cisco-validated blueprints to create and deploy AI fabrics. So you will not have to actually know the configuration. We have done that heavy lifting for you with the templates in Nexus One. Also, Nexus One provides this comprehensive and deep visibility into the entire AI stack. And in this case, I would like to explain with an example. As you can see, AI job observability, right? And this is where we bring network visibility and compute visibility into a single layer and then provide that AI job awareness. And all of this is possible because of the telemetry that we can directly grab from the ASICs that Rakesh talked about. And with this telemetry, it's not just about the basics of interface counters, port counters. It is about we can spot those microbursts. We can spot those packet drops, congestion, latency, all of that before the AI job gets impacted, before the user feels the impact. So you can track the job health of a particular training job through the entire AI infrastructure, and then you can pinpoint exactly where the problem is in case if there is any issue. And again, let me show with another example. And there is that particular compute having an issue, and then the Nexus One capabilities will actually be able to point out, in this case, OK, there is a transceiver overheating. What is the impact? You will see CRC errors. And what is the recommendation? Replace it or check cooling. So it goes into like much more deeper level than what it is done today. Okay? We are making this observability even more intelligent and even more faster by bringing Splunk natively inside the Nexus dashboard. So Splunk instance that is sitting inside the Nexus dashboard, now it can receive this telemetry much quicker. And also, it can be part of Splunk data fabric that Splunk federated search can take advantage of without exporting the data into a centralized Splunk instance, right? And this is helpful in two ways. One is it helps avoid the duplication of the data, and also it helps with data sovereignty. It doesn't have to go everything to a single place, right? And it speeds up mean time to remediation and cuts operational costs. That's the advantage of native Splunk. OK, we talked about AI infrastructure so far, but let's change gears and talk about how we leverage AI to help supercharge the network operations for AI networks and also for non-AI networks, right? And this will be with Agentic Ops with AI Canvas. We launched AI Canvas last year, and we started with Thousand Eyes and Meraki. This year, we are expanding the Agentic Ops to data center networking, right? And again, this is about using AI to operate the AI infrastructure and also to operate non-AI infrastructure. So I would like to emphasize that AI Canvas is not yet another management tool, not yet dashboard or a simple chatbot. It is actually a command center for Agentic Ops. It is a live system that is dynamically generated by the AI agents based on the problem that you're dealing with, right? So foundation of this Agentic Ops is our deep network model. And this is more accurate, or at least 20% more accurate in those general purpose LLMs when it comes to networking tasks. And AI Canvas can troubleshoot your entire infrastructure by leveraging MCP agent integrations and using a simple natural language interface. So this is how we can use AI to make AI better. Okay? To summarize everything I covered so far, these innovations in all these foundational building blocks is about helping organizations to get to their AI journeys faster. Now let's see how one of our customers, CVS Health, are innovating and pushing the boundaries to supercharge their business. So let's roll a video first, and then Lenny will come on stage.
The network is playing a far more important role than it's ever played before. If the business comes to you and asks for it, I'm already behind. Staying ahead of those curves is paramount to our success. AI is leaking into the traditional enterprise applications that have always been critical. Nexus Dashboard allows for consistent deployment at the push of a button. The first system and the 100 system is designed exactly the same.
From Cisco perspective, we've got the high-power compute, we've got the network transport, we've got the software that helps telemetry the environment. So everything kind of comes together really well.
Cisco does a great job of continuing to innovate these systems so that they tightly integrate. Quite simply put, it gives you an end-to-end visibility in a single place. As CVS dives deeper and deeper into AI workloads, you can interact a lot faster. It brings the doctors closer to their patients.
All right, that was an amazing video. And here we are with Lenny, directly on stage to talk about his AI journey. Lenny, please join us.
Thank you.
All right, Lenny, to start with, can you please tell us about yourself and about your team?
Sure. First off, let me thank you by inviting us to Cisco Live EMA and giving us an opportunity to tell my story.
Thank you.
My organization, I lead network engineering and design for for CVS Health. And my organization basically supports network architecture, engineering, design, and implementation across our entire business, across the US. And that's basically 9,000 retail stores, pharmacies, prescription benefit management, Aetna Insurance, and our home healthcare delivery. It's a very large, very complex, very mission-critical infrastructure and a footprint. I joined CVS Health about 3 years ago with a clear mandate to build a world-class engineering organization, build a culture of high trust and high performance. The way we did this was we invested heavily in talent. We set engineering standards and execution discipline. Those foundations enabled us to build the transformation journey that we're on today.
Very good to hear. Lenny, you're on this AI journey.
Yes.
And could you please tell me a little bit more about the AI journey that you're on and how long have you been and what were your goals?
Sure. So one of the biggest lessons that we've learned so far, and if you were able to catch G2's keynote, he touched on a lot of the issues. You and Ragesh touched on many of the issues in your opening monologue.
Yep.
But basically, the real value of AI doesn't only come from the models that you build, but it also comes from enabling the models to run on the infrastructure reliably, securely, and at scale.
Yep.
And that fundamentally is an infrastructure challenge. One of the things we've learned, AI workloads behave very, very differently than traditional enterprise applications. If the network can't keep up, performance drops very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And in many environments, the real bottleneck is not compute, but rather it's the data movement that you're seeing back and forth at the rapid speeds. So in order to accommodate this, we had to rethink and reimagine how we build our networks. So we re-architected our networks for low latency, high throughput, scale, to be able to scale at speed, and shifting that thought process and that mentality was central to how we design our networks today.
Awesome. So it looks like you got the technical thing figured out.
Yes.
But we do not have infinite resources to manage all these complex networks. So
Correct.
from a staffing and skill set perspective, how are you handling that?
Sure. So one of the things that we had to think about, and again, G2 touched upon this, was we had to rethink our data center strategy and how we look at data centers. When we started to deploy our AI workloads, we quickly figured out that as we scale up and we scale out, we didn't have the power in our traditional data centers to be able to handle that kind of throughput, that kind of power, and be able to scale up and scale out efficiently. So what we had to do is we took the approach of, instead of looking at a few traditional data centers that we had, we decided to standardize on co-location facilities. So we are deploying these co-location facilities across the west, the central, and the east part of the United States. So the objective for us was straightforward and it was clear. Place the information closer to the workloads and the users. That reduces latency, improves your efficiency, and stabilizes your performance without creating the network choke points.
Okay. Outstanding. Now, how? All right. How does that translate to business benefits and customer outcomes, Lenny, from CVS Health point of view?
Sure. So if you design networks long enough, you will clearly understand that technology only matters if it delivers real outcomes. Okay. And for us and the business, those outcomes translate to speed, reliability, security, and scalability. Right? When the network is designed for ultra-low latency, high throughput, and data movement, you're able to deploy AI workloads quickly and at scale. So for the customers, this is a tangible benefit for our customers. It allows us to keep the networks on, always up, always performing, and always operating fast. So the best infrastructure for the customer is one that they don't have to think about.
Okay, excellent. So thank you for sharing what you have done so far. And as you look ahead for the next 3 to 5 years, what are the trends that you're seeing from AI perspective? And this is also my last question. So any last words you would like to share with the audience here?
Sure. So as I look ahead 3 to 5 years, there are 3 major trends that are beginning to stand out to me. The first thing is scale by design. Anchoring back to what I said earlier, AI traffic patterns are not going to be predictable, and they are not going to be gradual. They are going to be very bursty, and they are going to scale quickly, very quickly. And if the network can't keep up, performance degrades fast. So one of the things that you have to start to think about is how is automation going to help you achieve that scale up and scale out? Automation becomes a critical point and it becomes the control plane. So humans cannot be in the critical path. Otherwise, you will not be able to scale at the speed that you need to scale up and scale out at. So that's absolutely critical. Which brings me to my third point, and that's trust and reliability at the network layer. As AI begins to embed itself into clinical, retail, and customer workloads, the network becomes a trusted part of that model. And if I could leave you with really one final thought.
Yep.
AI doesn't fail because of a lack of models, a lack of guardrails, or a lack of security. It also can fail because the infrastructure can't keep up. The companies that are going to win at AI are going to treat the network as a strategic enabler. So not treating the network as a utility or an afterthought is fundamentally critical to how you think about building these infrastructures. If you build the foundation right and you innovate and accelerate safely, you will be able to deploy these safely, reliably, and at scale.
Very well. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you for sharing your AI journey, and big round of applause for Lenny, please.
Thank you.
And we wish you good luck in the next phase of your AI journey.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, what a great session that we had there with Murali Ganluru and Rakesh Chopra. Now, I don't want to take up any more time because I'm really happy to say that we have in the studio right now Shane Corbin from AMD and James Cole here. So I'll hand straight over to you, James, to talk to Shane.
Thank you, Amy. Good afternoon. I'm excited to have Shane here with me today. Shane Corbin is the Senior Director of Technical Product Marketing in the Data Center Group at AMD. Welcome, Shane. I'm so glad to have you here with me today.
Thank you, James. Great
yeah,
to be here.
it's great to have you here. Shane, welcome to Cisco Live here in Amsterdam. We're super excited to have you here, and we really want to talk a lot about our partnership and the innovations we're working together to bring to our customers in the marketplace. So let's start out talking about AI infrastructure.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time for AI infrastructure, and with the partnership between Cisco and AMD, we're certainly seeing new capabilities come to the market. At AMD, alongside with Cisco, we believe the future is Ethernet for AI, and UEC is driving the standard. We both jointly have driven that standard to fruition. And we've brought products to market, the Pollara AI NIC 400 alongside our MI300 Instinct GPUs and our EPYC CPUs with UCS and Nexus Silicon One switching to enable next level performance for training workloads and inferencing workloads for AI. They're enabled through some of the key enhancements that UEC brings to the table around congestion handling, in-order delivery, packet spray, RAS, and multiplane, which allow customers to unlock new levels of performance for AI. What we've seen in some of our testing with Pollara AI NIC 400 is up to 25% improvement in collective communication library performance with the Instinct GPU series running on UCS with Nexus Silicon One switching. So a huge benefit for our customers in terms of overall performance. And we're really excited to work on some new joint technologies as well with Cisco going forward.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, you brought up a really important point. The network is really critical for AI infrastructure. It's an important part of the foundation for the performance. Yesterday, as you saw, we launched our G300 from Silicon One. You know, that's a 102.4 terabyte liquid-cooled solution that's really built to power and scale the next generation AI data center. Tell me a little bit about what you think of that product and the opportunities you think it provides us.
Yeah, that's a very exciting scale-out switching platform that Cisco are bringing to the market. And I think it fits very well with our next generation rack scale architecture based on the MI450 we're bringing to market, where we're also upgrading our networking component for scale-out to up to 800 gigs. So the Vulcano AI NIC 800 gig adapter also supports 200 gig SerDes and is a key component, and there will be great synergies for our customers in that area. The key thing, one of the key aspects of Vulcano is it allows customers to do up to 50% higher bandwidth from a scale-out standpoint per GPU than competitive NICs with the MI450. So a huge bump in performance we'll get, which will align pretty well with the scale-out infrastructure, the scale-out networking that Cisco are bringing with their next-gen platform. Additionally, what's really cool is our programmable flexibility we brought on Pollara in terms of the UEC functionality we've developed on the adapter. All of that functionality and those performance gains carry forward on this new next-gen adapter we're bringing to market in 2026 alongside the MI450 rack scale solution, which is up to 72 GPUs in a single scale-up domain. Truly an incredible next-generation product for AI based on Ethernet from AMD.
Yeah, great, great. Well, look forward to seeing that. Now, we can't talk about AI without talking about security. You know, AI is all about taking your data and getting better outcomes. Mm-hmm. And when data is involved, security becomes paramount. So talk a little bit about some of the collaborations we have in progress to really deliver on that critical capability of security in your AI outcomes.
Yeah, security for the enterprise and AI is a challenging space when you think about it. But some of the joint innovations we've been working on with the Nexus Smart Switching with our embedded DPUs and Hypershield enables customers to build a full stack security architecture for the era of agentic AI. If you look at agents, securing agents is a significantly more involved process than securing traditional enterprise applications. They're non-predetermined behavior, random behavior patterns, they access multiple data sets, they act on behalf of users, and if compromised, the breach and the attack surface is pretty broad in terms of impact. So some of the key synergies we bring with our solution with Hypershield and the Nexus Smart Switching is we fuse security natively into the network. You have a common policy orchestration layer with Hypershield, and within this platform, what you truly have is a stateful firewall at every single port on the switch. So unlike an ACL, status, connections are tracked, state is inspected, it logs like a firewall. So truly a compelling platform for next generation security in the data center for the era of agentic AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Agentic AI, L4 security in the network, it's critical for our future.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for the partnership. I look forward to the things we'll continue to do together. Appreciate you being here with us.
Thanks, James. Thanks for the opportunity.
Back to you, Amy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, both of you. Really great to hear about such a great collaboration between AMD and Cisco. Okay, we are now taking a turn. Now, if you have missed any of the sessions, you can catch them on demand. And talking of that, we're going back to a center stage session that we've seen before. This is with Bhaskar Jayakrishnan and Carlos Pereira. And we're going to hear about Cisco IQ and how to unlock the Cisco advantage. So take a look at that. And then after that, later, I'll be joining Buffy Ransom and Phil Wolfenden to talk more about this. Enjoy.
Good afternoon. Glad to see all of you here. Today we are excited to talk to you about the evolution in services. What are we going to do in the AI era? Why are we doing it? And illustrate some examples all in the next 29 minutes. The world's moving a lot faster than we have ever seen, especially in the world of AI infrastructure. In a place where people are bringing up 100,000, 200,000 GPUs in a matter of 30 days, traditionally, we've struggled to bring up probably 100 switches in about 5 to 6 months. So the expectations of what we need to do is definitely changing. So about 18 months ago, we spent time with some of our largest customers across different verticals and asked them, what would you ideally want in the AI era? And we went through the feedback, and as we categorized it, 3 elements stood out. 1, resiliency. And for us to be more resilient, don't just help us after the problem. Can you help us avoid a problem, avoid an issue? What can you do before an issue happens? Simplicity, too many tools. How can you consolidate it? How can you make it easy for us to experience whatever you provide and reduce the friction of anything that you introduce? Third one, time to value. Right? If I can eke out another 5 months out of the infrastructure, that's a good 5%, 10% more in value. So as we did all of this, we knew that we had to provide personalized, proactive, and predictive experiences at scale. So how did we go about it? Right? A lot has been made of AI. Whether it is AI infrastructure or not, the infrastructure lifecycle fundamentally doesn't change. We go through the plan, design, implement, operate, optimize, and that occasional migrate phases. And we support you through all of this through our support services and professional services. But what has fundamentally changed in the last 3 years is the availability of language models. Language models allows us to synthesize a whole bunch of information and turn it into potentially another document, or turn it into automation, or extract intent or extract meaning from it. So we spend some time to figure out how we can accelerate every single stage in the infrastructure lifecycle, and how we can go from one stage to other a lot faster. You see a couple of examples here. Example number 1, where we can use the accumulated knowledge of designs that we have done to enhance, analyze, improve upon a design document so that it incorporates all best practices that we have known. The example number 2 here is we give you a lot of documents, whether it is best practice guides, field notices, security advisories, and a lot more. So what we are doing here is processing all of it and turning into automation. And when Carlos comes up on stage, he's going to show you a fantastic demo in terms of how it is going to help efficiency, because it's a personalized output rather than you going through a whole bunch of documents. The third one is when we can go from design to an implementation phase. The best designs have been interpreted by human beings, by engineers, as it turns into an implementation. But what if we can help accelerate it by going from the design phase to the implement phase? All of this is great, but then what is the eventual effect of all of this, right? So let's talk about support. For the longest time, support has been about an incident. When an incident happens, we swarm, we help you. The better the job we do, the window is shorter, and potentially the severity of the incident is smaller. But then, what would be even better if the incident never happened at all? But for us to do that, we have to do a lot more things before the incident, and we need more predictive and proactive capabilities. The more we can do before, we can actually push out the incident. Ideally, it doesn't happen at all, and if it were to happen, the severity is a lot lower. So fundamentally, we knew that for us to evolve services, we had to take it to a place which is personalized, where instead of documentation, we give you automation as an example. Proactive, tell you more about what could happen upfront rather than later. Predictive, where we can monitor your environment, and if something could go wrong, we want to give you signals upfront. So we took a step back, took a look at everything support services has to offer. When it comes to support services, we support you in many different ways, whether it is to give you insights, whether to give you visibility or assessments, incident management, etc. So we decided to bring all of this together in a very simplified interface. And that is what Cisco IQ is. Cisco IQ is not something you buy, but it is something that you experience. So all of you that have a support contract with Cisco, a professional services contract with Cisco, Cisco IQ is the delivery vehicle where we have infused the AI capabilities with the automation and the human expertise that we provide into that common unified interface. Instead of giving you peace points, we want to give you intelligence. So what does it look like? Yes, you're going to see a couple of demos where it's going to become pretty evident. So all the capabilities which come together for support services, it's going to come together in a common interface with some pretty cool capabilities in the UI, in the API, and with time, you're going to see other interfaces like MCP and A2A as well. Now, we are not limited to support services. We are expanding to professional services as well with Cisco IQ. But I want to take a pause here and talk about something cool. We have just made Cisco Support Signature now generally available. This is where we give the best of what technology has to offer and what our human expertise has to offer. And by bringing both of it together, you can have a much more resilient network, a much more resilient infrastructure, which you can trust and operate with speed and confidence. With that, I want to talk about professional services. Professional services, again, there is a lot of different places where we can leverage the power of AI to, again, accelerate a lifecycle stage or go from one stage to the other. We are bringing all of this within the Cisco IQ experience, and this is going to be a broader discussion for another day with a small demo by Carlos as well. With that said, all of this is best seen with a demo with specific examples. And to cover that, inviting Carlos Pereira, a Cisco fellow, a distinguished speaker. Take it away.
Thanks, my friend. Gives out to Bhaskar. Thanks you. So Bhaskar just set the stage. We're going to try to lend this a little bit of what that means. On the 22 minutes that I have left, thank you, Bhaskar, for that. We're going to cover about support services and professional services, but we're going to touch also about deployment models. How does actually onboard, especially in situations like Europe that has sovereignty critical infrastructure as a requirement. Let's go for that. On the support services, you saw about predictive insights, assessments that are adapted, all leveraging AI power, and the troubleshooting that we leverage on how we can bring together the insights from Cisco all together with interfaces that exist with the partners. So by doing this, let's start with the first, because predictive insights, you can go for last day of support all the way to how you bring intelligence to act upon risk exposures that are done by assessments that correlate risk, vulnerabilities, performance, and all the asset environment that you have bought for one partner, multiple partners along many years, if you like. Let's start with the predictive asset insights. So I have a demo here, as Bhaskar said, that shows it more. Let's run the demo.
See how Cisco IQ's intelligent asset management capability solves this problem with a simple, intuitive, intelligent, and integrated experience. You begin with a dashboard that instantly provides clarity by visualizing your assets, contracts, and devices discovered. It highlights critical areas that need attention right away, such as assets past their last date of support. This isn't just data, it's your immediate snapshot to understand the true state of your Cisco IT landscape today and confidently plan for tomorrow. You can go beyond static dashboards to hyper-personalized insights by interacting with the AI assistant. The AI assistant understands the context of the page, enabling you to ask nuanced questions, such as requesting a summary of assets past the last date of support and with critical security advisories. This is radical personalization across every interaction at scale, making you feel like Cisco's only customer and helping you intelligently anticipate potential issues versus react. For those more comfortable with classic table views, you can use filters and personalization options to fully customize the view to your specific business needs. As a network operator, you know it isn't enough to simply present a list of devices to your manager to obtain the necessary budget allocation to replace outdated equipment. Generating tailored reports for business decision makers can be another time-consuming task. To solve this need, we're also introducing an AI-powered analysis tool that distills thousands of records into a concise, actionable report. This tool helps amplify your team's expertise by reducing the cognitive load and friction in doing their jobs every day. You can further refine these reports using natural language to easily customize insights by clearly defining what matters to you and your business needs. And finally, you can download the report as a PDF to share with your business decision maker. This capability will be a foundational building block across our solutions, pushing AI naturally into the experience and as part of your workflow, because Cisco IQ makes AI work for you.
So that's a great demo that shows from the assets and all the views that we have for everything you got on Cisco. And I just want to reinforce Bhaskar's point that he mentioned that Cisco IQ is not a product, it's something that you experience. So you can experience from that UI and all the assistant, but it's going to be available through MCP interfaces, through APIs initially, so you can hook this information, for instance, on your own asset management system to validation of that. And by doing so, one of the things that we are coming on the roadmap is asset reconciliation. Why? Because you have a lot of visibility for all the contracts that you as a Cisco customer may have with us, but you buy from partners, sometimes from multiple partners along multiple times on the life cycle, refresh cycle, so on and so forth. So reconciling the information that we have, plus what you have, plus what the partners have, so you have a single source of truth. Why is that important? Because that's where we derive assessments and insights, because as much that you clean the data, you can use data to clean the data and making sure that everything is correct, so you can drive assessments for that, you can drive insights for that. Talking about assessment, this is the second aspect I want to highlight, just with two examples. The first one, which is, if you think about infrastructure from Cisco, there is a lot of products that one may consume, from the compute, networking, router switches, and so on and so forth. Sometimes there are some hardening guides or security recommendations or security advisors that apply. Depending on your install base, you can have a lot of them, and the documentations become very large, if you will. Bhaskar was showing how we are thinking about documentation and bringing this together. So as opposed to you trying to go over all of this, you can use AI to bring this together, to analyze, automate, and focus on what matters, which is the remediation, as opposed to spend a lot of time to try to compile different information for different sources. So I'm going to show you a demo on how, on this example, we are delivering directly with Cisco IQ that helps you with assessment straight.
When you open the Cisco IQ Assessments app, you immediately gain clarity into your security and risk landscape. You'll see a summary of Cisco's latest security advisories, intelligently ranked by severity, alongside a hyper-personalized summary showing exactly how many of your assets are exposed to the vulnerabilities detailed in these advisories. You also have a snapshot of device risk due to lack of support coverage. This is predictive power in action, turning potential threats into actionable insights. Drilling down, you get a personalized report of the most severe vulnerabilities affecting your network, how many of your devices are affected by each specific advisory, and highlighting the most critical issues to tackle first. No more sifting through generic lists. Cisco IQ tells you what matters most to you. And with our AI-powered decision-making, a further drill down provides an AI-generated summary of the advisory, direct links for full detail, and the precise list of affected devices. The same intelligence and personalization applies to field notices, ensuring you're always ahead of potential issues. For customers with enhanced support, Cisco IQ takes proactive security to the next level with AI-powered device hardening. This is where Cisco IQ truly makes your teams superhuman. By selecting security hardening, you instantly see previous assessment results run across your environment, highlighting the number of affected assets. This is the intelligent AI agent in action, seamlessly extracting and translating complex knowledge from extensive iOS XE hardening documentation into comprehensive, actionable checks. This eliminates cognitive overload and ensures you're always aligned with best practices. Clicking into an assessment result provides even more detail, including a clear summary and a precise list of affected devices. This is about providing unparalleled simplicity and clarity. You can run an assessment on demand and drill down further to understand exactly why a device failed, with AI-generated summaries highlighting key evidence from the logs. After taking action, you can rerun the diagnostic assessment to confirm the fix was successful, ensuring you prevent avoidable outages and disruptions.
So on that demo, you saw the assessments happening. So we have the visibility from the assets before, which is kind of foundational for us to get clean to be able to run assessments like this, is where you generate insights. This example is about security. It could be about performance. It could be about the other example that we're going to show you in quantum PQC readiness. But before I go there, we did the insights, but we have actions recommendation. It doesn't mean that you need to act and automate the actions. So we use AI to generate what is the predictive aspect for the recommendation, but you go deterministic action through a framework like Services Code that I'm going to cover, or some other implementations. With that said, let's go for another example on assessment is post-quantum cryptography. PQC, there is multiple sessions that were happening here on Cisco Live, and this is an area where there is a lot of concerns on a lot of customers because there is this motion in the market that a lot of the actors are capturing the data to be able to decrypt later when the quantum computer is available. If you look at every install base for every customer, pretty much everybody has a list of a hardware bill of materials. So everybody knows what the hardware is. But if you ask customers what is their software bill of materials, that number reduces drastically. All the releases that exist on all the devices that you have. If you go and ask about a crypto bill of materials, so all the ciphers and all the keys that you have, it's pretty much nobody has any of this. So with Cisco IQ, we are bringing all three, and we start to bring this together as part of the asset inventory for assessment, which maps to network devices, and already investigating for the roadmap how we bring extra intellectual capital that exists from Cisco and differentiations like encrypted traffic analytics or even network analyzers to go beyond the network device to the whole network. So stay tuned, because that's an area of focus for us. Last but not least on the support, AI-powered troubleshooting. There are three aspects of this. One is automated troubleshooting, which is aimed to faster time to resolution. Usually we get between 2 and 4 times faster just by having the Cisco Support Assistant helping on the resolution of the case. Cisco Support Assistant has been available for a long time in multimodality forms, and it also helps with the RMA, automated RMA, reconcile the potential errors, predict some of the RMAs. This is being shipping, and the same support assistant that has all these modalities and all these modes of operations is also embedded in product, like our security portfolio and others. For that, it's now also showing IQ. Let me run a demo that shows you the potential for this and what is coming.
we've identified a potential vulnerability on a Catalyst 9300 switch. Instead of digging through dense hardening guides, we simply ask the AI assistant to identify workarounds. The assistant used detailed reasoning to confirm that while no direct Cisco-supported workaround exists for this vulnerability, it only impacts devices configured as a DHCP relay. This is contextualized insight in action. Unfortunately, our device is configured as a DHCP relay. We need the assistant to provide us with a Cisco-supported solution. The AI assistant identifies the exact software fix and offers to recommend a minimal and safe upgrade path tailored to our specific configuration. To ensure a resilient transition, we request the assistant run pre- and post-software upgrade health checks, as well as open a TAC case to ensure full Cisco support during the upgrade process. The AI assistant makes this quick and easy by leveraging all the context and details of our conversation, including device software version and configurations, and automatically opens a case. Finally, we can customize the request to better personalize our experience. We request this case be assigned to a TAC engineer whose shift time corresponds with our specific maintenance window. No jumping between channels, no deciphering inconsistent processes, just a seamless, connected experience from identification to resolution.
This is absolutely amazing. Realizing we start with the asset, the visibility, we have the insights from assessments, we have all the actions, and here we talk about technology. We have an example of Catalyst 9300, this one box, but support from Cisco gets for everything, the whole network. We have the people and the process, the time and the maintenance, we know all of that together in context. So that pretty much covered the support, but let's jump on professional services real quick. And the first area that we're going to cover is services code for infrastructure management lifecycle. That's an area that we're investing extremely heavily. That there is a lot of reference and customers here in Europe that has this running in production. And it's basically automation for the infrastructure provisioning that has version control and test and validation continuously way. There is a migration framework, the technical migration framework that we announced this week at Cisco Live with AI augmentation. And last but not least, software recommendation, which most likely I won't have time to cover in details, but right behind us on the CX booth, you can go this. Let's start with the services code. So this is an example of a customer here in Europe that before implementing the services code framework with the Cisco CX helps together with a partner, you're taking between a full day and 2 days to make changes because a lot of this was manually driven, very heavy people dependent, and a lot of these configurations were not revised properly, and some of those mistakes were pushed into production. In fact, just for you to know, a secret that I'm going recording, almost 25% of all cases that are open in Cisco TAC are related to configuration mistakes. Is the famous Fred Tumbling, kind of you configured this stuff. People do this today at a high scales, and it goes to production. This avoids that, not only to make test and validation up front, but also to make it much faster. You see the numbers there. And services as code is an area that a lot of people ask me, like, hey, what's the difference between services as code and infrastructure as code? So let me try to explain you. Infrastructure as code is a term, is a technology that exists for a long time. And you have vendors like Red Hat with Ansible and Terraform. So this is open source, available, everybody can use. So what Cisco did, they took those frameworks and this technology and built the models and resources on top of that. So you have a Terraform plan for Meraki, for Catalyst, for the firewalls, and so on and so forth. And this is available, public, and open source. So far with me? Great. So we took that foundation that anybody can have for all the Cisco portfolio, and we added the value for Cisco CS on top of this by having a semantic data validation that allows to do this configuration and validation and testing up front against what good looks like. Because guess what? I've done a lot of those over the years. And in addition to this, we have the automation test that context-driven. What does it mean? Context for your networking. It is a data center. Is it a data center in a campus? Does it have branches and all of this together? So we put this on a CI/CD pipeline for automation using a DevOps or DevSecOps mindset. And with that, we provide support together. This is services as code and the results that goes there. As simple as it gets, leverages open source across the whole portfolio as this slides conveys, goes on implementation, the execution, and we evolve from there. We have customers that start with the data center and go into branches and the other way around. If you want to see a full demo for this, because I don't have time to go in all the nuances that you can expect, right behind us, there are people that's going to be happy with you. There are chocolates there. There are still half of them. I don't know if there is. Lara is responsible for the chocolates. You can go for her. But services code is something that is extremely important for us as we work with our customers and our partners out there. Last but not least, there is the migration framework that we announced this week at Cisco Live, augmented by AI. And the logic between the migration framework is basically leverage a proven aspect that reduces risk. We all been there. Migration is a pain on the backyard. Because you need to think like, I'm in a current state, I need to go for the new state, and there is a lot of variables that goes with that. Typically, you need to discover what you get for where you are migrating, and you need to build a strategy for that. And the strategy is people, process, technology, prayers, a lot of things that goes with that strategy. And then you're planning for two lanes, the migration itself and the risk that can come with this. And sometimes you don't necessarily know exactly the risk because let's say if I'm migrating for a branch on a bank, you can do this only at certain given times. But if I'm a branch on a retail, your weekends is where you make a lot of money, so you're not going to stop there. So there's a lot of those practical nuances that people think about. And obviously, when you have all this planning due, you need to execute and you need to validate. So you look at this as how we can codify this, and by codifying this, actually get AI to augment some of that, especially if I'm doing a configuration change or a migration from X to Y. And from that sense, let me try to explain what X and UI actually means. We have migrations that typically people thinking about migration from box A to box B. Like, hey, I'm an old Cisco router. I'm going for a new Cisco router. It used to run iOS. I go run iOS XR. That's a valid one. Or you have a competitor device that I don't dare pronounce the name because it will be considered as a curse, and you migrate to a Chinese Cisco box. Still valid for a migration, right? There are two other types of migrations that exist. One is you have transition for an operating model that's different than another one. So you have a lot of devices that are now run under a controller base, like the conversions with Meraki. Or you have a lot of direct tunnels, and you now run under an SD-WAN, which is a controller base. It's still a migration, but it's a topological migration. Or you change completely how your network works. Like you are a service provider, you used to run an MPLS network, you now change for a segment router V6 network. Still migration, different scope. So as part of our professional service and augmentation with the Cisco IQ and all the AI, we are helping on all these phases as it relates to migration. One last thing that I want to leave you with on the 3 minutes and 35 seconds that I still have left. There is a joke behind the scenes that I wouldn't make it on time. I'll have time left for questions if you want to. The last part that I want to touch upon is deployment models and telemetry. This is a very interesting point, especially for this region in Europe, that has to do with how you onboard Cisco IQ. Cisco IQ pretty much has two parts, if you will. One part that is the on-premises and another part that can run on the cloud. Think about this. We have three deployment models. One that is SaaS, where is the assets, assessments, and troubleshooting, with the three applications that I just showed the demos for you before. They run on the cloud, and you have an on-premises virtual machine or the instance that runs a software substrate when you have a connector that sends the telemetry. It's a connector because it's bidirectional. If I have a definition of assessment, you define that you want to automate, I need to have another path back that is guaranteed by you as given access based on your policy and governance. Right? So far, so good. That would be the easy way. We don't take the easy way. Bhaskar and I lost the hair, he doesn't yet, but we got the hard way, so we have the on-premises as well. The on-premises tether environment means you have the VM, all this runs on your on-premises environment, but you still had some common service that runs on the cloud. For instance, remember the AI assessments? There is an LLM that needs to run somewhere, right? It would be an example of a functionality of a common service that runs on the cloud, where everything else runs on premises. And we have the full air-gapped mode, which is you run everything on premises. Include, let's say on my example, the LLM, that could be either LLM proxy for something that you may have on premises, like we have a lot of customers in Europe with Mistral, as an example. Or we are working and trying to develop an SLM, and Shuba is here, is part of that engineering team, all the bright minds behind that, so as to provide you all the functionality and all the capabilities. Both air-gapped on-premises completely or Tether, they meet the sovereignty infrastructure requirements that exist here in Europe. This is available for you here based on the regulations that exist on your market. With that said, with 1 minute and 6 seconds to go, I want you to know that you have a lot of demos just behind you on the Cisco customer experience. There is full screens on Cisco IQ and all those accessories, not on video, real life demos, services code, and a lot of other things that relates with the CX. All of our team is here. If you have any other questions, please reach out. Thank you very much.
We are so glad to have all of you back with us here in the Cisco TV studio, right in the middle of the beautiful world of solutions at Cisco Live 2026. We are streaming to you directly from the Amsterdam RAI, as we have been all day and all week long, and we will all day tomorrow. Believe it or not, this is our final segment of today, but we have got so much packed into this next 30 minutes, so make sure that you stick with us. We've just come out of a fantastic center stage presentation called Your AI Superpower, looking specifically at Cisco IQ. This is the next evolution in services. We heard from Bhaskar, we heard from Carlos, we unwrapped all of the different ways that this AI era is really rewriting calls for infrastructure and better customer experiences. And fundamentally, we can't continue to rely on disconnected tools. Those days are in the past, they're gone. We have to be deploying more intelligent, powerful, connected services. And that's exactly what Cisco IQ is creating for us. It weaves automation and AI into every single step of every process. Everything from the plan to the design and implementation and operation and optimization. You get those lightning fast results you need. Seamless, proactive, predictive. We just heard why Cisco's support and professional services are really raising the bar on every aspect of asset management and adaptive infrastructure assessment, AI-powered troubleshooting, all of the pieces that you need, all of the resilience, so much value for all of our Cisco customers and partners. It's all about maximizing the customer experience, but also the employee experience, doing them in tandem. And that's what's going to get us into our next segment. Adele, Michael, so glad to have you both with us. Thank you for making the time to join us on the live broadcast. And before we go into anything else, congratulations, Adele.
Thank you.
An amazing event so far. Incredible energy, right?
Yes, yes. The level of energy is unprecedented. I came into this Cisco Live with high expectation. I can tell you, way, way more.
We have blown it out of the water, right? And the numbers, by the way, as well. Congratulations on that, too. This has been an exciting time. So, Michael, I'm going to start with Adele on this, and then I want to bring you in on the conversation as well. So, when we look at the nature of the show, let's focus in on the customer experience. Talk to us about the response to all these latest CX innovations and what you're hearing from our customers and partners in the EMEA region in particular.
I know that I will be a bit repetitive, but actually what I'm hearing is super excitement. They are really excited, and excited because you rightly said, they see the evolution, they see the incredible innovation, they see the simplification, but also they see the smart usage of AI, automation, and talent. We are not forcing to have AI everywhere. We use AI where we have to use AI to get to our customer goal, our business goal. And this is what is resonating with them. So we are talking about important impact for them. We are talking about 30 to 50% reduction in unplanned downtime. It's huge. We are talking about 2 times faster execution, migration. We are talking about 100%, I should say 98% of success in their change. So these numbers are important. This is what makes them really excited.
And it is the human side of the
Oh,
story,
yes.
right? So, Michael, what do you see as the impacts that we're seeing now in terms of our professional services business in particular?
Yeah, when you look into how professional services was executed the last 30 years, it was basically entirely human-driven. So humans have crafted what needs to be done, humans have implemented what needs to be done, humans have checked what needs to be done. And what we see right now is that tools are available to make the life of humans easier, to spend their time in innovation instead of repetition. So you are able, in the modern environment, you are able to do things much, much easier. So the human is still super important, but the human is crafting what needs to be done, and then it's executed by machines much, much faster. And there are no more fat finger mistakes, there are no more copy and paste issues, and so on and so forth. What you're also seeing is right now, with the digital interaction which we have with the infrastructure, things are getting ready for AI usage. We will see, and I'm 100% sure in 2026 is going to be the year of AI agents. So AI agents will take over many things. And that means that in the professional service life, we are moving from a human-centric AI-assisted environment into an AI-driven, human-controlled environment. And that's, to me, this is the human AI collaboration. And it's for the long run, right? Because people think like, is my job going to go away? Yes. No, it's not. Your job is going to change because what you can hand over to AI is task. What you can't hand over to AI is responsibility.
Yes.
You are still entirely responsible for this. And the way you execute, you will probably have less sweat in your shirts over migration windows. And you'll have far more fun.
Exactly.
Far more fun doing things
Yes.
which are innovative, right? Because I've never heard of anyone who had enough staff to do the innovative things they wanted to do. And that is right now possible.
You are speaking the language that I love to speak. I bring this up again and again. I always say I feel like a broken record. All of the technologies that we create, phenomenal. They're terrific. We can talk about technology all day long. If they do not serve and benefit our marketplace, what's the point of building the technology? So I think that human part, and it's also that element. We have to keep reminding people this is not about replacement. This is about augmentation. It is so vital. Adele, talk about some of the hot topics that your EMEA customers are looking to Cisco specifically, maybe to CX in specific, to help with. What are our new services? What are key roles that those are playing with actual humans, with actual individuals, not just on an organizational level?
Very interesting because look, the recurring topic this week has been all about sovereignty. We can imagine why. It's been all about how we can evolve the operation of our infrastructure to make it simpler and have more time for the innovation and the fun stuff that we were talking about. And look, to me, modernization is another big topic because our customers, they know that for several reasons, they have not been able to update, upgrade, and evolve their infrastructure. And one of the reasons was exactly the manual activity that they had to do, and that they didn't have enough time to do all they had to do. And now we can help them. But I tell you I want to use a specific example of something that happened yesterday. We were just walking and one customer stopped me saying, I need help. Say, of course we are here. How can we help you? Say, we know that we need to automate, we know that we need to use AI, but I have no idea where I am in terms of data, standardization, and where my team is in terms of process. Say, fine, we help you to understand first where you are, then together we decide what is your business goal, and when we have done that, we will build the roadmap from where you are to where you want to be, and then we translate that into technology, exactly to your point. And that resonates so well that next week we have already an appointment with this customer and new business is coming.
That is the beauty of Cisco Live. Chuck said it beautifully before. Chuck always says, let the machines do the dumb stuff so the human can do the smart stuff, right?
Yes.
Michael, we have time for one more question. I want to come back to you. It's so interesting to see the references to being quantum ready. Have you been hearing a lot about quantum from our customers as they continue to get prepared for what's next in AI?
Yeah, to me, when I started with Cisco, my first project was the year 2000 migration. When I look right now into quantum, it's very similar as year 2000. The only difference is with year 2000, we knew exactly when it's going to happen. We had no idea what's going to happen. With quantum, we know exactly what's going to happen, but we have no idea when this is going to take place. And what's going to happen is very simple, right? Quantum computers are on the verge. They are really, really going like rockets right now into the sky. The capabilities are raising constantly.
Yeah.
And you will reach the point that quantum computers are able to crack PKI infrastructure. So everything which is asynchronically cryptography right now, which is basically the baseline of everything we do, the communications, it's the key exchanges, it's all over, it's the baseline for our internet right now, and that will be broken. So you have right now actors in the environment, and these actors are harvesting now to decrypt later. So it is a fact that these decryption capabilities will be available. I have no idea when this is going to be the place or when it will take place, and I don't know who is going to have this, but it's a fact. It will be there, and there are a lot of things you can do right now. So to me, key is, most companies don't know which cryptography they use where. We can help immediately with doing a proper inventory, that you understand how are you communicating, how your emails are going, how is your direct communication going, and so on and so forth, and how do you communicate with machines. And that basically means you have an inventory of where the problem is going to be. And then you can apply best practices to this to basically contain the problem, make it smaller, make it addressable. And there's a lot we can do right now, we have to do right now, and all the big companies are concerned about it. And everyone is kicking off right now projects to look into the depth and get a roadmap to success to be not vulnerable. Because on the day a quantum computer can crack all of this,
we are all exposed.
We are all exposed, right? Absolutely. And no one wants to be.
Great. I wish we could do this all day long. I think we could do this for 6 hours, just the three of us right here. We'll do it at a different time. We've got to jump out now, but Michael, Adele, thank you so much. I appreciate the amazing work you're doing, and thank you for the time here in studio.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, like always.
We are going to head out to Amy, who's in the CX Lounge. Hi there, my friend.
Hello, my friend. Yes, I am. I'm here. And it's amazing because on this show floor, as you've seen in many of our other shots, it's very, very busy. But right here, I'm in the comfort of the CX Lounge, and it's like a little oasis in the middle of the show floor. But I'm not alone. I have two wonderful people with me. I'm very lucky to have Buffy Ransom here and Phil Wolfenden. Thank you for joining me today.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Are you both having a good week so far?
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic.
Awesome. Excellent. Right, so let's just get straight into it. So Buffy, tell us, how is AI transforming Cisco support?
We have had such a great journey, to be honest with you. We've been doing a little bit of a listening tour and a development tour. Listening tour has told us that our customers want resiliency, they want simplicity, they want quality, they want time, really, really quick time to resolve as well. So lots of good stuff there, lots of great feedback from our customers. From an AI perspective, over the last 18 months, we've been doing a lot of development in-house, and a lot of the experimentation application has been on the support side of the house. 91% of our service requests now actually have some shape or form touched of AI within the system, and now we've actually built that, encompassed it together to build basically our new interface. It's called Cisco IQ. Cisco IQ is really, really exciting. The amount of potential we've been showing actually customers pretty much over the last 3 days. Lots of great work, lots of potential. And customers are seeing it from an on-prem perspective, a cloud perspective, and a secure environment perspective. So it's really talking and applying to all of our customer environments as well.
Wonderful. Great for them to be here and see it, in person.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, Phil, what can customers expect from Cisco Support Signature offer that launched this week?
Oh, great question. So, Signature is the top level of our brand new 3-level support offer, and it's the richest and most valuable tier. What do I get if I'm a Signature customer? Honestly, a lot. So what do I get? I get predictive analytics to prevent issues before they happen. I get systematic root cause analysis if they do happen. I get vulnerability assessments to stop them happening in the first place. And I get certification prep and practice labs to train my staff on CCIE and other technical certifications. And of course, as a customer, I get access to our expert engineers who understand both the technology and the environment in which you're running it. I get guaranteed response times and restoration SLAs. I get asset management, and I get proactive insights and automation through our brand new Cisco IQ platform. So in summary, it's the richest, most valuable support offer Cisco has ever offered.
Amazing. So it's at a top class.
Absolutely.
Sounds incredible. Okay, so this is a question to both of you. What are some of the advanced AI-powered features that are exclusively available with this signature support tier?
Well, let me start, and then I'll hand it to you. Sure. We have such great insights into creating a service request. So when you create a service request, it will actually build upon the personalized experience that you have. So we'll automatically collect logs, we'll automatically parse logs, we'll automatically provide and give you, as the person that's entering the service request, the information that you need. And then if you do need to log that service request, our engineers, from a support perspective, has the richness of all of the information that you've gathered as well. It'll have security, vulnerability assessments, an ability to do an inventory and check across your system as well. It's really, really, customers are loving it.
Yeah, and Signature is built on the other two tiers, and in the other two tiers, you get a whole raft of AI delivered features. So you get intelligent device analytics, you get health checks and security assessments, you get security advisories and hardening recommendations, and you get device level troubleshooting. So such a rich set of offerings.
Amazing. And you know, when I spoke to Adele in the keynote as well, that was one of the things she said, is that with this as well, obviously, that customers that she's spoken to are just really happy, which is great.
Really,
yeah.
Really love it.
Well, thank you both so much. And just to add, there is, for more information on Cisco support, you can visit cisco.com/go/explore support for all the customers out there. But thank you both so much for joining us and telling us all about Cisco IQ, and we really wish you a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we'll now go back to you, Steve.
I appreciate it, Amy. Thanks so much to Buffy and Phil. Everybody looks so cozy in this space. It's so nice that we can all gather together in these tight spaces, so bravo to all of you. I want to head a quick reminder that you can keep reaching out to us using social media. Hashtag Cisco Live EMEA on whatever your favorite platform is. We want to hear from all of you. Do not slow down. I know we're getting to that point here toward the end of day 2 where people post a little less than maybe they did during the keynote or at the top of day 1. Keep those comments coming. Our social team wants to hear from all of you. Because this is our final segment of day 2, I wanted to take a step back and remind all of us what it is that we're doing here, what the Cisco Play is, the story that we are bringing you all week here in Amsterdam and sending out to all of you. We are in such a radical transformation as AI reshapes every industry. It's creating this world where we've really got 2 types of workers, right? We've got our people, we've got our AI agents. And in some cases, we've got people managing all of our AI agents. Traditional employees within an organization, it's changed a lot, which means we have to collaborate across a hyper-distributed landscape with hyper-distributed and hyper-types of teams within our networks. Cisco is the critical infrastructure for this new hyper-distributed AI era, right? Why? Well, it's because we are the ones who are out there empowering organizations like yours to build those AI-ready data centers, to future-proof our workplaces, to create that digital resilience. It's our core differentiation. Only Cisco brings together networking, security, observability, and collaboration. And we are the only brand that does it with the trust, the expertise, and the innovation that helps people like you thrive here in this AI-driven world. We're not just selling product. We're delivering the system where every investment you make provides a compounding set of more value and less complexity. That's the platform approach we've been talking about. And best part, we're doing it on a global scale. This is a worldwide effort. Expansive ecosystem, trusted partners, validated architectures. Cisco is helping organizations that look exactly like yours to accelerate AI adoption and get you to your business goals a whole lot faster. We've got so much more content, so much great value and empowerment on the way. We're going to take a very quick station break. Don't go anywhere, though. We will see you right back here in just 20 seconds. Time to have a little bit of fun out there with Rob Boyd, who is out in the middle of the show floor. Look at you gamifying. What do you got for us, my friend?
No. Yeah, you ready for me?
I am so ready for you.
Love it, Steve. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, so I was checking this out, and I was, sometimes you go through an area here, and everybody's got different ways of attracting your attention. They want to draw you in, and there's some of it's perfectly fine, but at the end of the day, we've all been trained to think, oh, this is gimmicky, right? This is to get my attention so I can scan your badge and market something to you. Turns out, that's not what this is. First of all, this is Cisco, it's not a partner or anything else. Chris joins me. Chris, what is your full name? Because I'll mispronounce it.
Sure, it's Chris Rangarajan.
That's what I was going to say. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, and what do you do for Cisco?
So I'm part of the future-proof workplaces. I am part of the Agentic Ops team, focused on enterprise networking and how that's going to be helping our NetOps.
Yeah, I love that. Well, the thing that jumped out to me in our conversation was you were talking about using this as a game that certainly achieves the purpose of attracting attention, but the purpose is around, hey, how well do you really understand agentic ops? But there's a few questions in here that aren't necessarily agentic ops, so you're getting some good baselining around where people's heads really at in terms of, are they understanding where the value lies? What can you tell us about that?
You know what's really interesting? I think this AI journey is new. I think everyone's on different places in that journey to AI. And what this allows us to do is really educate the people who need some of that education. Like one of the questions we'll go through are, what's the difference between Gen AI and Agentic AI? And how, okay, let's pull it up. And
so you would say, okay, I wanted this on the Agentic Ops.
What can Agentic AI do?
That has an
What do you
effect.
think Agentic AI can do? We just played it.
Yeah.
That Gen AI can't.
Because I'm used to the question being Gen AI versus just AI.
Right.
Because it was big for us to learn, well, generative, what does that really mean? But agentic AI, so it must be something more than Gen AI because it feels like it's a more mature process. I would generally answer personally, because I should know this, I guess, by this point especially, but it's about the ability to act on my behalf.
100%, and that's a great, great, great lead-in. So a lot of, the answer are what are the abilities to reason and execute, and it...
On my wallet.
High five.
Oh, thank you so much, yeah.
And it underpins our agentic ops story and the narrative. And, it's funny because a lot of the categories we pick, troubleshooting, optimization, configuration, is very specifically because we have agentic ops agentic capabilities that help our customers in these specific areas. So it allows us to open up this conversation of what is it, and how do I use it? And people have been so loving it because all our $1,000 questions are, it's almost like,
oh boy.
What is the multi-data, multi-team Gen UI that allows for troubleshooting and more, which we release?
It's a
Do you
Cisco
know?
solution.
It is a Cisco solution.
Multi-team, Gen AI. I wish we'd prep for this more. Sure, I know the answer, but let's just show it for everybody.
It is what is AI Canvas. I'm not going to go through the entire demo, but it allows us to kind of set up what it is, why it matters, and how people can apply it. So it's been a really good exercise and people coming through and learning.
So as I feared, we run out of time so fast.
Sure.
But when it comes to agentic ops and what you're hearing, has it refined the way in which you answer the question in terms of what do I need to know about agentic ops so that it is valuable for me in my life?
Can I maybe in the last moment, what I've found really interesting is that customers are saying, wow, I want agentic ops because I want that execution capability, which I thought was really intriguing. I've talked to hundreds of customers on this floor and everybody is agreeing that the pace and scale of the things they're facing is escalating and they're looking for tools that help. And so far, every person who's seen this is like, I can use that, I can use it now, when is it available? So it's been tremendously beneficial to be able to do this in a way that feels both accessible as well as something they can use.
Well, that is awesome, Chris. Thank you so much for your time. I really feel like, we spend so much time talking about where this is as in and of itself, but as we've been through in other technology evolutions, I do feel like we're going to get to the point soon where AI is just kind of part of things and we won't have to say the word so much because it's how we do business.
It's 100%.
Awesome.
I think we're going to soon start seeing it being part of everyday life.
Yeah,
Isn't
very
it
soon.
already?
Yeah. With that, guys, we'll go back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Rob, thank you. Tell Chris, she's fabulous. I love her energy. She's just great. Another one of our phenomenal Cisco storytellers. I always say that the reason that you want to be here at the event, it's not just to see all the new technology. It's not just to know what's the latest and greatest in AI and how it affects your organization. It's an opportunity to meet this ecosystem, to be face-to-face with people who are so passionate about what they do, who bring so much energy and drive and verve into the stories that we create around Cisco. And when you're talking about an organization with so many people, with so many partnerships around the world, and with so many incredible technologies that are adapting literally by the day as we drive toward the AI era, it's the people who make a difference. And you get people like Chris out there who are walking people through the technologies, talking about the latest and greatest releases. I get so excited when I get the opportunity to hear from these people. And in Chris's case, I haven't even had a chance to meet her yet. I don't know that Rob had a chance to meet her either, but all of a sudden I hear these people telling these great stories, and next thing you know, I'm like, well, great, there's another phenomenal person out there in the field, and the more and more and more of these people that we get to meet here on the broadcast and bring to you, we're good. We're going to go out to Cedric now, who is at Cisco Insider. What are you doing, Cedric?
Well, Steve, I'm trying to concentrate actually on the shots. Give me one sec. That didn't work. All the other ones. Anyway, that worked. Cool, great. I have to watch out here with this VR headset and my hair and my makeup is not going to be happy but fine. I'm here at the Cisco Insider booth right now. It's a really cool simulation, but there's so much more to explore. And in order to do that, I have a friend with me, and he's just over here. Yeah, Danny, like we got there in the end. I still have like stuff around my hand. Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, thanks for having us here at the booth.
Yeah, no worries.
Cool simulation. I want that at home.
Yeah.
But what's going on here at Cisco Insider? Like, tell me a little bit more about the program.
Yeah, the program, Cisco Insider, is an umbrella program. We have a couple of different program options for you. Basically, you can do product user group where you can get into product information. You could do user research to help fuel change. We have some advocacy programs for customer marketing where we play speakers, customer reference programs. We also am tied to the CSS Theater here. We play speakers. This week we did 22 different speakers. We also had an award ceremony where we had 13 winners, and that was on Monday of this week, a really big event, attended by around 200 folks this week, so it was a really
that's
cool
awesome.
event. Yeah, but this is a place where you can come and do what you want to do. We don't force you to do anything. We try to create experiences and programs and opportunities to connect to the business, build your community, and sort of just get more connected in the Cisco space and kind of do whatever you want.
Awesome, great. Yeah, I see that you have some sort of like exclusive lounge down there. Like maybe we can go and check that out.
Yeah, sure. Let's walk
quick.
this way. We'll just kind of talk about what we bring here. We have our VIP lounge where we just give our members a chance to come and relax, recharge, take calls, get some snacks, some soda. And then we do a lot of VIP experiences, and Nick here is going to be talking a little bit about what we do with that.
Yeah, just outside of the lounge, there's so many different ways that our members get added benefits and exclusive access during events like Cisco Live and year-round. Leading up to the event, we run a competition called Road to Cisco Live, and that's where we send some of our members here, all expenses paid, flight, hotels, the pass to the event. And it's a great way to get them on site to interact with us and engage with them. Then once they're here, Sunday we have our behind-the-scenes tours of the world of solutions, an exclusive Cisco store shopping experience, and a ton of other things that they get to do Sunday before anybody else gets access to the show. And then from there, we continue to treat them well, roll out the red carpet, do networking events like our Banters and Beers event, and yeah, just a great way to kind of celebrate our customers year-round.
Hey, that's awesome, Nick. I move around the floor quite a bit, as you see. I actually saw you guys coming into our Cisco TV studio earlier as well, like just to kind of have that sneak peek preview with your Cisco Insiders. That's awesome. Now, we have like some whiteboard walls here as well. Like I see Cisco Insider user research. Like, what is this all about?
Yeah, this is a great way for us to talk to our customers and get feedback that really fuels change here at Cisco. It's not just, about messaging or things like that, but it's really helping fuel the future of Cisco technology. So great way to connect with our customers that way.
Yeah, so they really have that voice. They can really kind of influence the products that we make and everything, and that gets all like fed up and then sent to the appropriate teams.
Absolutely.
Like, if we want to learn a little bit more about Cisco Insider right now, like, how can we do that?
Yeah, so if you're still here for the rest of the week, come by and see us. We're in Hall 7 of the World of Solutions. We're also online on Cisco.com, so just search up Cisco Insider. Our Cisco community landing page as well. We're on Cisco Community, so check us out there. And we're also on LinkedIn, so follow us at Cisco Insider as well.
Awesome, great. Well, thank you so much, Nick. Thank you so much, Danny, for like kind of showing us around. Like, I know there was a lot to explore down there. You had the sessions as well, the Cisco Insider booth as well. So maybe we just take that on camera real quick, because I think some of them are just going on right now. And it's actually quite cool, I think, like, you know, that customers really have like we listen to their input, like we then take that away, we share that with our teams inside, and that's really how we try to improve here at Cisco. So yeah, this is just for a bit of backdrop, but I can tell you as well that, like, if you have any feedback and you're not here, maybe you can use that hashtag Cisco Live EMEA to connect with us here at the event. Let us know what you think, like let us know what you would like to see more of. It's always really great to hear from you at home, so that's really great as well. And then, like, maybe one of the sessions, like this guy, maybe you would like to attend that, like, or one of the center stage sessions as well. You can still always look at them in our session catalog, which is always point above me, to be honest, in that menu. And you can just see everything that we're presenting here on demand as well, whenever and wherever you want to go. I'm going to look at my producer because I can't hear anything in my ear right now. So do we still have a bit more time? Yes, we do. OK, cool. Yeah, one of the other things that we actually don't get to see that much in the event over here as well is that we do talk to customers here at Cisco Insider, but also there's an opportunity in our meeting village, which is next to the TV studio. It's actually in a backdrop. You can actually go there to go into a Whisper suite, like meet an executive one-on-one. That can all be requested when you come here at the event as well, which is awesome, and which is also a great opportunity to connect with our executives and get your feedback heard to our teams as well. And then besides that, like, you know, it's a great community here. You know, we have Cisco Insider, but then if we just like kind of like drop around as well, we went to the DevNet zone earlier where Rob spent quite a bit of time as well. And then I'm going to do this, like one of my magic turnarounds. And then also there's a lot of learning happening at Cisco. And what many of you might not know as well is that we have certifications that can be taken on-site here. So Cisco Live actually opens a little bit earlier for those who register, so they can come and take their CCNA, their CCNP, their CCIE certifications here, which I think is quite awesome if you can connect that with the event. I was going to ask you if you have a certification, to be honest, Steve, in the studio, but maybe like we could just go back to you.
I don't know about any certifications, but heaven knows I need a lot of them. There are a lot smarter people here on the show floor than me. Cedric, thank you so much for walking us through Insider and through all those other areas. We appreciate it. We are literally ticking down to the end of day 2. It has been a phenomenal day. Let's go back and remember some of the highlights of the day together right now. What an amazing day it has been. So much more coming at you tomorrow as well. We're going to put the button on the day right now, and I want to do that by going back to something that G2 talked about yesterday during the keynote. He said, what could potentially hold AI back? And there were 3 key items he focused in on. G2 talked about infrastructure constraints, right? We have to have the capacity, the power, the compute, the metric bandwidth, the memory, the shell infrastructure to be able to house our AI capabilities. And Cisco is helping make sure that we are up to speed and ready to go, that we've got the capacity to run AI. G2 also talked about the trust deficit around AI. If we don't trust these systems, the simple fact is we're not going to adopt them or invest in them or use them. So security, safety, that's what accelerates adoption. Real prerequisite. And then the last thing he talked about was the data gap at this point, right? We have to look at the way human data is kind of coming to an end, and we have to now look to available machine data and enterprise data to create that competitive advantage, and that's where Splunk comes into play. We're getting all of that great machine data and that enterprise data we can put into place. Lots of AI stories today and coming your way tomorrow as well. It's been such a pleasure to have